All right, I guess we is live. What's my phone telling me? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Oh, crap. Hold on. I hope that's not the way everything sounds right now. If it is, that sucks. I'm going to have to reset something. Give me just a sec, guys. I'm kind of picking through some stuff real quick. What's up, DM? McClune, what's up? Sorry, I had to look at a couple of emails real quick. Tactical FUD. Now the party's getting started. So let me swap back over to this little fine slice of hell. So as you guys know, we're doing Share the Pain streams these days. And yeah, there was another hearing on in the House today on guns and gun violence. And we are going to partake of this. Yeah, Mike, from what I understand, which she said today, they're still going to try to push those bills through within the next week or so. I don't think they're going to. They're trying to kind of back up and get everybody back in line. So they're more than likely going to hold on to them for a little bit. But you can expect more hearings like this, more than likely. So let's go ahead and get into this, and we'll watch this absolute clown show together. Because if I got to suffer through it, why can't I share with you guys?
First, the House rules require that we see you, so please have your cameras turned on at all times. Secondly,
hold on. I know one thing wasn't happening. Now maybe we'll sound a little better. Because everybody's got to get their sound bites. I'm glad she recognizes herself. Well, Corn Pop, taking a poop while watching stuff like this is probably a pretty good thing because it's about the same consistency as what we're fixing to listen to. Can you guys not hear the sound? If you can't hear the sound, can you guys hear the sound now? All right, I'll tell you what. Let me do this. Let me I'll kill the screen share and then crank it back up because it should have cranked up with the sound. Yeah, this sometimes their hearings, their sound freaking blows. So I'm sharing with system audio.
In the United States, causing more deaths in children than car accidents. In 2020, more than 45,000 people were killed by gun violence, the highest number ever recorded in our country. And since our first hearing, the evil of gun violence has continued to shatter our communities. On the 4th of July, a gunman rained down bullets on families at a parade in Highland Park, Illinois. He killed 7 people and injured dozens more. That shooter, like the killers in Uvalde, Buffalo, Las Vegas, Parkland, and Newtown, used an AR-15 style rifle. This is an ultra-deadly weapon engineered to kill enemy soldiers on the battlefield. Yet the gun industry has flooded our neighborhoods, our schools, and even our churches and synagogues with these deadly weapons and has gotten rich doing it. That is why I launched an investigation into the gun industry. This morning, I released a memo with our initial findings, and what we found is appalling. Our investigation shows that 5 major gun manufacturers collected a total of more than $1 billion from the sale of assault rifles over the last decade. One company, Ruger, made over $100 million through the sale of AR-15 style rifles in 2021, and more than doubling what it made the year before. Another company, Daniel Defense, tripled its revenue from these rifles from 2019 to 2021. And Smith & Wesson brought in over $125 million from the sale of assault weapons in 2021. Our investigation also found that gun manufacturers use dangerous marketing tactics to sell assault weapons to the public. That includes marketing to children, preying on young men.
So, I mean, you guys understand why they're mentioning the marketing here, because they want to go after these companies just like they went after Remington and go after the marketing practices. So they're not necessarily going after the gun. They're just going after the marketing. That way they can have they can put lawsuits in to kind of try to break the gun companies that way.
Insecurities and even appealing to violent white supremacists. Finally, we found that even as guns kill more Americans than ever, none of those companies take even basic steps to monitor the deaths and injuries caused by their products. This is beyond irresponsible. At the end of our last hearing, I vowed that this committee would hold a second hearing so the committee and the American people can hear directly from the gun industry about why they continue to sell the weapons of choice to mass murderers. Today, we will hear from CEOs of 2 gun manufacturers who sold assault rifles used by mass shooters, Daniel Defense and Ruger. Daniel Defense sold the assault weapon that was used in Uvalde to murder 19 children and 2 teachers and to wound 18 others. And Ruger is the largest rifle manufacturer in the U.S. Their assault weapon was used to murder more than 24 people at a church in Sutherland Springs, Texas. We also invited Mark Smith, the CEO of Smith & Wesson. His company is the second leading rifle manufacturer in the country and is responsible for the weapons used by mass murderers in Highland Park and Parkland and in other mass shootings. Mr. Smith promised he would testify, but then he went back on his word, perhaps because he did not want to take responsibility for the death and destruction his company has caused. But the time for dodging accountability is over. Today, I'm announcing my intent to issue a subpoena for documents from Smith & Wesson's CEO and other top executives so that we can finally get answers about why this company is selling assault weapons to mass murderers, answers we were hoping to get at today's hearing. After we announced this hearing, the committee heard from victims, family members, and survivors of gun violence from across our country who wanted to share their stories and their questions for the gun industry. I'd like to play their video now. Let's please play the video.
Hi, my name is Nicole, and nearly 10 years ago, I survived the Sandy Hook shooting in my elementary school when I was just 7 years old. Still to this day, I struggle through the horrible aftermath and PTSD.
Our family was at the parade when I saw the shooter emerge above a second-floor roof line and point his long gun at my family and those around us and rapidly fire. I threw my wife and son behind a metal park bench to save our lives. After the shooting stopped, I saw the father of Cooper Roberts stand and scream for help, while my wife saw their son Cooper convulsing on the ground, shot through the abdomen and spine.
As we ran, clutching hands, not knowing if someone was going to shoot us and if we were going to live or die, my son lost a huge part of his innocence. He is not the same person. He is broken. And every day, my husband and I are heartbroken as we try to help him get back to the carefree, sweet little boy he was before this happened.
Hi, I'm Jasmine Casares. I'm 17, and I lost my little sister, Jackie, at the Robb Elementary shooting in Uvalde, Texas. This picture was taken on her first communion on May 10th. 16 days later, she was shot and killed using a Daniel Defense AR-15.
Hello, my name is Ana Rodriguez. I lost my daughter, Maite Juliana Rodriguez, on May 24, 2022 at the Robb school shooting. Maite was a sweet 10-year-old girl who dreamed of attending Texas A&M University in Corpus Christi to pursue a career in marine biology. Maite was robbed of her future due to gun violence.
My fiance was shot and killed on May 14th by a white supremacist mass shooter when he went into Tops to buy our son a birthday cake. The shooter killed my fiance with a Bushmaster X-15 rifle. He also had with him a 12-gauge shotgun, a bolt-action rifle, full body armor, and a car full of ammunition.
My name is Fred Guttenberg. I am the father of Jesse and Jamie Guttenberg. On February 14, 2018, I sent my 2 children to school to learn safely. Towards the end of that day, a gunman showed up at my daughter's school, killing 17. My daughter was one of the 17 killed.
These people.
I want to know, what are you doing to stop these shootings?
Do you know how many children have been exposed to gun violence in schools since Columbine?
What are you going to do?
It's okay.
To make sure that your products don't get into the hands of a white supremacist mass shooter ever again, who will take a child's father away.
It's okay.
Okay, so as everybody's pretty much already noting in here, yeah, they're going to stand on as many graves as they have to push their agenda, and that's what all this is about, is pushing their agenda. Gun manufacturers are no more responsible for what someone does with their products than car manufacturers are and what people do with cars. Cars are used in bank robberies, drive-bys, normal robberies. They're used in murders. But you don't see people going after car manufacturers. If you use the same logic that they try to apply to firearms to any other product, the logic does not work. And again, that's why they have to use the emotion from these situations. Because if they just have to deal with the facts of the situation, if they actually have to deal with the circumstances of the situation, well, then they lose on every single point. But hey, who are Democrats to, stop trying to move those goalposts? I'm surprised they aren't all on pain meds for the throwing out their backs all the time from lifting those goalposts up and having to move them constantly.
These people are demanding answers and accountability from the gun industry, and I intend to get both today. Following today's hearing, House Democrats will continue to take bold action to stop the bloodshed. Later this week, we hope to vote on the first assault weapon ban in nearly 30 years. The House is also planning to take action to end the outrageous legal immunity that has protected the gun industry from lawsuits for far too long. And in the coming weeks, I intend to introduce additional legislation to hold the gun industry accountable for the damage inflicted by their products, just like the car industry, the pharmaceutical industry, or any other American business. Let me close by addressing my Republican colleagues. I know that you value the rights guaranteed by the Second Amendment, and so do I. But even Justice Scalia recognized that, quote, the right secured by the Second Amendment is not unlimited, end quote. Even as we protect this right, we cannot ignore our fundamental obligation to protect the public, especially our children. I hope all of my colleagues will join me in finally taking action to end this crisis. I now yield to the distinguished ranking member, Mr. Comer, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairwoman Maloney. As elected representatives in Congress, it's our responsibility to work to ensure the law is enforced to reduce violent crime. The violence that began during the summer of 2020 continues to increase. Murders are up, aggravated assaults are up, and we must reverse this trend. Ironically, cities with the worst crime rates are the hardest place to buy guns. Years of gun control laws in cities like New York and Chicago have failed. That's why I will continue to protect the rights of all law-abiding gun owners who safely use, store, and carry firearms, including the AR-15, which is the most popular rifle in the United States. It's become clear that the two parties in Washington have very different solutions of putting an end to the violent crime wave across the nation. Republicans want to target criminals. Democrats want to target lawful gun owners and take away their guns. We all took an oath to support and defend the Constitution. The Second Amendment ensures the rights of individuals to keep and bear arms and defend themselves in times of danger. Just recently, the Supreme Court reaffirmed our right of self-defense enshrined in the Second Amendment. Meanwhile, Democrats and President Biden continue to blame American companies for various national crises that their policies have made worse. From the price of gasoline to the surge in violent crime, Democrats are quick to point the finger at American industry. Their targets today, the American firearms industry. What did the American firearm industry do wrong? Their customers are allowed to lawfully buy guns. Their customers are allowed to exercise their Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms for their protection and other lawful purposes. Gun manufacturers do not cause violent crime. Criminals cause violent crime. As the Democrats continue their obsession with vilifying American companies, they refuse to conduct any oversight over the Biden administration and the federal government. It's not surprising that the Lugar Center, a nonpartisan congressional rating group, has given the Democrats in our committee an F for oversight. Democrats have no problem with subpoenaing oil companies and private citizens. Yet we haven't heard from a single Biden administration cabinet secretary this entire Congress. When are they going to get a subpoena? We invited Attorney General Garland to today's hearing since he's responsible for agencies like the FBI and ATF. He's not here. In February, we invited the Department of Energy Secretary Granholm to talk about gas prices, but she couldn't make it. Just this week, we learned that Democrats get the same response from the administration as Republicans. They refuse to show up. After both EPA and FAA rejected an invitation to tomorrow's environmental subcommittee hearing, Democrats were so desperate to secure the participation of the administration that they offered to change the scope of the hearing so that both agencies would be comfortable testifying. It looks like they still aren't going to show up. Americans are suffering from the effects of an open border, including fentanyl streaming across into the hands of our youth, inflation at a 40-year high, and last month gas prices hit a record of over $5 a gallon nationwide. Madam Chairwoman, it's time that we hear directly from the people in the administration making policy decisions impacting the lives of all Americans. I would like to enter into the record a letter from Democrat Subcommittee Chair Ro Khanna expressing exasperation with the EPA for not appearing at a hearing tomorrow.
Without objection.
I would also like to enter into the record a letter that committee Republicans sent you earlier today stating that we support issuing subpoenas to administration officials if they are not appearing voluntarily.
Without objection.
Let's hold the Biden administration to the same standard that you hold private companies. Show up or get a subpoena. It's time that we do the job the American people sent us here to do. Holding the government accountable instead of holding hearings like this to score political points against private companies. As I close, Madam Chair, will you commit to holding one hearing before the end of the year with the Cabinet Secretary? Just one hearing with one Cabinet Secretary.
I will take it under advisement, and now we will introduce our witnesses. First, we will hear from Marty Daniel, Chief Executive Officer of Daniel Defense, LLC.
Now, I do have to give a couple of these guys credit for actually showing up to this absolute clown show because they knew exactly what it was going to be, which was just a bunch of people from the government calling them all sorts of names and telling them they're responsible for dead kids. That's exactly how they get treated throughout this entire hearing. So, and I definitely have to give them credit because they are way more polite than I would have been at a hearing like this. And they use a whole lot less profanity. Matter of fact, they don't use any profanity, which is awful disappointing to me.
Then we will hear from Christopher Killoy, President and Chief Executive Officer of Sturm Ruger Company, Inc. Then we will hear from Brian Bussey, Senior Advisor at Giffords Law Center. Then we will hear from Kelly Sampson, Senior Counsel and Director of Racial Justice at Brady, United Against Gun Violence. Finally, we will hear from Antonia Okafor, National Director of Women's Outreach at Gun Owners of America. In addition to our witnesses, we also have in the hearing room victims and survivors of the mass shooting in Uvalde and Highland Park, who will be observing our hearing. We are honored by their presence of these brave men and women today. In particular, I want to welcome Felix and Kimberly Rubio, who testified at our previous hearing about their heartbreaking loss of their daughter, Lexi Rubio. The witnesses will be unmuted so we can swear them in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Let the record show that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Thank you. Without objection, your written statements will be made part of the record. And with that, Mr. Daniel, you are now recognized for your testimony. Mr. Daniel.
Thank you, Chairwoman Maloney. Chairwoman Maloney, Ranking Member Comer, my name is Marty Daniel, founder and CEO of Daniel Defense. I'm grateful for the opportunity to work with you and to join with Americans across the country in attempting to find effective solutions to combat the unacceptable increase in violent crime in our country, including the evil acts in Uvalde, Buffalo, and Highland Park that prompted this hearing. I'm sharing my views today to help ensure that the voices of law-abiding citizens and gun owners are understood by this committee. I am concerned, however, that the stated and implied purpose of this hearing is to vilify, blame, and try to ban over 24 million sporting rifles already in circulation that are lawfully possessed and commonly used by millions of Americans to protect their homes and loved ones, to safely sport shoot with family and friends, and to put food on the table as licensed hunters. This proceeding is focused.
Okay, now, dude from Daniel Defense makes some pretty good points here. However, I will throw this in here. The Second Amendment has nothing to do with hunting or sport shooting, unless you call shooting tyrants sport, which I could be down with that. So, and then there's a reason I went and got my buddy Richard the Fudd here, because we're going to hear from him throughout this hearing, and he's all I could think of today whenever I listened to this earlier.
Focused on a type of firearm that was involved in fewer than 4% of homicides involving firearms in 2019. I believe in God, and my faith guides me and my family. Fundamentally, I also believe that there's good and evil in our lives. And what we saw in Uvalde, Buffalo, and Highland Park was pure evil. The cruelty of the murderers who committed these acts is unfathomable and deeply disturbs me, my family, my employees, and millions of Americans across this country. Lately, many Americans, myself included, have witnessed an erosion of personal responsibility in our country and in our culture. Mass shootings were all but unheard of just a few decades ago. So what changed? Not the firearms. They are substantially the same as those manufactured over 100 years ago. I believe our nation's response needs to focus not on the type of gun, but on the type of persons who are likely to commit mass shootings. In my judgment, the U.S. Secret Service and Department of Homeland Security have shown how we can best spend public resources in reducing these threats. Several recent studies by these agencies have concluded that mass shootings are preventable when appropriate community systems are in place. In my full statement, I identify other actions that can be taken without infringing on the constitutional rights of law-abiding citizens. As the Supreme Court stated in Heller, the enshrinement of constitutional rights necessarily takes certain policy choices off the table, including those that would diminish the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding Americans, such as banning common and popular guns. To close, I'm appearing before you on a voluntary basis because I believe strongly in our constitutional form of government and the role of Congress in addressing the nation's problems. I have respect for Congress, and I hope you will afford me the same respect as both a citizen and a manufacturer of a lawful product built for responsible citizens. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Killoy. You are now recognized for your testimony.
Chairwoman Maloney, Ranking Member Comer, and distinguished members of the committee, good morning. My name is Chris Killoy, and I am both fortunate and proud to be the President and Chief Executive Officer of Sturm, Ruger & Company, Incorporated, more simply known as Ruger. At its core, Ruger, like all companies, is simply a collection of people. We are fathers, mothers, grandparents, friends, and neighbors. From humble beginnings in Southport, Connecticut, very close to where our corporate headquarters is today, we have grown to a team of nearly 2,000 hardworking folks. We have factories in Prescott, Arizona, Mayodan, North Carolina, Newport, New Hampshire, and Earth City, Missouri, with smaller offices and personnel in various locations around our great country. We come to work every day with the goal of building rugged, reliable firearms that responsible citizens are proud to own and lawfully use. Our motto, Arms Makers for Responsible Citizens, is a testament to our company culture and philosophy dating back nearly 75 years. Among the materials provided to the committee are a few examples of what we have done these many years to advance our philosophy and demonstrate our core values of respect, integrity, teamwork, and innovation. As many companies in America move jobs overseas to improve their bottom line, we build our products in American factories. With few exceptions, our supply chain is nearly all domestic, often supported by small local businesses near our factories. We strive to provide good pay and benefits to our workforce with the hope that employees will become long-term members of our team. And we have the track record to prove it. Right now, we employ well over 100 dedicated employees with between 30 and 50 years at our company. I recently attended a retirement party for a husband and wife team who collectively dedicated 87 years to Ruger, more than a typical lifetime. Not many CEOs are as fortunate as I am to work with such great people. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we worked exceptionally hard to keep our workforce safe. Our COVID task force met nearly every day for more than a year to manage our response, track constantly shifting guidance, and make protocol recommendations. While these protocols had an adverse impact on production and profitability, we opted for the harder right and are proud of that decision. With the recent acquisition of the Marlin Firearms brand, we now offer over 40 product lines and nearly 800 product innovations. Our management team is small, hardworking, and effective. We work closely together every day and strive to do the right thing for our employees, shareholders, customers, and communities in which we are located. We operate in a rapidly changing and increasingly complex legal environment. We do our level best to meet our regulatory obligations, cooperate with law enforcement, and remain true to our corporate philosophy. As a company, we support many initiatives designed to promote the safe and responsible use of firearms. Examples include Project Child Safe, Fix NICS, and Walk the Talk America, just to name a few. These programs and others are detailed in the materials we provided to the committee. Our employees are very active in their respective communities. We have an internal company newsletter, The Ruger Action, which highlights the achievements of our workforce. Weddings, graduations, promotions, retirements, a first buck, and so on. I am always proud and pleased by the community outreach and service of our employees that I read about so frequently. Ruger is a collection of nearly 2,000 hardworking, dedicated individuals sharing the common goal of supplying rugged, reliable, American-made firearms to responsible citizens who use them lawfully every day. That is who we are. The tension between our constitutional right to own firearms and the harm inflicted by criminals who acquire them is a complex topic that evokes strong emotions, regardless of your position on the issue. At Ruger, we are proud Americans who embrace the Constitution and the blanket of protections it provides, including specifically those guaranteed by the Second Amendment. We firmly believe that it is wrong to deprive citizens of their constitutional right to purchase the lawful firearm they desire because of the criminal acts of wicked people. A firearm, any firearm, can be used for good or for evil. The difference is in the intent of the individual possessing it, which we respectfully submit should be the focus of any investigation into the root causes of criminal violence involving firearms. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Mr. Bousset, you are now recognized for your testimony.
Good morning, Chairwoman Maloney. Thank you for inviting me.
Okay, it is in this guy's honor, and I'm going to swap this out for just a second. It is in this guy's honor that we have brought out Richard the Fudd. And Richard the Fudd is going to remain with me during this hearing in honor of this big, bald Richard we're about to hear from.
Me today. My testimony is about decisions, the ones I've made, the ones the firearms industry has made, and ultimately the decisions you must make. Like so many gun owners in America, I grew up with guns and was taught that responsibility and safety are critical components of firearms ownership. In 1995, I made the decision to get into the gun industry. For the first several years of my career, the same responsibility I was raised with prevailed there. Tactical gear was not allowed in the largest trade shows. Companies like Ruger even included their founding motto on all advertising: arms maker for responsible citizens. By 2007, change was happening as most companies began combining guns with the political fear and conspiracy machine of the NRA. It worked very well because the same things that drove NRA radicalization also drove gun sales. Prior to 2008, guns like the AR-15 were a pariah, but they represented a new and untapped market, and the NRA.
Man Against the Masses, brother, thanks for stopping by. You probably don't want to hang out for as much pain as this is going to inflict anyway.
And the NSSF needed new political symbols and profit. And so companies like Smith & Wesson made the decision to get into the AR-15 business. A few years later, the M&P 15, as in military and police, became the best-selling rifle in America. Eventually, young male gun customers in places like Parkland, Florida, Highland Park, Illinois, and Kenosha, Wisconsin, all decided to use an M&P.
Now, notice this Richard and his "I support the Second Amendment, but also notice he's mentioning Kyle Rittenhouse. He'll mention him here in a second. It mentions Kyle Rittenhouse for this. Someone who used a firearm, a semi-automatic, and I do believe it was an M&P, to defend their fucking life from people that were trying to kill them. But hey, he's a Richard. He's a I'm for the Second Amendment but kind of guy.
15. By 2008, Ruger made the decision to remove the responsible citizen motto from most of its public advertising. Those industry leaders who spoke out against this new trajectory were attacked and marginalized. Everyone was told that any new gun buyer or any gun marketing was good, so long as it furthered political aims and sold guns. The trend of dismissing responsibility has only worsened, and today the industry condones frightening marketing that openly partners with domestic terror orgs like the Boogaloo Boys, a group that hopes for race wars and wears Hawaiian shirts. There is no industry criticism of marketing like this. In fact, the maker of this Boogaloo rifle is also one of the nation's largest gun retailers, and they boast of the public support of most of the largest gun companies, including Smith & Wesson. It's not that the industry and the NSSF are shy about aggressively policing the actions of members. In 2018, after the Parkland shooting, Ed Stack, the CEO of Dick's Sporting Goods, removed AR-15s and tactical gear from his stores. Stack still sold plenty of other guns. But within days, the NSSF Board of Governors officially expelled Stack and Dick's to let everyone know that anything short of complete devotion would not be tolerated. I was inside the industry as new companies like Daniel Defense built businesses by advertising AR-15s with slogans encouraging young men to use what the Special Forces guys use. Like many companies, they also sought and celebrated the inclusion of their AR-15s in first-person shooter games and movies. When Daniel Defense tweeted a picture of a toddler blessed by a Proverbs verse while cradling an AR-15 on the same week as the Uvalde shooter was killing kids with one of their rifles, there was no criticism from industry leadership. But there has been a prestigious reward. The same NSSF Board of Governors that expelled Ed Stack elected Marty Daniel to a coveted seat on that board, a position he still holds today. Mr. Killoy is an important voting member of that NSSF board. Sadly for me, there is no place in the industry for anyone who believes in moderation or responsible regulation. If they did exist, they were frightened into submission or forced out. In my last months as an industry executive, I snapped photos like this. It's a tactical advertisement over the entrance of the SHOT Show that weirdly combines Revolutionary War soldiers, a modern AR-15, and the promise of daily gunfights as a business proposition. On January 6, 2021, less than a year after I took this photo, these exact components coalesced into a violent mob just a few hundred yards from here.
So yes, kids, you heard that right. Our buddy Richard right here just conflated January 6th, the so-called violent insurrectionist mob, with people carrying AR-15 rifles. There wasn't a single AR-15 brought into the Capitol or carried on Capitol grounds that day. As a matter of fact, the only person that got shot was an unarmed protester. You can tell why this guy works for the Brady Group. And again, I say, my buddy Richard is making an appearance. All Second Amendment, got his blaze orange hat on, carrying his 2A flag with a fucking Moms Demand Action shirt. I'm for the Second Amendment, but and yeah, this stuff with Dick's Sporting Goods, Dick's can eat a bag of itself. And I haven't shopped in there since then and will not shop there. Because obviously they don't understand that the person doing the shooting is responsible for doing the shooting. It's not all of us that own guns like this. Just because I have a penis doesn't mean I'm responsible for rape. Because I own firearms doesn't mean I'm responsible for mass shootings.
Despite guns being the center of radicalized domestic terrorists, there is no industry rebuke. Not of the come and take it flags on January 6th, not of armed men invading the Michigan Capitol, certainly not of Kyle Rittenhouse owning the libs by shooting and killing people at a protest with his Smith & Wesson military and police rifle.
Kyle Rittenhouse killed people that were trying to murder him. That is what we call justifiable homicide. Is he going to mention the people that were burning the town down, that were trying to take Kyle's rifle and kill Kyle? No, he's not going to mention that because he has an agenda to push. And yes, man against the masses, this guy can fuck completely off. He can fuck off in a lot of different ways. Again, this is a Richard, the one who says, I am for the Second Amendment. I am a gun owner, but I think the government ought to be able to say what firearms we can own, and only responsible gun owners should be able to own guns. If you threw an orange hat on him, he'd look just like this. Anybody see the resemblance? Throw a white t-shirt on and an orange hat. Yep, man. You got it right.
Any rational person can see the direct lines from this marketing to the troubled young men who kill people in places like Buffalo and El Paso and Uvalde. Anyone can see the direct lines to our nation's most dangerous domestic terror orgs. I am here on behalf of responsible gun owners, like me, who harbor a deep fear about what this is doing to our country. I am also here to warn you that there is much more of this on the way. No one from the industry is going to stop it, and it's going to get much worse. Now, as the elected leaders of our country, you have a decision to make. What is to be done about this? Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bussey. Mr. Sampson, you are now recognized for your testimony. Ms. Sampson.
Chairwoman Maloney, Ranking Member Comer, and committee members.
Okay.
Chairwoman Maloney, Ranking Member Comer, and committee members, thank you for holding this hearing, because Americans of all walks of life can and do agree that gun violence is a real problem. Gun violence is a leading cause of death for American children, which is a public health issue, not a private evil hearts problem. Indeed, no prevailing philosophy, theology, or world history suggests that evil is unique to the United States. What is unique, however, especially in comparison to peer countries, is the rate at which gun violence kills our people. And that isn't because we're more evil, more prone to mental health diagnoses, or more violent. First, a mental health diagnosis makes someone more likely to be a victim of violence rather than a perpetrator. And in any case, research shows that Americans are no more prone to mental health issues than people around the world.
Okay, so again, you have to throw all the mental health issues into the same bucket so that they can push their bullshit agenda. Because I guarantee you, someone who goes out and goes to mow down innocent people, men, women, children, is not a mentally stable person. They have issues. You can't throw them in the same bucket with someone who is just depressed. But you're going to hear a lot of shit from this chick that is basically all racist, anti-gun horse shit. So yeah, Mike, I only ordered one. I was gonna try to do two, but I didn't need to. So I think with this, with my little blue glowy over here, I'm gonna it might take me a little bit because I'm gonna have to find the right parts, but we might do a blue glowy inspired build with this one.
Second, research suggests that America isn't necessarily more violent than our peers, but because guns are so readily available, we are decidedly deadlier. When it comes to gun violence, we're quite literally off the charts. That's why countries like Australia, Canada, and Germany warn their citizens to take extra precautions when traveling here. And that's also why hundreds of families will get the dreaded news that their loved one has been shot today. In the face of such horrific violence, I can understand why people may earnestly believe that the answers lie in the individual private sphere of hearts and morals. But gun violence is a public health problem, and it requires public policy solutions. We have to be honest. We have a gun violence problem unlike any other industrialized country on earth, and guns don't just come from the sky. Those opposed to regulation claim that people who want to get guns to commit crime could circumvent gun laws by going to the black market, as though the black market were a given. But it's not. Loopholes combined with the lack of accountability and unlawful, irresponsible, and negligent gun industry practices feed the black market. I'm going to focus on those business practices. Almost all guns start in licensed manufacturers' factories. Generally, manufacturers sell to distributors who sell to dealers who sell to the public. Dealers are supposed to screen for gun trafficking, and most do. The majority of gun dealers won't sell a single crime gun in a given year. But the most recently available data shows that 5% of licensed dealers sell about 90% of crime guns. And you might be asking what manufacturers have to do with that. A lot.
Okay, well, let's throw a little bit of actual number. Well, I don't have numbers in front of me right now. I'll have to look it back up. But if you have a place with limited gun stores where only, say, one or two gun stores exist, those one or two gun stores supply a very large number of people. Those gun stores have those guns stolen and then used in crimes. Or the people that buy from those gun stores have those guns stolen and used in crimes. Those guns are tracked back to that gun store. It's not that that gun store is selling to criminals. It's the fact that they are a limited number of suppliers to a very large market. So it makes them look like a lot of their guns are used in crimes. People like this aren't going to actually look at the numbers. They're not going to actually look at what happens. They have to push an agenda. So guess what? They rely on the ignorance of a large part of the American people to push their agenda. Hence, that's the reason the Democrat Party even fucking exists, is because there are so many ignorant sons of bitches in the United States.
Through trace data from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, or the ATF, manufacturers know which dealers and distributors are routinely selling crime guns. Since the majority of gun dealers don't sell crime guns in a given year, then if a dealer has multiple traces, that should at least trigger the manufacturer to investigate and at most compel the manufacturer to cut business ties. But they don't do that. And you don't have to take my word for it. Several industry insiders have said as much, and I've detailed it in my written testimony. Despite manufacturers' role in supplying the black market, they face little accountability for a couple key reasons. First, they've lobbied to undercut the ATF. Second, they've bought themselves a shield in the Protection of Lawful Commerce and Arms Act, also called PLACA, a law that makes it much harder for those harmed by industry misconduct to get justice. So we've got paltry enforcement and PLACA. And the gun industry sows carnage by flooding communities with guns, then reaps profit by saying the only thing that'll stop the bad guys with guns are good guys with guns. This more guns, less crime frame isn't just wrong, it's dangerous. First, we know that states with looser gun laws have more crime. Secondly, framing guns around good and bad guys isn't neutral. Because of the racial inequities in our society, good guy with a gun is usually code for white, resulting in disparate treatment for black gun owners. For example, police shot and killed Philando Castile, a black licensed concealed carry permit holder during a traffic stop, whereas police were peacefully able to take an armed white man into custody who'd fled after shooting and killing seven.
Now, again, she's getting to the point that, well, police are just out there killing black people like it's free, while these white mass murderers just get taken in peacefully. Now, I watched any footage I could get from the Philando Castile shooting. From what I can see, that cop should be under a fucking jail, because there's no proof that I saw there that I could find that Philando Castile was going for his gun. He announced to the officer he was a carry permit holder, that he was armed. Did he have weed on him? Yes. I don't give a shit. But to conflate that with police being able to successfully take someone who was not showing as a threat to them, who actually surrendered to them, to take and conflate those two things is a fucking lie, and it's goddamn just It's what these people do. And you have the vast majority, again, of the American people who are so ignorant, they actually believe the words falling out of this chick's cock holster.
Seven people at a July 4th parade in Highland Park. Further, some manufacturers use militaristic marketing, suggesting that assault-style rifles are the way to protect freedom. But as I've detailed in my written testimony, freedom in the firearms context is linked to a distorted view of the Second Amendment that falsely claims that people have the right to take up arms against the government. This insurrectionist interpretation is particularly seductive to extremists, and it threatened this very body on January 6th. Neither history nor any Supreme Court precedent supports the notion.
So again, we're conflating owning guns with January 6th. And I have news for this supposedly educated woman right here. Our founders wrote multiple letters in support of the Second Amendment that said with unequivocal I'm going to try to be calm. They said exactly what the Second Amendment was for, and it was for the American people to be able to stand up to a tyrannical government. That means they could use arms to defend themselves against the federal government. But again, the ignorance of the American people is the only reason people like this can exist.
That the Second Amendment is the right to insurrection. As Representative Raskin pointed out just last week, it's absolutely absurd, yet we see manufacturers using it to sell guns all the time. The gun industry's role in fueling our country's gun violence epidemic can't be understated. That cannot stand, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Okafor, you are now recognized for your testimony.
Thank you, Chairwoman Maloney, Ranking Member Comer, and members of the House Oversight Committee. Thank you for inviting me to testify today and for giving me the opportunity to defend the rights of millions of American gun owners to own and maintain AR-15s for self-defense. My name is Antonia Okafor-Cover, and I'm the National Director of Women's Outreach for Gun Owners of America. I'm also a national spokesperson. I'm a certified firearms instructor and range safety officer who specializes in working with women.
Wait a minute. Do I need to adjust the color on my screen? Because this is a black woman. I thought black people didn't own guns. I thought they couldn't be members of organizations like Gun Owners of America. I thought those were all a bunch of white people that look like me. Wait a second. You mean maybe the media and Democrats are full of shit? Maybe a little? I thought when black people got guns, all us Republicans would be on board with, gun laws somehow.
Particularly those with traumatic backgrounds. I'm what you would call an accidental activist. My parents are immigrants from Nigeria, and I grew up primarily with an anti-gun, anti-Second Amendment mindset until I arrived in college in 2009 and was greatly grieved at the epidemic of sexual assaults occurring at universities across the U.S. As a sexual assault survivor myself, I have since become a passionate advocate of empowering women. And in my years as a range safety officer and firearms instructor, I have found that my female students tend to give the AR-15 the best review overall. This year, Gun Owners of America put on free events for women that let new female shooters try out an array of firearms, from handguns to rifles to shotguns. Out of all the firearms, it was always the AR-15 that they raved about. Many of them surprised given the anti-AR-15 rhetoric pushed by organizations spending millions of dollars trying to deter them from owning one. The AR-15 allows women to have a larger firearm without having to absorb the recoil as much as one does with a smaller handheld firearm. The AR-15 makes it easier for those who have a physical disadvantage to the attacker to have an upper hand. Having a rifle allows me the advantage of being able to shoot the attacker from much further away than a standard handgun. The number one reason that women buy firearms is for self-defense. I'm a proud owner of a Daniel Defense rifle, and it is my go-to rifle. It is by far lighter than any other rifle I own. It makes it easier for me to hold, and yet it still does an incredible job of absorbing the impact after each trigger pull. Women have been known to use rifles in defense in plenty of instances, but the people who have used Armalite rifles range from older men to young women. For instance, Stephen Williford, a GOA spokesman and senior living in Sutherland Springs, Texas, used an AR-15 to effectively stop a mass shooter at the church in his town a few years ago. In November 2019, a woman in her 9th month of pregnancy used her family's AR-15 to stop 2 armed attackers in her home. After they severely wounded her husband and attempted to grab her 11-year-old daughter, the wife grabbed the AR-15 and drove the attackers away. One of them was found dead from the round she put in him before they fled from the scene. More recently in Atlanta, a Black Army veteran protected his home and family inside, using AR-15 to fend off 2 intruders from his home. His wife was hiding inside the home, and the man used his rifle in defense of his family, home, and property. Banning these firearms will only make it difficult for women like me to protect our families. Gun bans never stop bad guys from getting firearms. As my written testimony shows, the original ban of 1994 did nothing to reduce the crime. Consider all the recent shootings in Buffalo and Uvalde were aided and abetted by gun restrictions. The Buffalo shooter indicated he was comforted that his victims would be limited in their ability to carry firearms by New York's tough gun laws. And Uvalde school was a gun-free zone. It's not surprising that 94% of mass shootings occur in gun-free zones. The Second Amendment guarantees a right that we already have. It pre-exists the Second Amendment. The right is to self-preservation. The Second Amendment's primary focus is not about hunting. The Second Amendment was put into the Constitution as protection of the people against an oppressive government. History has shown countless times that any people group without the means of keeping and bearing arms has remained the oppressed people group. Our history in America has shown oppression correlated with gun control. Even after Black people fought alongside their white counterparts in the military, many came home to racist governments and institutions that systematically took away firearms from Black communities that relied on firearms to deter attacks from the Ku Klux Klan and other anti-gun organizations. Martin Luther King Jr. applied 2 times for a concealed carry permit. Both times, the racist police in charge of giving Dr. King a permit refused to give him one. In conclusion, because of the many benefits of the AR-15 for women and those with physical disadvantages, including the fact that our Constitution is clear that no government body has the power to determine which firearm I choose to keep in my possession, the Armalite rifle is a platform that is an exceptional, commonly owned firearm and should be protected as such. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I thank all the panelists. I now recognize myself for questions. Today's hearing is historic.
Okay, so hopefully you guys can see this on the screen. The Forrest Gump meme that man just sent. Beautiful. I may not be a smart man, but I do know what tyranny is, Jenny. Fucking beautiful, dude. This is why we call Man Against the Masses the meme lord.
It's the first time in nearly 2 decades that the CEOs of leading gun manufacturers have testified before Congress about their business practices. Mr. Daniel, the gunman in Uvalde used an assault weapon from your company to murder 19 children and 2 teachers. Your company said that this shooting was, and I quote, a horrifying tragedy, end quote, and that the victims and families are, quote, in our thoughts and they are in our prayers, end quote. You even canceled your company's appearance at the NRA convention after the shooting. And you testified today that there has been a decline in personal responsibility, using your words. Mr. Daniel, do you agree that the murder of these children and teachers in Uvalde was a tragedy? And do you feel any personal responsibility for that tragedy?
Chairwoman Maloney, I am deeply disturbed by these horrific acts committed by evil people. I cannot even imagine what those innocent children had to go through, and the teachers. I cannot imagine the horror that the families have to live with for the rest of their lives. These acts were horrible, and these acts need to be stopped.
Thank you. Okay, reclaiming my time, Mr. Killoy. Weapons from your company, Ruger, have also been used in mass shootings, including the deadliest shooting in Texas history. I played a video earlier in which Americans impacted by gun violence had a simple question. What is the gun industry doing to stop the violence? We just heard from Mr. Daniel that we have to stop the violence. I think we all agree. What is the gun industry doing? And one obvious step is to end the sale of assault weapons to civilians and children. Yet neither company before us has been willing to take that step. Congress is moving to take that step. Mr. Daniel, how many more American children need to die before your company will stop selling assault weapons to civilians and young men.
Congressman, was that directed to myself or Mr. Daniel?
Okay. Mr. Daniel. Yes. Can you respond, Mr. Daniel?
Yes. I thought that question was for Mr. Cloyd. Can you repeat the question, please?
How many more American children need to die before your company will stop selling assault weapons to civilians and children, the weapon of choice in most mass murders in our country?
Okay, so we all know she's absolutely full of crap because most mass shootings are committed with handguns. Most murders that are committed with firearms are committed with handguns.
I'd like to know where all these assault weapons are being sold because I want one.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a couple of assault weapons myself. Of course, I wouldn't mind a couple of belt feds and rocket launchers and all kinds of stuff.
Congresswoman Maloney, I believe that these murders are local problems that have to be solved locally. I believe that.
Okay. My time is limited, and I have to go to the next question. Mr. Killoy, how about you? Is there any number of shootings in schools and churches and synagogues that would convince you to stop selling weapons of war to civilians?
Respectfully, Congresswoman, I don't consider the modern sporting rifles today that my company produces to be weapons of war. And like all Americans, I grieve, when we read about these tragic incidences. You ask what the industry has done and what our company has done and can do. One of the things you referenced was the Sutherland Springs situation. In that case, the evil person who perpetrated those crimes and committed those murders was allowed to buy a firearm that, frankly, he should not have been allowed to do.
Reclaiming my time. And it seems to me that if a company really cared that its products were being used to kill scores of Americans, it would stop selling them. But of course, the gun industry won't do that because they're making lots and lots of money from these weapons.
Okay, and again, firearms are used many, many, many more times to defend life than they are used to take life. However, chicks like this that look like old, trashy, worn-out porn stars don't want to mention stuff like that. And you can't tell me for a minute when I play this that she doesn't look like an old, worn-out, trashy porn star.
As shown in the chart behind me, over the last 10 years, Daniel Defense collected more than $500 million in revenue selling AR-15 style assault weapons, the weapon of choice in too many mass shootings. Ruger also made over $500 million on these weapons, and Smith & Wesson made more than $600 million. That is the very definition of putting profits over people. Today, the committee room, there are victims and surviving family members from the Highland Park and Uvalde shootings. Mr. Daniel, you have sent thoughts and prayers to the victims of Uvalde, but you have never accepted responsibility for selling the weapons that killed these innocent children. And you testified earlier that there has been a decline in personal responsibility. I want to give you the opportunity now to show personal responsibility. Will you accept personal responsibility for your company's role in this tragedy and apologize to the families of Uvalde?
My answer to this would be no, because my company has no role in these tragedies. The one who had a role in this tragedy is presently burning in the very special place in hell right now. And yes, I do believe there is a very special place in hell for people who harm children like this. And again, I say, I don't know how these executives got through this hearing without using some mad profanity, like "excuse me, bitch," or "fuck you, hoe."
She looked more like a cunt.
But that would, well, don't all worn out porn stars look like cunts?
That's the first one I've seen.
Just asking.
Chairwoman Maloney, these acts are committed by murderers. The murderers are responsible.
Reclaiming my client. Mr. Killoy, how about you? Will you apologize to the victims here today and victims around our country and their families in Sutherland Springs, Boulder, and other cities who were harmed by your products?
Congresswoman, with all due respect, while as I grieve like all Americans at these tragic incidences, again, to blame the firearm, the particular firearm in use here that we're talking about, modern sporting rifles.
Thank you.
To blame the firearm as an inanimate object.
Reclaiming my time. So let me get this straight, and with all due respect, you market weapons of war to civilians and children. You make millions by selling them, but when someone pulls the trigger, you refuse to accept responsibility. And I would call that a staggering lack of accountability. I hope the American people are paying attention today. It is clear that gun makers are not going to change unless Congress forces them to finally put people over profits. I yield back and recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Heiss. He is now recognized.
Thank you. I want to thank each of our witnesses for being here for your testimonies. Also want to thank Chairwoman Maloney for holding this hearing so that the American people can see the disturbing trend in this committee of going after both private citizens and the constitutional rights of American citizens. Just the other day, this committee went after those in the energy sector and now going after firearm manufacturers, all for political purposes. And just to go with the Chairwoman's comments, I want to know, when are you, Chairwoman Maloney, going to apologize to the American citizens for not dealing with the real issue and showing responsibility and accountability? When are we going to have hearings in this committee holding people responsible in cities, municipalities, states, and right here in our own Congress for being soft on crime? When are we going to have hearings to do away with the ridiculous, outrageous policies of defunding the police? And do we really think that that is a good idea when it comes to dealing with crime? Would anyone in their right mind think that crime would go down when we attack and defund the police, when we're soft on crime? And here we have a southern border that remains open, allowing gang members to come in. We've not had one hearing about that. We've not dealt with one thing of the issue. This is like the old saying that we're going to blame the manufacturers of forks and spoons for obesity. I guess you're going to subpoena some of them as well to deal with obesity in this country. It is absolutely absurd that we're not dealing with the issues, and I want to know, when are you going to apologize for the lack?
This is where I swear to God I was real fast at stuff, because you remember Hancock, where he told that person he ought to sue McDonald's because they fucked him up. Well, yeah, that's this.
It's the basic premise.
Lack of leadership in this committee of dealing with the issues that this country is facing. This committee should have jurisdiction over government oversight and federal issues, not going after private citizens and private companies like we're doing here today. Yes, violent crime is on the increase. That's a concern for all of us. But to go after the manufacturers of gun while at the same time remaining soft on crime, defunding the police, supporting those policies, and keeping our southern border open for all sorts of criminals is absolutely disgusting to me and unthinkable, the height of irresponsibility and lack of accountability. My colleagues seem to forget that the American people have a right to own guns. It's a constitutional right to defend themselves, and yet we have a perpetual barrage of politicized buzzwords like have already been used here this morning, like assault weapons and weapons of war, to support arbitrary gun grabs, not from criminals, but from law-abiding American citizens. And it's time that we see some changes. Mr. Daniel, I'd like to go to you. There are approximately 8.5 million Americans purchased a firearm for the first time in 2020. And this is a trend that's continued to go up for the last several years. Does your company make or produce any illegal product? Mr. Daniel.
We don't make any illegal products. We abide by all the laws. We have a very professional compliance department. We focus on always doing the right thing. We focus on, we tell our employees every month in our monthly meetings that we need to be 100% compliant 100% of the time. And we are known to have a great system of making sure that everything is legal.
And I have been to your company. I've toured it. It's an amazing place. Why do you believe so many Americans are choosing to exercise their constitutional rights for firearms and purchase firearms, particularly things like the AR-15, which seems to be under attack this morning?
Congressman, I believe our data agrees with what you have stated, that there were 8 million plus new gun owners in 2020. That number has continued. Those types of numbers have continued through today, equaling 16 million plus new gun owners. Our internal data shows us, sir, that less than 20% of those new gun owners who have never owned a gun before are Republicans, and that people who have made a decision in the past to never own a gun have changed their minds and are buying guns in unprecedented quantities.
And I'm sure that's primarily to defend themselves because we're soft on crime. We're not dealing with the real issues. Ms. Okafor, let me go to you here. Lawful gun ownership is an integral part of a citizen's right to defend themselves. In fact, it's interesting, and Chairwoman, I have two articles here, but in 1982, the city of Kennesaw, Georgia, passed an ordinance requiring heads of households to maintain working firearms and ammunition. And interestingly, Kennesaw, which is a metro Atlanta city, certainly not a depopulated rural area, they have incredibly low crime rates, particularly violent crime. In fact, between 2012 and 2020, only 2 homicides in that city. And I have a couple of articles I'd like to submit to the record, please.
Without objection.
Thank you. Ms. Okafor, in your opinion, is private gun ownership one of, if not the most effective means of self-defense?
Thank you, Congressman. Yes, absolutely. That is one of the most impactful ways of deterring any criminal from wanting to go to the places that are most vulnerable and defenseless. Like I said in my testimony, 94% of mass shootings occur in gun-free zones. So a criminal is going to go where they can do the most amount of harm in the least amount of time. And so those places that they know that they're not going to be able to do that, they're going to be a deterrent.
Is that answer data-based?
That's absolutely data-based.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate the chairwoman's allowing us to go a little bit over our time, but with that, I'll yield back, and I thank the witnesses for being
The
here.
gentleman's time is expired and he yields back. Our votes have been called, and after the questioning from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, who is now recognized. We will recess for the purpose of going to the floor.
Now, Eleanor Holmes Norton is going to do her 5 minutes questioning, and then they will fast forward. They go to votes for a little while. However, have any of you seen the video of Eleanor Holmes Norton trying to park a car? We might have to look that up real quick.
Can we?
Because this heifer can't even park a car. But she is making decisions for the rest of us.
I park better than that, and that's saying a whole hell of a lot.
No, you haven't seen the video of this chick.
No, I have. I've seen it.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
Have I showed it to you?
Yes, you should have told me when it happened. Just like doing this shit, hit that damn car.
Yeah, it's funny.
Floor to vote. Ms. Norton, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman Maloney, for this especially timely hearing. You're having this hearing at a time when gun violence is menacing the entire country. You do not open a paper these days, these mornings, without reading about gun violence, often involving many, many victims. I would like to preface my questions by noting that without statehood, the District of Columbia could have its local gun violence prevention laws, including its ban on assault weapons and high-capacity magazines, overturned by Congress. Republicans, including this Congress, have repeatedly tried to overturn DC's common sense gun violence prevention laws. We have defeated each such effort, and I will continue to try to do so. It is clear that there is a common denominator to mass shootings that occur over and over and again in America, and that is the use of assault weapons. Mr. Bruce, how is an AR-15 style firearm different from other guns sold by manufacturers, and what makes an AR-15 more deadly and dangerous than regular handguns?
Thank you, Congresswoman. An AR-15 is chambered in a very common cartridge, typically a .223 or a 5.56. In that way, it is similar to many other commonly used guns. But the AR-15 is based on the military version of the rifle, and it's specifically designed to be an offensive weapon of war for troops in battle to charge into places like buildings and battlefields to take as many lives as possible as fast as they possibly can.
Okay. First off, let's hit this. If I can do it without my head exploding. First off, the AR-15 was originally marketed to the civilian market. The only reason it became a thing in the military is because one particular general had a hard-on for it and he pushed it. The next thing is, the reason the .223 or 5.56 cartridge became popular was because soldiers could carry more of it and still come out lighter on their loadout than they could with other cartridges, which meant they could use it for more suppressing fire. It was not adopted because it is some ultra lethal cartridge. It is a bullshit fucking varmint round. And you can't use goody projectiles like, hold on, let's do this real fast.
And because it's small,
you can't use goody projectiles like this one right here, which is a Hornady, God, I can't remember what the designation of it is, but this is an expanding round. This thing will do way more damage than a full metal jacket. But of course, we can't use these because these are particularly lethal.
And because those don't penetrate as much as like a 30-06, so civilian casualties
The
less.
The idea in combat.
Yes.
The idea in combat is not necessarily to kill the opposing force. It is to make them combat ineffective. It is to put holes in them. If the idea was to kill them, then you would see more lethal projectiles used. It's called terminal ballistics, you bald fuck.
I like how you're talking like he can hear you. He can't hear you.
Oh, I wish this dude could hear me. Oh, so I wish I did. I wish this dude could hear me. Because he's a Richard. Where's my Richard? Where'd my dick go? Yeah, he's a Richard. I'm for the 2A, but he's a Richard.
Are these actually Hornadies or?
I think no, they're the VMAX. I think Corn Pop.
Are they, or are they the ones my dad loaded for you?
Well, they're the ones he loaded for me, but those are the VMAX projectiles.
Jesus.
That's what the design of the rifle is for. It's, I think, an analogy may be in order. An AR-15, if you think about it in terms of cars, most cars and trucks have 4 wheels and a steering wheel and engines and all those things. And most rifles have a trigger and a barrel and a stock and all of those things. But in this case, the AR-15 would be much like a Formula One race car. It's like other cars, but it's specifically designed to do things very fast, very easy. At corners, it gets places very fast. So I think that's the analogy that should be used.
It's a very telling analogy, I must say. All of these differences mean the damage to the human body from one bullet fired from an assault rifle is particularly gruesome. I'll just give one example. A trauma surgeon at the University of Texas said that a bullet from an AR-15 has so much energy that it can disintegrate 3 inches of leg bone and it would, quote, just turn to dust. Knowing this, it's incomprehensible that the AR-15 style rifles are so easy to purchase. Mr. Daniel, your company brags that it offers a buy now, pay later financing and consumer.
So again, and you'll hear this mentioned, I think, in a couple times in this hearing today, this whole buy now, pay later financing stuff, because they want to go after any bank or card or anybody else who will actually do business with gun companies. And again, her mentioning, well, it will disintegrate 3 inches of bone. Heifer, what do you think this will do if it hits solid bone? These people have no idea what terminal ballistics are. None whatsoever. But they get to make our laws. I feel so good about myself.
Can buy this product in, quote, seconds. Mr. Daniel, did the Uvalde shooter use this financing program to purchase his weapon?
Congresswoman, this shooting is still under investigation, and we shouldn't comment on this investigation.
Ms. Sampson, I want to quickly turn to you. How could a new assault weapons ban reduce the number of horrific mass shootings in our country? Put on your microphone.
Mike, please. Mike, please.
Is it on now? Thank you for the question. Renewing the assault weapons ban would prevent deadly mass shootings because we know that assault weapons are the weapon of choice for mass shooters because, as was mentioned earlier, not only are they able to shoot from a further distance, but they also allow a lone shooter to inflict much more harm on a greater number of people in a shorter amount of time. So if we renew the assault weapons ban, that would take away a key piece of what allows mass shooters to kill more people in less time without having to stop to reload.
The gentlelady's time has expired. Votes have been called, and to accommodate members voting, the committee will take a short recess and reconvene approximately 5 minutes At the close of the last vote in this series, the committee stands in recess.
We have to do some looking real quick.
What are we looking at? Ever hear botulism? Oh, you're doing her backing up skills or lack thereof.
What do you know? Okay, so let's see. Let's unmute this.
Navy Federal Credit Union.
Hey, get out of my way.
Be a member of Congress anymore.
This is Eleanor Holmes Norton parking.
It looks like it. Yep.
Unbelievable.
Nope, she's going back.
No note or anything.
Wait, she's going back. She's going now. Yep.
And if she leaves it like that, that's the worst parking job I've ever witnessed. Oh my gosh.
Hold on. I gotta find.
Are we doing that? Are we going hurt on the hill?
Yeah.
Hold on. Because there's a. Oop.
Probably not one of the worst parking jobs ever, but a congresswoman in Washington is raising some eyebrows after her driving was caught on camera. Here's a closer look at Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton pulling her silver car into an angled parking lot. But she didn't angle. She didn't do the angle part. She represents D.C., and the people who were watching and taking this video say she hit that red car there on the right repeatedly. Then her aide to the 77-year-old congresswoman got out to try to help. Her office says it did call the owner of the red SUV, but there was no damage.
Oh, hold on. Come on. You got to have the full video. Where's the full video?
She probably had to take it down.
She probably did. Because God knows you can't show the truth about these people. But yeah, this chick can't even park a fucking car. But she is making laws. So.
Is she making laws or influencing laws?
Well, she's making laws. All right, let's see. Let's forward this up to where they get actually.
They're, they're skeptical that they're going.
Work was passed like two. They're like, look, we're going to keep the work going. We're going to keep the work.
Us wants from opposed to it, but you really reliant on other countries.
The country has
legacy facilities. Brought that to me in this moment.
In the United
Because it's economically important, and 20 there was a lot of the Biden administration reporter. I'm sorry, down through the.
For the love of God, come on.
Some details.
Including me. Our first hearing, the evil of gun violence has continued, and more than doubling what it made the white supremacy responsible.
Elementary school when I was just 7 years old.
All of my colleagues will
support and defend the Constitution. The same response from the
executive officer of Daniel.
Wide. Madam Chairwoman,
raise your right hand.
Growing and
well, that
gives terror.
Corporate philosophy. It's the Constitution.
Our United States Constitution was not written to be shredded in times of crisis or in tragedy. And tragically, we see often, and even in this body, to use every crisis and every tragedy as a reason to shred the Constitution, so to speak. Even today in this hearing, we see once again the attempt to punish society for the acts of an individual. This ideology, this blame shifting that's really rooted in Marxism. It's the same ideology that gives terrorists and those who commit genocide their reasoning, and demagogues throughout history to justify their actions. And truly, there's no single common denominator for the truly heinous acts we've all witnessed and that we've all been heartbroken over in our nation. But if we were to look at the common denominators, one of the biggest things we see is the breakdown of the family. And that's something I certainly think that we should consider as we go forward with this. But Ms. Aquifer, could you speak to what is the fastest growing gun owner demographic currently in our country?
Thank you, Congressman Cloud. The fastest growing demographic currently is actually Black women, and particular women, of course. 48%.
It's not me. What happened to the volume?
Ooh, you broke it.
It's not me. She had volume earlier.
Towards that solution.
It's been interesting to me. The chairwoman said at the beginning, she said the time for dodging accountability is over. And yet what we've seen is violence and crime has just increased in major cities across our country, especially in the last couple of years. A lot of it seems to be because of the lack of accountability. We continue to have almost daily stories of criminals who committed heinous acts be released only to commit heinous acts once again. And in that context, we've seen a number of people realizing that they have a need to protect themselves and to protect their families and such. We have leftist DAs in almost all of these cities where this is happening. We have an attorney general here, our Attorney General Garland, who's really laid the groundwork for an understanding that there aren't consequences for bad actions for the individual, and it's really upended the rule of law in this country, and we've seen the tragic results. I was wondering too if you could speak to one of the big concerns with red flag laws is that there's a discriminatory nature to them. Could you speak to that?
Yeah, as we've seen, especially with red flag laws that uniquely tend to use no-knock warrants, what we've seen in criminal justice reform, et cetera, that I think those in the Second Amendment community and those in the criminal justice reform community agree on is that these no-knock warrants have been used, especially in discriminatory practices, especially in red flag laws instances. So that is just one of the many reasons why GOA, Gun Owners of America, does not want no-knock warrants to exist, as well as red flag laws, because of the discriminatory practices used behind them.
One of the things we've seen recently too is the ATF is a massive database of gun records. It's almost 1 billion, if not that, already. And then recently we've seen that it's a searchable database, basically. Now, federal law says that they are not allowed to create a gun registry, but they have a searchable database for all practical purposes. And recently, we've begun to see stories of them trying to enforce this through local law enforcement. In showing up and surveying, going, or do you have this serial number in your house and those kind of things? Does that kind of thing concern you? And how do you think that squares with the Second Amendment?
It absolutely concerns us at Gun Owners of America. When it comes down to it, is that this is exactly why people are concerned about any type of registration, is because once registration is allowed, then it's very easy for any type of government agency to be able to use that to to essentially, again, discriminate against gun owners and those that they deem to be quote unquote dangerous. And what that actually means tends to be anything from what they believe is a First Amendment difference or something like that. So when it comes down to it, that's part of the issue, is that any type of registration leads to gun confiscation in the end.
Yeah.
The gentleman's time has expired. Thank you. The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and really appreciate you holding this hearing. I thank the ranking member as well and our witnesses. On one of my other committees, I actually serve as the chairman of the task force on financial technology, FinTech. And our task force is continuing to investigate the emerging use of so-called buy now, pay later financing for online purchases. So I want to direct this question to Mr. Bussey and Ms. Sampson. A buy now, pay later allows consumers to purchase and immediately take possession of an item after agreeing to pay the purchase price over a fixed period of time. The use of buy now, pay later.
Is that not how any kind of credit works? You agree to a price, they put on interest, they loan you money, and then you pay back the money with the interest. I'm telling you guys right now, there's going to be a much larger push in the near future to stop banks and other lending institutions from doing business with gun companies. Just like they've written letters about, say, UPS doing business with firearms companies, and there have been many other things that have gone on like that. You can bet your ass they're going to go after the financing as well as the guns themselves.
Really dramatically increased in the last few years, especially with the pandemic. Not surprisingly, buy now, pay later is also extremely popular with younger consumers because it entails a very, very light credit pull or credit check, and really targets those with minimal disposable income and little or no credit history. And by far, millennials and Gen Z consumers make up the majority of buy now, pay later users by age group. Regrettably, however, relevant to this hearing, buy now, pay later has really become popular as a way to finance online gun and ammunition purchases.
Oh, yeah, no doubt, Vanessa. If you do some of these things, the interest rates are absolutely unbelievable. You're talking 20-something%, 30-something% in some cases. Yeah, the interest rates are unbelievable. If you go past especially if you go past the terms of the loan. So if it's buy now, 30 days, same as cash, like on some things, yeah, they really are unbelievable. But they're not just going after that. They're going to go after any financial institution that will do business with any company who sells firearms or firearms related parts and materials. Watch the financing into this, because you're going to start to see more firearms manufacturers, especially small startups, that are going to lose their capital because banks will no longer do business with them thanks to douchebags like this.
Some of the major buy now, pay later providers like Affirm and Klarna and Afterpay explicitly prohibit purchasing guns and ammunition. Some do not. And as recently reported by the New York Times, Credova Financial LLC and some other niche firms are actively exploiting the gap in gun sales market by teaming up with gun merchants to offer buy now, pay later financing to facilitate online purchases. In fact, Credova boasts a multitude of retail partners on its website, including several gun merchants. For example, the company is the financing arm for grabagun.com, which is an online gun seller offering handguns, shotguns, and what they say on the website, a huge number of AR-15s. Grabagun.com prominently highlights the convenience and benefits associated with Cordova Buy Now, Pay Later, including no hard credit inquiries for pre-approval and zero money down. The website also dangerously markets Cordova's services as advertised on Grabagun.com. A consumer can select Cordova financing in order to what they call shoot now, pay later. So that's running contrary to all the checks that we're asking to be implemented to prevent the wrong people from actually getting access to firearms. So, Mr. Bussey and Ms. Sampson, can you offer us your thoughts on how this new mechanism of buy now, pay later in the gun industry could affect and exacerbate the gun violence epidemic?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. I believe that this sort of system points out the sort of danger that we're now facing and what I think is a holdover in our firearms laws. We need to do things to make it more difficult for impulsive teenagers to get AR-15s and up to 60 30-round magazines that the Uvalde shooter had. We don't need to make things, 18-year-old, 19-year-old, 20-year-old kids, especially young men, are impulsive. And buy now, pay later, or buy now, or shoot now, pay later sort of financing options like this highlight this massive hole we have in our regulation that is a holdover from the time when 18-year-old kids were thought it was okay because they needed to go buy a hunting rifle to go hunting with their dad on some nice October.
And again, I say, when in the Second Amendment does it mention hunting? It doesn't, for those of you who have not read the Second Amendment. There was nothing about hunting in the Second Amendment. Our founders wrote multiple letters in support of the Second Amendment. None of them mentioned hunting. Why? Because at the time, hunting was a necessity. They never thought someone would stop hunting. Self-defense from criminals was a given. You had the right to defend yourselves against criminals. One of the main focuses of the Second Amendment was standing up to tyrannical forces, being those that were coming in from other countries or whether those forces were coming from our own government. Certain founders, and I will have to find the letters, I'll have to look them back up. They're in the Library of Congress somewhere. Basically went as far to say is that all American citizens should be able to own every implement of war, no matter how horrible those implements were. That's kind of paraphrasing, but they said it very clearly. No matter how horrible those implements of war were, the American citizens should be able to own those. At the time of the founding and before the Revolutionary War, we had private citizens who owned fully functional fucking warships with cannons. They could shoot anything from explosive projectiles to grape shot and solid projectiles. Our government, our newly formed government, contracted out with those people to attack shipping that would support the English. We called them privateers. Some people would call them pirates. It depends on whether or not who wins the war as to what you get called. Privateers, because we ended up winning that war. They got called pirates by the English because they were wrecking the pirates or wrecking the English's day, to put it politely. FUDs like this, let's call them Richards, which is where this very early plasma cut that I did comes in, either have no understanding of history or they are just absolutely lying to you. I'm going to go with absolutely lying to you to push their agenda. Because where there are stupid people involved in this argument, Eleanor Holmes Norton, Hank Johnson to be another one, which I don't think Hank Johnson appears in this hearing. It would have been comedy gold if he did. The rest of these Democrats, believe it or not, are very intelligent people. They know exactly what they're doing, but they depend on the ignorance of the American people to support their positions. Because the vast majority of the American people aren't going to spend their time going to the Department of Bureau or the Department of Justice and the Uniform Crime Statistics and actually look at shootings and guns that are used in shootings and how many guns that are used in defensive shootings versus shootings as far as robberies or murders. They're not going to look at that stuff. They're simply going to take what these people say and they're going to take that as gospel. And it just, Vanessa said it, Great Start School, Brooke from a Great Start Shooting School said it the other night. Research. We have these things. We have these supercomputers in our pockets at all times these days. And if people would learn how to do research, we would all be better off. You can start off with a question. That question will lead you to a source. When you find that source that answers that question, well, what you do is you look at who they used to answer the question. You find their sources, and then you track those sources. It leads you down this huge rabbit hole, yes, and it can be time-consuming, absolutely. But you can find factual supporting evidence for a point or against a point if you will just take the time to do so. The vast majority of the American people will not do that. That's why a lot of these people you will hear call this country a democracy. We were never meant to be a democracy. Our founders warned against becoming a democracy because our founders were smart enough to know you were always going to have more uneducated people. And I'm not talking about your level of college education. I'm talking about people who can actually research something and educate themselves on something. You will always have more uneducated people than you will people who are actually educated. Our founders warned against democracy. They said it was a larger threat to freedom than a standing army, and they were 100,000% correct. That's why we end up with hearings like this today.
Day. That's why this 18-year-old law exists and why handguns are 21. Our country has changed now where many of our long guns, in fact, in some places, the majority of our long guns purchased are AR-15s. And we need, in my opinion, as responsible gun owners, as lawmakers, as responsible citizens, we need to reduce the prevalence of increasing that sort of easy access.
And I'm going to make this argument and then I'll let this continue for quite a bit longer. You could ban every AR-15, every AK-47, you name it. You could ban every single one of them. And the next shooter who walks out of Walmart with a $240 Remington 700, 30-06, and starts shooting people with it, then you're going to hear these people talk about high-powered sniper rifles. A lot of you hunt. I hunt. I've seen what a 30-06 round will do to living tissue versus what a 223 or 5.56 round will do to living tissue. 30-06 rounds are going to do a hell of a lot more damage. Even shooting full metal jackets, they have a way larger temporary wound cavity. They have a massively larger permanent wound cavity. But you have to understand, they're just putting another block in that yellow brick road that they're going down to ultimate gun confiscation and gun bans. If you can't understand that, for the love of God, get with someone, myself, Dark, anybody else in this chat, and actually talk to them and we will explain this stuff to you. I will have no problems having a conversation with someone who is completely anti-gun as long as you want to have a conversation. If you don't want to have a conversation and you just want to spout talking points, I'm going to tell you to eat a giant bag of dicks. One of these big hefty sacks full. Big ones, small ones, black ones, white ones. You can eat them with a fox. You can eat them wearing socks. You can eat them on a plane. You can eat them wearing a train. Just eat all of them. I have no time for you. If you want to actually learn something about firearms or ballistics or terminal ballistics, we can have that conversation. These people don't want to have factual conversations. This dude right here works for the Brady campaign for a reason. And if you don't remember who the Brady campaign, what they started out as, they wanted to ban all handguns, period. All handguns. They wanted to ban every single one of them. Which, guess what gun is used in most defensive gun uses? Handguns.
Thank you. Ms. Sampson?
I would also just add that the reason why this is so compelling, especially for younger consumers, is because AR-15s and the like are rather expensive weapons. And so for individuals who may be younger, this may be another way to allow them to get their hands on them. And it all goes around to the deliberate marketing to some of the most vulnerable and impulsive members of our society. And
okay, I got to say this here. They talk about the most vulnerable whatever of our society. However, these are the same people that want 16-year-olds to be able to vote. And I will guarantee you, voting has killed more people than any firearm on this planet.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Bousse, does an American citizen have the right to defend their home from armed, violent home invasion? Just yes or no. It's not a trick question.
Yes, sir. I believe that the Supreme Court has established that right.
Yeah, it was well defined 240 years ago, reaffirmed by Article 3 and every sovereign state since. Ms. Sampson, you believe an American citizen, a free American, has a right to defend his home from armed, violent invasion?
with respect, thank you for the question. The things that we're talking about won't prevent.
Well, we're moving past you. Ms. Okafor, does an American citizen have the right to defend their home from armed and violent invasion?
Absolutely. Not only is a human right, it's also guaranteed by the Constitution.
Absolutely. What my colleagues are doing, it's unbelievably beyond the pale of anything reasonable or constitutional. Everything we're leading towards here is the seizure of weapons from the homes of law-abiding American citizens that have purchased those weapons legally. You're setting up gunfights in the homes of Americans between Americans responding in the dead of night. When do you think ATF and the FBI comes to a house? In the dead of night. You're setting up gunfights between American citizens defending their homes from dark shadows, clearly armed, coming into our home, onto our porch, and through our door. You're setting up death. Americans killing Americans over some fantasy that you can define. What is a dangerous weapon in the hands of those Americans just living beyond their true right to exercise their own decisions about what type of firearm they legally purchase and own. It's insane what you're pushing. It's not going to end well. Once again, I clarify. Yeah, you have majority control and you're most certainly exercising it, and you can push this bill through by party line vote. But Americans are not going to sit and allow without responding. Man, people make decisions like that in the worst possible circumstances. Again, in the dead of night. You're setting up some extreme stuff and you're 100% responsible for it. My colleagues in the Democratic Party, when those gunfights happen, that blood will be on your hands over this political charade of pretending to be able to identify weapons that you from your ivory tower in D.C., you know better.
No, Kitty, you're good. Rock and roll. It doesn't matter what anybody else is saying. I know what you're saying. Just fucking roll with it. You're awesome. You're not chatting too much. Just fucking go on with it.
Somebody tell my girl to shut up.
No. Vanessa was asking whether she was chatting too much. I was like, hell no, you ain't chatting too much. Even my wife was like, someone tell my girl to shut up. No. No one's telling her to shut up. No one's telling her. You don't want to make the redhead violent. Help me. I'm just saying. Oh man, this people, you'll hear in this exchange, and especially towards the end of this exchange, and I'll pause it then and we'll get into it. But there's a whole nother special level of stupid that comes in at the end of this.
I can define the weapons that Americans shouldn't have the right to own. It's already, we can't buy a tank or howitzer or caliber above 50. We carry light arms and we own them. We own them legally and we intend to keep them. Ms. Okafor, thank you for being here today, man. Very contentious, this issue in America today, but doesn't have to be. Anyone that would actually read the Constitution that they teach, they would know that this is a rabbit hole there's no escaping from. And ultimately it ends with an American citizen standing to defend his freedom. The only question is, can we have that debate reasonably through Article 1 in the legislative branch? Will we have reasonable regulatory effort out of Article 2 in our executive branch? Will it be argued in court, or will it be settled on the front porch of Americans when the FBI and the ATF shows up to seize legally owned weapons from a law-abiding American citizen? That's what you're setting up. I'm sorry, Ms. Okafor, my time has expired, but my passion has not in defense of the Second Amendment. Madam Chair, I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Conley, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chair. And let me just say to my friend from Louisiana, I can match his passion with my own. And we will not be threatened with violence and bloodshed because we want reasonable gun control.
Is the gentleman point?
I will not yield. I will not yield.
I'm
my
not.
time, Madam Chairman. And I'd like the time
I'd ask the
restored.
gentleman
I'd like
to
the time
retract.
So this is what I was mentioning. This douchebag thinks that someone was threatening him because old buddy mentioned that you are setting up confrontations in between police and citizens when you start trying to pass laws like what they're trying to pass.
Never mind.
Buddy before him warned that if you pass the laws that you want to pass, you are going to set up confrontations in between police and citizens. If you send the police to someone's house at 2 o'clock in the morning to kick their door in and take their guns, well, guess what? They are probably going to grab their guns and try to defend themselves.
Yeah, because I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Part of it because they don't know what's going on. Some of the time they're going to defend themselves because they know what's going on and they just not going to take this shit. This douchebag thinks that's a threat. I submit to you that is a fucking promise. That's not a threat. When you push the American people so far, ultimately, you're going to put them in a position where they are going to push back. That's not a threat. And they go through a little exchange here, and he finally kind of apologized to the dude. Okay, I see where you're coming from. Actually, the Republican apologizing to him. I would have told him to, again, eat a bag of, because if you come to my house and kick my door in and try to strip my firearms away from me, I'm going to defend myself, my rights, and my family using my property.
From the interruption. You just heard it. Another threat of violence.
Madam Chair, I'd like the word stricken.
Madam Chairman, it is my time.
Madam Chair, point of order, Madam Chair.
Can I put up?
Members will suspend. The gentleman has a point of order.
Madam Chair, the gentleman from Louisiana requested a retraction, and I do believe that Mr. Connolly said something that was not what Mr. Higgins said, and I don't feel that with our rules you're allowed to say things that are not true.
Okay. Mr. Connolly, will you retract?
I don't know what it is I'm expected to retract. I heard.
Man against the masses, you are the fucking king of memes. The meme fucking lord. If you guys didn't see that one, hold on. Let me bring it up again. You guys should be able to see it. Fuck me running. Somehow, once I figure myself out, that will be like the intro to my videos from now on. That is fucking beautiful, brother. Thank you for that.
You can only take so much of that.
Oh, it's freaking hysterical.
You pointed at me and said I was threatening you, brother.
If I can finish,
Take
Madam
it back.
Chairman, if I can finish in response to your question, Madam Chairwoman, I heard the gentleman from Louisiana say that blood would be on our hands if we attempted to pass legislation that could yield to his imagination, apparently, of ATF agents and FBI agents going to someone's front porch and taking away their weapons. And what I heard in that remark was an implied threat that people would resort to violence.
Respectfully, I accept the gentleman's tone. He's my friend and colleague. We disagree from time to time, sometimes passionately, but I accept the tone of your explanations.
I thank my friend.
I withdraw my request to have the word stricken, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The gentleman withdraws. The time is Mr. Connolly's.
Thank you. And I thank my friend from Louisiana. He is a gentleman. I would ask my visual be put up. Use what they use. Yeah. Mr. Daniel, this is one of your ads. Use what they use, and it shows a military picture using a military weapon, and it would seem to imply that you are encouraging people to purchase military weapons and, quote, use what they use. Is that your intent with this? That, in fact, people should buy military-style weapons and use them like the military uses them? Mr. Daniel?
Congressman, thank you for your question. This ad is an ad for a rail system that can be added to an AR-15. We sell products to the military. We market products to the military, and we market products to civilians based off of our military heritage, that we provide the best products that can be built, that can be bought, and we sell those products.
Thank you.
Sell those products to the military.
Mr. Bussey,
That shows our.
excuse me, I've got limited time, Mr. Daniel, but thank you. Mr. Bussey, is that how you see that ad?
Thank you, Congressman. This ad is a common practice in the firearms industry to build up the sort of military credentials of a firearm so that, frankly, oftentimes more young men want to purchase the gun as if they are in or still in or wish to be in the military.
Would it be fair to say that just looking at the visual, this isn't what Ms. Akafa has talked about self-protection and protecting my home. This is, in fact, invoking a military image explicitly and inviting you to purchase the same kind of military-style weapon the military has. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. These kind of ads are very prevalent in the industry now, and it's changed much in the last 10 or 15 years to this style of advertising.
If we can put up visual number 2. Yeah. So this is extraordinary to me. What weapon is that, Mr. Bussey, that is being handed to a toddler?
That's a Daniel Defense AR-15 version.
Okay. This is an ad that they shared in another hearing where someone is basically handing their toddler a firearm like, hey, this is going to be yours. This is what we call teaching toddlers or teaching children firearm safety. In other words, this is not a toy. This is the end that goes bang. This is the end you hold. You don't point it at anything you don't intend to destroy. You don't put your little booger hook on the bang switch. You treat it as if it is loaded at all times. You know your target. You know your background. Very simple premises that if you taught more children these things, there would be a lot less accidental shootings where children were involved.
This is what happened to the shot count.
Kind of. But these fucks are trying to make this out as is you're trying to make this toddler into a mass shooter. This is how perverted they make this shit. And the media picks this up and they run with it and they push this line that all these guns are bad, and if you own these guns, you have to be, something has to be wrong with you, and hell, you should only, I can't show them. You should only own 1911s or bolt-action guns, and all these mass shooters only use these semi-automatic assault weapons because they're such weapons of war. Let me tell you something. In Uvalde, when you leave someone in a school for, 70-something minutes, around a bunch of children, he could have killed them all with a fucking spork. He didn't need an AR.
If they knew the history behind a 1911, it would be way more impactful.
Well, they know the history. They know the history. They know, like M1 Garands are exempted weapons underneath their assault weapons ban, knowing that M1 Garands were actual military combat arms that put plenty of people in the dirt. And it's shooting a much more powerful round than an AR-15.
We got M1 Garand in the shop the other day to be reparkerized.
So this is an ad by Daniel Defense handing an AR-15, and what it says is, train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. What are we to take from that message, Mr. Bussey?
I don't think that's the meaning of the original Proverbs verse, sir.
No, it's kind of a distortion of Scripture, maybe. Of course, I don't think they had A-15s when Scripture was written. Mr. Daniel, if a child uses one of those guns,
no, when a lot of the Scripture was written, people were getting killed by slingshots, by swords, by bows, and getting killed by the hundreds of thousands in a single freaking engagement. And these people act like no one got killed No one got murdered. No one got raped. No one ever got robbed until semi-automatic firearms suddenly made this appearance. I'm telling you right now, these people know exactly what they're doing. Some of them, with exceptions, like Hank Johnson and Eleanor Holmes Norton, are not as stupid as what we think they are. They know exactly what they're doing. They just realize that the American people are that easy to manipulate.
To shoot himself, under the law, is your company liable or are you liable by law?
Add about, this is not a question about safety, sir. This is a question about the purpose of this ad.
No. I'm asking you a different question right now because I got limited time. I'm asking you a legal question. Are you liable if a child shoots himself with one of those guns?
Let me substitute this question with another product. Are you liable if your toddler, your child, takes a bath with their toaster? That would be a no. That would be a misuse of a product. So me, if I am this gun executive answering this dude's question, I would tell him he's a fucking idiot. And of course not. If you use my products as directed, then 0 innocent people will be harmed in the operation of that product.
Should we put warning labels on guns?
There are warning labels on guns.
Specific, because you got to be specific with dumbasses. You got to be like specific.
Baby, you're talking about the American population.
Yeah, you got to be specific.
Apparently can't understand that coffee is hot.
Coffee is hot. Curling irons are for external use only.
Preach on.
You got to be specific.
Spermicide jelly is not jelly that you eat on toast. That was another lawsuit that happened where some chick actually put spermicide jelly on toast and ate it and then tried to sue because she got pregnant. Yes, that is an actual lawsuit, kids. That's not even a joke, which makes it way worse than if it was a joke. But the fact is, if I use a firearm as a firearm is intended to be used, no innocent person will be harmed by that firearm. Why? Because they are used to take care of things that are threatening to you. And I say that because it could be a dog. Noah Doody shot a pit bull in the head when the pit bull was trying to eat him. Said pit bull went to sleep and didn't wake back up. People shoot people who try to rob and murder them. And murder and homicide are 2 very different things.
I shot that pit bull that was under the house.
Yeah, she shot a pit bull that was under the house trying to kill cats.
With an AK.
If you use firearms as directed, no innocent people will be harmed by the use of said firearm.
Right, but if you put a warning label on it, then it kind of sort of get it to where you can't sue the company?
No,
No?
Because there are plenty of directions to said firearms, and they still want to sue firearms manufacturers.
I don't know the answer to that, sir. I'll be happy to talk to my lawyers and get back.
I would suggest to you respectfully the answer is no, but all right. If a child uses one of those guns to shoot a friend or sibling, are you or your company liable?
Congressman, this child in this photo was not being taught to use a gun.
I'm not talking about that just yet. I'm asking a
Yeah, G23, that's cool, brother. I'm running this for a while. I will probably try to catch some of you and Chris's stream. I don't know whether I'll make it or not because God knows we have much longer of the amount of stupidity to go through on this. But yeah, dude, it's cool, brother. Thank you for stopping by, man. Just at least shooting the shit in the chat for a little while, man.
legal question about liability, and the answer again is no, because of the law, which protects people like you and your company. Ms. Sampson, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to the witness testimony from your companion at the table, who talked about AR-15s. You know, they're safer, they're easier, the recoils, and they protect us. They protect us, including she invoked sexual assault. And I want to give you an opportunity, given your role. What do you think about that? AR-15s are the best way to go in terms of self-protection?
Thank you for that question, Congressman. There's actually been research done into the number of shots fired by individuals when they're facing a home invasion, for example. And in any case, most of the time, the answer is about 2 to 3 shots, if at all. So an AR-15 is totally unnecessary for something like personal self-defense. It is, on the other hand, very effective.
Okay, let me ask everybody this question. If you were in a gunfight, do you want it to be a fair gunfight?
No.
I don't want it to be a fair gunfight.
There's no such thing as a fair fight.
Oftentimes when people are breaking into your home, it's not just going to be one person doing it. It's going to be multiple people doing it. Have you seen in the last little while how many rounds that police shoot at people who shoot at them? You're talking about 2 to 3 cops emptying multiple magazines at one person. Someone breaking into your home when it's the middle of the night, you're waking up, you're in a daze, all of your shots are not going to go exactly where you want them to. You are going to fire, and for the first few shots, you are probably still thinking about waking up and being threatened, much less sight focus and center. You're going to miss. God damn it. So do I want to be limited to the rounds I have? Because God knows the fucker breaking in my house to hurt me is not going to be limited on the rounds they have. These are clearly people that have never been in any sort of physical confrontation.
Well, neither have you.
I said physical confrontation. I didn't say shooting. I've never been in a shooting. I've been in plenty of physical confrontations.
Whatever.
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 Woman.
Shut up. I misunderstood. Let me be great.
I'll let you be great, all right. Smother you with a pillow later. No one heard that.
For inflicting mass casualties, as we saw at Uvalde, as we saw at Parkland, as we saw at Highland Park, and as we see over and over again in our country.
I thank you. My time has expired. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for holding this very important
Gentleman's time
hearing.
has expired. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, is recognized. Okay, Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you for yielding, Mr. Jordan. Might I remind my friend, Mr. Conley, of Justice Scalia's words when he says, "It may be objected that if weapons that are most useful in military service, M16 rifles and the like, may be banned, then the Second Amendment right is completely detached from the prefatory clause. And the prefatory clause would be a well-regulated militia being necessary for the security of a free state. So it may well, and this is again Justice Scalia, it may well be true today that a militia, to be as effective as militias in the 18th century, would require sophisticated..."
Yeah, I hit this real fast. Yeah, man against masses. Yeah, this is what is typically hanging on my AR. So that's, well, technically it's 59 rounds because I keep the second mag downloaded by 1 round to make it easier to get the mag into battery without or with another round in the chamber. That was something that I paid attention to from some other people that I follow. It's very hard to take a 30-round magazine and get it to actually lock up on a gun that already has a round in the chamber. However, if I have it downloaded to 29 or even 28, I can get it loaded in very easily. So yeah, that's what's normally hanging on my AR at any given time. And those are those VMAX rounds we talked about earlier. These things are have way better terminal ballistics than a full metal jacket round. Yeah, there ain't no such thing as a fair fight. If you're breaking in my home, I want that fight to be as unfair on my side as possible. I want the person breaking into my home to be at a very much disadvantage. And that's just the way I want things to work.
Arms that are highly unusual in society at large. Indeed, it may be true that no amount of small arms could be useful against modern-day bombers and tanks. But the fact that modern developments have limited the degree of fit between the prefatory clause and the protected right cannot change our interpretation of the protected right.
Would my friend yield for a second?
No, I would not. I mean, do you understand what that statement says? That statement says that the Second Amendment protects weapons that are of primary use to a militia. And what is a militia? A militia is all able-bodied personnel that can be called up in defense of a free state. That is exactly what Justice Scalia says in the Heller decision. Now, I would ask Mr. Bussey, Busey, I think. You said that you have a lot of experience in the firearms industry. How is an AR-15 any different from any other semi-automatic rifle with a detachable magazine? Let's say like a Remington 7400, chambered in .223 or .556.
The AR-15 and the military version rifle on which it is based is designed specifically for offensive use in war, and the Remington rifle to which you refer is not designed for that. There are numerous numerous design factors. I don't think we have enough time. I certainly don't have enough time on this clock to list all the features which denote that.
Okay, do they not both fire one round with a single pull of a trigger?
Yes, sir, they do.
Okay. Do they not fire the same caliber of round, .223 or 5.56 ammunition?
They both can be chambered in that caliber, yes, sir.
Okay. Do they not both feed from a detachable box magazine?
Yes, sir, they do.
Okay. So basically what you see is looks. Just it looks different.
That's not true.
Between a Remington 7400 and an AR-15. It does exactly the same thing.
If that was the case, sir, I would expect that we would be soon arming our special forces with the Remington 7400. I'm not aware of any such demands.
Well, you know, our special forces, they don't use AR-15s, do they?
Some do, yes, sir.
Okay. I want to know the special forces units or special operations units that are requesting AR-15s versus requesting M4s or SIG whatevers, or basically I want to know the units that are requesting a semi-automatic only firearm versus a select firearm or select.
Spit it out.
A firearm that can fire single shot or burst or full auto. I want to know the units that are requesting, hey, we only want semi-automatic firearms. I want to know those units. And of course, he doesn't have evidence to it because no fucking special forces unit, no special operations unit are requesting firearms that can only be fired in a semi-automatic mode.
Did he say 7400?
They use M4s.
No, some use AR-15s.
And they have different things that attach to them, like optics and like laser designators and like flashlights and all sorts of other things.
Most of which are available to civilians as well, sir.
Absolutely, they are. Okay. But the Remington 7400 does exactly the same thing with every pull of the trigger that an AR-15 does. So I disagree completely with your statement that the AR-15 is a weapon of war.
Sir, you must disagree with the folks in the military who request the AR-15 and the
Mr.
military
Busey, this
version.
is not a discussion. Okay, thank you. Now I would ask Ms. Sampson. You said in your statement that though trace data from the dealers or distributors, trace data from manufacturers, through trace data from the manufacturers, or from ATF rather, manufacturers know which dealers or distributors routinely sell crime guns. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You use this term crime gun. Can you define that term?
A crime gun is a gun where either the possession of the gun itself was a crime or the gun was used in a commission of a crime.
Say that again?
A crime gun was a gun in which either the possession of the gun itself was a crime or was used in the commission of a crime.
Okay. So do you have evidence to show that every trace gun?
No. Listen to what she said right there. A crime gun is a gun where merely the possession of the gun is a crime. Just the possession doesn't mean you are doing something violent, doesn't mean you are committing some crime with it. Merely possessing the gun is the crime.
Like having a full automatic if you don't have the FFL for it.
And yes, you guys have to understand the original challenge to the 34 NFA was whether or not a short-barreled shotgun would have been useful in military service, meaning would have been useful in militia or military service, or if you got called up to serve in the military, would a short-barreled shotgun be useful in that service? So by their logic, if the dude had been caught with an MG42, well, then that would have been useful in military service. So yes, we should be able to own any weapon, period. And as long as I don't wrongfully deprive someone else of life, liberty, or property with that weapon, then the government should go, again, eat a giant bag of Richards.
Say it louder for the people in the back.
I don't think I can say it any louder to where those in the peanut gallery will actually get it.
As a crime gun, as you call it?
By definition, yes. And we've seen instances where manufacturers have continued to do business with dealers who have an inordinate amount of traces per year. And the majority of dealers don't have a trace in a year. So if a manufacturer sees the same store continuing to sell crime guns, that should raise an alarm bell to that manufacturer.
But manufacturers primarily sell to distributors, right?
Okay, and I have to mute this again here, because your average, what they call the time to crime for a gun that was purchased legally and then shows up in a crime, is something like 7 years. If you have a guns or have an area where 1 or 2 gun stores serve a very large area, well, then of course, some of their guns will probably show up in crimes because guess what? Guns get stolen. And if your average time to crime is 7 years, a lot happens in 7 years. Manufacturers of firearms are not responsible for what people do with their products. The same reason that car companies are not responsible for people speeding or people running their cars into parades in the middle of a town and killing 5 people and wounding 37 people. It is the person operating the object that is responsible.
Manufacturers sell to distributors who sell to dealers, but
Okay, so the manufacturer's never going to actually see the dealer sale, is he?
Yes, they will. They will understand which dealer the gun came.
No, if they sell to a distributor, how would they know that?
Through the ATF.
But the ATF's not going to tell them what dealer.
The ATF has actually offered to do that, and manufacturers have refused, and I detail that in my written testimony.
All right.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from
disagree with
Illinois,
that
Mr.
statement.
Christian Muhi, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Aquifer, I have a social media post from your Facebook, Instagram account. The image says you posted it on June 16th, 2020. Here we have the seal of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosions. And next to it, you said, quote, "We said what we said."
Okay, I don't think that was a slip of the tongue. The alcohol, tobacco, firearms, and explosions is what he said. And God knows, yes, they will explode your shit if you end up on the wrong side of them. This dude is another fucking weasel. And Jamie Raskin, right there, is another sleazeball of the highest order.
Said, hashtag GOA, Gun Owners of America, hashtag abolish the ATF. That's what your post says, correct?
Correct.
Then underneath this ATF seal, your post says in big letters, defund, correct?
Correct.
Defund the ATF. So just to be clear, you say defund the ATF and then abolish the ATF. On July 4th in Highland Park, Illinois, just very close to my district.
Okay. I completely agree with defund the ATF and abolish the ATF. They are a tax organization. That's all they are. And somewhere in the illustrious history of this country, they were given the right to regulate, which was never supposed to be part of the function of that organization.
McLean, catch up with y'all on the flip-flop.
That's what I was reading. All right, Mike, take it easy, brother. Get some dinner, take it easy, take you a Valium or two, maybe a Xanax, have a couple drinks, and chill out. Just kidding, brother. Take it easy, Mike. We'll see you after a while, man.
In the Chicago suburbs. The shooter shot and killed 7 and injured 30 with an AR-style rifle, AR-15 style rifle. The shooter fled the scene, but despite this, he was identified and caught because ATF agents were able to quickly trace a weapon he left at the scene back to him using the ATF's National Tracing Center. Yet, ma'am, you want to abolish this agency. You want to abolish this National Tracing Center. That is an extreme and radical viewpoint. Unfortunately, some folks on the other side have introduced the extremist bill, quote, eliminate the ATF Act. I respectfully submit we should help keep our law enforcement intact. We should help keep our communities safe, and we should be investing in the ATF and law enforcement, not defunding and abolishing it, as you would suggest, ma'am. Mr. Daniel, I want to turn your attention to a tweet on your account. This tweet says, it's actually from March 2nd, depicting the Delta 5 Pro precision rifle. Your post reads, quote, rooftop ready, even at midnight. Then a smiley face emoji follows that statement. Mr. Daniel, this is what your tweet says, correct?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
And the tweet shows what appears to be a night vision gun scope trained on a parked car at street level. Mr. Daniel, this tweet is not depicting anyone hunting for wildlife, is it?
No, sir.
And it's not depicting anyone acting in self-defense against someone attacking them, correct?
That remains in the eye of the viewer, sir.
I don't see anyone attacking somebody here. Mr. Busey, can you verify that? Nobody appears to be attacking the person who's supposedly operating this AR-15 or this sniper rifle, correct?
Yes, sir. That appears to be an ad, which in some way glorifies the idea of becoming a sniper with that rifle.
Mr. Daniel, this advertisement appears to depict premeditated violence or murder from a rooftop. As you know, the Highland Park shooter in Illinois rained down bullets from a rooftop. 8-year-old.
Okay. How many of us in this chat remember the rooftop Korean memes from the 92 riots where the Koreans actually got up on the top of their stores on the roofs with their guns and they defended their stores from the riots that were burning LA to the goddamn ground?
Not me. I don't remember.
When you hear rooftop, that's what that refers to, not this fucking piece of shit who went to shooting people at a fucking 4th of July parade. Again, the ignorance of the American people is the only reason the Democrat fucking party exists. And it's the only reason Rhino Republicans stay in government.
But I don't remember.
Cooper Roberts was paralyzed from the waist down when he was shot from a rooftop, Mr. Daniel. 2-year-old Aiden McCarthy was orphaned when both of his parents were murdered when they were shot from a rooftop. Sir, this tweet appears to suggest a planned murder, and I would respectfully ask authorities and law enforcement to see whether this particular advertisement is even legal. Mr. Busey, according to various outlets, including the Daily Beast, the Sig Sauer Corporation is selling a new weapon called the MCX Spear Rifle. In fact, Mr. Busey, you were recently quoted saying, quote, "It'll shoot through almost all of the bulletproof vests that are worn by law enforcement in the country right now." You stand by that statement, correct, sir?
Sir, the stated purpose for sourcing that rifle was to defeat body armor on the field of war. So I'm not stating anything that the company advertisement and that the sourcing information did not state.
Mr. Daniel, I presume you don't want your weapons to be used to harm law.
So me and the wife, it's the 6.8 Fury. So it's basically a 243 with a lot more powder behind it, basically. It's supposed to be the new replacement cartridge that the military is going to start using because it is a lot more effective than a 5.56 cartridge. And yes, it is basically developed it's a bimetal case, a lot more pressure. It is said to basically be designed to be a more lethal round. It's supposed to be able to defeat most body armor that is being used by our enemies at this point.
Okay.
But that doesn't make a shit. Why? Because any American citizen, law-abiding, ought to be able to own anything that the military or law enforcement can own. Yeah, and furries. Yeah, they should have called it the 6.8 Furry. That's what they should have. And they should have Joe from Shooting Gallery New England doing all of their commercials for the shit. These armored furries coming at you, we have the ammunition.
law enforcement. Will you commit that you will not sell a weapon that tears through bulletproof vests?
Congressman, we sell the very best products made for self-defense in the world.
So you're not answering the question. This is a yes or no question. Mr. Kalloy, same to you. I presume you won't sell a weapon that tears through bulletproof vests, will you?
Congressman, with all due respect, the ability to pierce body armor typically relates to the ammunition, not the firearm.
And so you will not sell that ammunition either, will you?
Congressman, we do not sell ammunition. We sell firearms. We sell in a variety of calibers, but we do not currently sell ammunition.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donalds, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First and foremost, obviously in the committee room today, we have family members from Highland Park and from Uvalde. For what you guys have had to go through, loss of your loved ones is a tragedy, obviously, for you, but for all of us, because nobody wants to see these heinous acts occur. Like, everybody is truly grieved by it. I think that for the families who are here, and for even the families who might be watching this hearing, you might be.
Dude, Corn Pop, this guy right here is normally really, really strong and a really, really solid guy when it comes to the defense of Second Amendment or people's rights to own arms. He is normally a really solid dude. So yeah, keep an eye out for this cat because he's normally really good.
Be concerned about what happens here in Congress and not understanding why the tragedy that has been inflicted upon you is part of a debate or a part of a back and forth between members of Congress. And I think it's important for not just the families, but for the American people to understand that when these tragedies occur, we grieve with you, but we also have the responsibility for governing the nation. We do not have the ability, although sometimes in previous Congresses that ability has been taken. But in my view, we do not have the ability to just simply pass laws because of tragedy or because of heartache. When we pass laws, the appropriate way to conduct ourselves as a legislative body is to understand what has happened in our country, but then still having to apply the Constitution, still having to understand and apply the various elements of natural law, and still having to apply a consistent fabric that all Americans can live under and can honor and can respect. These tragedies are crippling to see, but in and of themselves, those tragedies do not change the Second Amendment to the United States. I had a conversation in the hallway with one of the survivors of the Highland Park shooting. And in our conversation, what was mentioned was, well, what about amending the Constitution? And I would add to any one of my colleagues that if they wanted to go through the political and legislative process of amending the Constitution, that is the way we set policy and law from a governing standpoint in the United States. And so I think it was important to kind of make that up because we're going back and forth between ads and gun specifications. But for the people here in this hearing, it's important to understand why these deliberations are happening in front of you. And for the people who are watching on C-SPAN or wherever, understand why these deliberations occur. Because we just can't, in my view, just pass something and just do something for the sake of doing something. Because the history of Congress is replete with Congress doing something and often doing it wrong. And then ignoring what they did wrong because you already got the ticker tape parade. Mr. Busey, quick question for you. You've referred several times in your testimony today that the weapons that we're talking about under a proposed assault weapons ban are quote unquote weapons of war. And I'm paraphrasing your comments. Are these weapons, the ones that are sold, the ones that are manufactured by the companies here today and other companies that are not with us, are these the same weapons that are used by men and women of the United States military?
With very, very minor differences, yes, they are. And in some cases, they are superior to the guns that we are supplying to our soldiers.
Can you stipulate the differences between the guns that are used by members of our military versus what are sold by retailers?
That would be an awful long list, but I think what you're getting at is whether the many of the guns supplied to the military have a selective fire switch, which means they can fire in 3-round bursts or fully auto versus semi-automatic.
So what our men and women in military have are 3-round bursts and fully automatic. Is that available for sale in retail in the United States of America to citizens?
Not generally, no, but there are many firearms instructors who now advocate that single fire, as in semi-auto fire, is more effective and more deadly.
Okay. Let's get into this because I've heard plenty of people say this and I completely agree with it. Full automatic fire is good for keeping someone else's head down so that you can maneuver. Semi-automatic fire is way better for accuracy. That still doesn't negate the fact that the American people should be able to own every single arm that the government owns. And if you are a government that is that terrified of your people that you want to disarm them, well, maybe you should fucking rethink your positions. Because we came from a country founded on the American people, or well, we weren't really Americans at the time, but the people in the colonies were better armed than the government, to now the government gets to have everything that the people can't have, and we have tyranny. So, and part of me thinks this, we need to quit engaging with these idiot leftists on whether something is semi-automatic or fully automatic. We need to quit engaging with them on that and should just say flat out, unequivocally, that yes, we should be able to own fully automatic weapons, period, end of story. If the government can own it, we ought to be able to own it. And when they go, can you own fighter jets? Well, yes, you can right now, you jackasses. And we should be able to own them. If Elon Musk wanted to own an aircraft carrier fully stocked with F-18 Super Hornets, well, then that's him. That is his business. And as long as he doesn't use that to wrongfully deprive someone else of life, liberty, or property with that, then he should be able to own it. So, people talk about Heller as being this huge court case. I'm sorry, Heller was a punt. Heller did not address everything as it should have addressed it. Heller should have been very simple. The American people have the right to own everything that the government can own, period. End of story. Instead, they use the same test in Miller as in common usage and all this other bullshit and strange and unusual. I'm really sure that if you just went by strange and unusual as a test for what weapons were suitable or not suitable, then we would never have any firearms innovation whatsoever. Everything would still be a fucking musket. And they would have taken John Browning and thrown his ass in jail for making things like the M2. We need to quit engaging with these idiots on their terms.
utility than 3-round burst or fully auto.
Advocating versus what is actually allowed on a firearm. Those are two different things. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Busey?
Excuse me, sir, I don't understand your question.
If your position is that semi-automatic firing is somehow better than fully automatic or 3-round bursts, those are different distinctions. Isn't that true?
I didn't make that designation, but there are many firearms instructors, including military firearms instructors, who now advocate for single shot as in semi-auto.
Ms. Okafor, the weapons that are used by the United States military, are they superior in frankly, stopping power and ability to repel forces in a military theater than what is sold on the open market today to America?
No, sir, I don't believe so.
I'm talking to Ms. Okafor, sorry.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I'm a little over, but I thank the chair for her indulgence. The weapons that are sold by retailers today that are the subject of this day's hearing, are they similar in stopping power and effectiveness than what is used by members of the United States military, even though they have the same look?
An M16 or M4 or an AR-15 are different in the fact that you're able to have the bursts or 3-round bursts or the fully automatic option that's readily available to military versus having to have a Class 3 license that a civilian has to have and obtain in order to have a firearm with that capacity.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Mr. Daniel.
Okay. In a lot of hearings, if you guys have not had the pleasure of watching Mr. Jamie Raskin, be prepared to get introduced to one of the biggest sleazeballs who is practically probably Chuck Schumer's left nut. In the organization of the Democrat Party. Jamie Raskin is an absolute lying sack of shit. And yes, much like Chuck Schumer, he is so sleazy, there should be a team of people with mop buckets following him around to clean up his slime trail.
Is it the quota alligator harvest permit?
Yeah.
For 250?
I believe that's it.
You said that the suffering of the children in Uvalde and other victims of the AR-15 was, quote, unfathomable to you. Does this mean that you do not understand the impact of AR-15s on human flesh and the human body?
Congressman, what I was referring to is the horrible situation that these people had to endure
do we understand the impact on the human flesh of your product?
Yes, sir. Every firearm is capable of killing a human.
Okay, reclaiming my time. In his important testimony today, Mr. Bussey referenced the bloody violence that we experienced on January 6, 2021, something not mentioned by our colleagues who continue to think it was a tourist visit and are clearly soft on criminal insurrection and soft on criminal violence against our police officers. Americans killing Americans, that's a good description of what's taking place with gun violence today. But on January 6th, we experienced the worst domestic insurrection against our government since the Civil War. More than 150 officers were wounded and injured, and several people were left dead in the rampage. The rioters shut down the counting of electoral votes.
Okay, do we want to go into who exactly died during January 6th? Because one person was shot. That was Ashley Babbitt, I believe was her name. And she was shot by a Capitol police officer when she wasn't an armed threat, and she got shot in the neck. As we go back and we actually look at what happened, there were 1 or 2 people that were climbing outside walls or whatever that were pushed off by Capitol Police and died falling. And then one dude had a heart attack.
Did they die falling or did they die landing?
Yeah, well, that's a good question. I pretty much think they died landing. Okay. So yeah, you're probably right. It's that sudden stop at the end of the fall that really does the damage. Something about your organs going from doing, I don't know, 95 miles an hour to 0 in no seconds.
Terminal velocity.
No, terminal velocity is like 100 and something miles an hour.
No, that's as fast as an object can pop. It's terminal velocity.
Either way.
That's why squirrels can jump from no matter how freaking high and not die, because their terminal velocity.
Yeah,
isn't
Vanessa
enough to kill
Kitty,
them.
that was Ashley Babbitt. And she hadn't climbed through the window. When she climbed through the window, she was looking through a hole in a door when dude shot her in the neck. In other words, he didn't completely identify his target. His target was not a threat to him. He did not identify the background to his target. He just saw something and shot and hit her in the neck. And I do believe she was an Air Force vet. A not particularly large person. I think she was kind of an average size woman, maybe 170 pounds, shot in the neck. And do you think that Capitol Police officer has ever seen any questioning on that? No.
Votes and drove the House and the Senate out of our chambers. And although there was a huge arsenal of pistols, rifles, AR-15s, and other firearms brought to the area by the insurrectionists on January 6th, the email and text traffic of the
brought to the area, yes, there were people that had firearms who left them in their vehicles and did not bring them onto Capitol grounds. You have to listen to the way they talk to understand what they are pushing for.
It's all in the wording.
There were no firearms whatsoever brought onto Capitol grounds or into the Capitol itself.
extremist groups reveals that many of them decided to temporarily leave their firearms in specific sites outside of D.C. because of the district's stringent gun laws until they thought the firearms would be necessary. Now, amazingly, in the wake of this savage insurrectionary attack against our government, the NRA and its followers in Congress continue to propound the idea that the Constitution, specifically the Second Amendment, gives people a right to violently attack and overthrow the government of the United States. This so-called insurrectionary theory of the Second Amendment maintains that its purpose is to allow citizens to wage armed resistance if they think the government is being unfair or unjust. The reading is absurd and flies in the face of the plain text of the Constitution, which in at least 7 different places that I count clearly forbids and punishes armed resistance against the U.S. government. A few examples. The Republican Guarantee Clause, Article 4, Section 4, provides the U.S. shall guarantee to every state in this union a Republican form of government and shall protect each of them against invasion and against domestic violence. This was written in the Constitution specifically in response to Shays' rebellion and armed resistance to the government, which the founders strongly condemned. The Treason Clause, Article 3, Section 3, Clause 1, states, treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war against them or in adhering to their enemies. What is violent insurrection against the government if not levying war against the United States? Section 3 of the 14th Amendment says anyone is sworn an oath under the Constitution to defend it and support it, but betrays it by engaging in insurrection shall never be allowed to hold federal or state office again. And one more example, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 15 says, Congress shall have the power to provide for calling forth the militia to execute the laws of the Union, suppress insurrections, and repel invasions. Now, do our colleagues really believe that the Constitution explicitly and repeatedly gives the government the power to suppress violent insurrections, but the Second Amendment in invisible ink gives the people the right to engage in violent insurrections?
How come any of the assholes going through stuff like he does never read the founders' letters in support of the Constitution, in support of the Second Amendment, where they lay out their case that firearms and arms ownership is, in fact, to keep the government in check? Again, relying on the ignorance of the vast majority of the American people for their complete existence.
This is absurd and outlandish. And when I pointed it out, the only substantive response I've gotten from my colleagues is a quotation from Patrick Henry, an anti-federalist who strongly opposed the Constitution precisely because he thought it gave the government way too much power and the people not enough to rebel against the government. And when I pointed this out, my friend, Mr. Roy of Texas, who's by far the most articulate and able defender of this doctrine, concedes that I'm right about the Constitution, but shifts over to talk about the Declaration of Independence, which I cheerfully concede is a revolutionary document, and which explained why, after a long train of abuses and usurpations by the Crown and Parliament, we needed to dissolve the political bands of union with England. But that's the whole point. We are governed by the Constitution, which is positive law, and nowhere does it grant a right of insurrection. It opposes it at every turn. As a matter not of constitutional law, but natural law, people can decide to overthrow their government, but you do that on your own time, at your own risk. The Constitution does not give you the right to destroy the Constitution and the government. And another way to understand this point is to think about nonviolent civil disobedience. Even nonviolent civil disobedience is not protected by our Constitution. Dr. King and SNCC, those people went to jail because they believed in civil rights and were willing to pay the cost. They never claimed that the Constitution gives people the right to break the law, much less take up arms against the government. So the facts are very clear. The Second Amendment does not give you the right to engage in insurrection. They should stop saying that. And Justice Scalia was extremely clear in the Heller decision that the Second Amendment does not give an unlimited right to carry whatever guns you want, wherever you want. I yield back to you, Madam Chair.
Gentleman's time the gentleman is over time. I now recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan. You are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll tell you what we believe. We believe the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, period. Particularly arms, as the United States Supreme Court has said, particularly arms that are in common use. Ms. Okafor, are handguns in common use?
They are, Congressman.
How about AR-15s? Are they in common use in the country today?
Yes,
Millions of people have them.
24.6 million.
Are firearms used in self-defense, Ms. Okafor?
Yes, 1.6 million every year.
Unfortunately, it's probably more and more common in light of the Democrats' ridiculous policies of defunding the police and no cash bail, not prosecuting criminals when they do crime, letting people who attack a United States congressman running for governor, letting him out on bail in the state of New York. That probably, unfortunately, leads to the idea that people need guns to protect themselves, their family, their property, right?
Right. It's a human right, again, guaranteed by the Constitution.
Are AR-15s used in self-defense?
Yes, I actually described them in my testimony.
And you train women to protect themselves, and it's something you know about firsthand. So you actually are out there working with women across the country. You're helping train them so they're ready if some person wants to attack them, why they need a firearm to protect themselves. Is that right?
Absolutely, yes.
And AR-15s are used to defend others from criminals, right? That's part of your training, what you're helping people understand.
Yes.
Mr. Daniels, is it fairly common that AR-15s, your product, are used to protect innocent people from criminal attackers?
Yes, sir. As Ms. Okafor stated, millions of times, hundreds of thousands, or up to millions of times a year, firearms are used for self-defense.
Including the one you make, right?
Including AR-15s.
And that's becoming more and more popular with people when they're thinking about defending themselves, their family, and their property to use the firearm you manufacture. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
The Democrats beef, we should just cut to the chase here. The Democrats beefs with the Second Amendment. They don't like the Second Amendment. They want to get rid of the Second Amendment, but they can't because in the Constitution, the American people like the fact that we have the right to keep and bear arms to protect ourselves, our family, our property. They like that fact, and it's a cumbersome process to amend and change the Constitution. So they can't do that. They're going to say, so we're going to ban certain type of weapons. We're going to call them assault weapons. We're going to try to ban them. Or they're going to come after gun manufacturers and try to sue them. Piece of legislation that unfortunately passed out of the Judiciary Committee last week. That's their course of action because their beef is with the Second Amendment. They can't change that. So they're going to go around it. And they go after gun manufacturers with this bill sponsored by our Democrat colleague, to allow gun manufacturers to be sued for the actions of heinous, evil people who use firearms in the wrong way and in a destructive way. Isn't that right, Ms. Okafor?
That's correct, and I would like to say, and that's why I've said vocally, and GOA concurs, that abolishing the ATF is precisely that, because it's unconstitutional, but especially the fact of the matter is that they use that as a bureaucratic way to go around an elected body to be able to put restrictions on firearms, and so that is why the ATF should not exist.
Their beef with the Second Amendment, though, is not limited to going after gun manufacturers and allowing them to be sued. It's not limited to banning certain weapons that they want to define as assault weapons or whatever else they want to try to ban. It's not limited to their ridiculous red flag concept, bribing states to do red. It's also what they did through the bureaucracy, through Treasury with Operation Choke Point, where they tried to choke off the financing of gun manufacturers as a way to get at the Second Amendment, because they know they can't do it. They can't change it via the Constitution like you're supposed to if you're going to try to do that. Is that accurate, Ms. Okafor?
That is correct.
All right, Madam Chair, this is, look, I hope this effort goes nowhere. It looks like, at least if you can believe the press today, looks like the Democrats are going to bring up the assault weapons ban on the floor this week. That's a win for liberty. That's a win for the Second Amendment. Not going to bring up looks like they're not going to bring up the bill that Mr. Schiff is sponsoring, which would allow gun manufacturers to be sued in a ridiculous way. So those are hopefully some wins for the American people and a win for the Constitution. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California, Mr. Kahana, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Daniel, I just have some factual questions. In 2005, what was Daniel Defense's total sales revenue that came from the sale of assault weapons?
I don't know, sir. We gave that information to the committee. I just don't know that off the top of my head.
Do you have a sense of about what percent it was, the revenue from assault weapons?
No, sir.
Do you know what percentage of Daniel Defense's sales revenues and profits came from assault weapons in 2020?
Sir, would you describe an assault weapon as I'm trying to answer you?
Well, the assault weapon is the term the industry actually created the term, which means semi-automatic weapons based on military designs and features. It's a term that actually the industry coined in 1980. Based on that, do you have a sense of what the sales revenue and profits were in 2020?
Sir, I disagree with your characterization of the type of firearm. Assault weapons are fully automatic weapons used in war. And the weapons we sell to consumers.
In the way I'm defining it, do you have a sense of how much the sales revenue was?
Sir, we are a rifle company that sells semi-automatic rifles. So most of our business is in semi-automatic rifles.
And how much, the AR-15s, what percentage of your revenue comes from that?
I don't know exactly, sir.
What approximately?
Most of our we sell semi-automatic rifles and bolt action rifles.
How do you not know that? I mean, is it 10%? Is it 20%? Is it 50%? I mean, certainly you would know how much basically revenue you're making of something.
Are you asking about the revenue or a percentage of revenue?
The percentage of revenue of AR-15s, how much is it? It's a factual question. You could say about 10%, about 50%, about 90%.
I would say probably 80% of our sales.
80% comes from that. And about in 2005, do you know about how much revenue was from AR?
He didn't say 80% of their sales come from AR-15 rifles. You didn't let him finish his statement. You person. Oh, it is so hard some days to not just absolutely say what I want to say. Daniel Defense started out doing some parts and then making rifles. They do semi-automatic rifles. Generally, they do things like ARs. If you're talking to a company like Ruger, they do a lot of different firearms. I would say the vast majority of their income comes from selling firearms that are not semi-automatic firearms. But again, we're talking about having a logical argument with people who do not respect logic. Which puts us at a distinct advantage because we always come at the point, you, Corn Pop, Vanessa, man, we always come at the point of, or come at something from the position of a logical argument. We're on equal ground. These are the facts. Well, we can look through the facts. We can kind of decipher these things. And then we deal with people like this jackass who are never going to stick to facts or logic or anything like that. They think about arguments like we think about gunfights. We think about gunfights like we do not want a gunfight to be fair. We want it to be as one-sided as possible. They think the same way about their arguments when it comes to gun control. They don't want a fair argument there. They want to constantly change the terms of the argument to fit their narrative. Their rhetoric.
15s or similar type rifles?
No, sir, I don't have that information.
All right, would you guess it was about 10%, 20%, 50%?
2005, sir, we didn't sell AR-15s in 2005.
Right. Or any similar weapons, you didn't, right? That's because there was the assault weapons ban. And I just want to be clear, you're saying 80% of your revenue now comes from AR-15s. And in 2005, I'd like you to submit to this committee year by year a statistic of how much money you're making of AR-15s or assault weapons, or if you don't agree with my definition of semi-automatic weapons like AR-15s that have military designs and features, which was the industry definition. But I'd like you to submit that to this committee from 2005 onwards. I'm a bit perplexed that you don't know how much revenue you're making out of the sales of these weapons. I mean, 80% is a lot, and I'm surprised you don't know how it's tracked. I mean, I think your shareholders may be surprised by that. Mr. Killoy.
Will the gentleman yield? Will the gentleman yield?
No, not right now. I mean, is it for a question?
Yes, for a question.
Okay, let me just finish this on my time.
No, I have a question for you. You just asked
is my time being counted?
This is the gentleman's time.
I'm happy after my time is expired to entertain a question. I don't want my time to be interrupted. Mr. Killoy, in response to Sturm Rogers, more than 2/3 of your shareholders have called on your company to produce a human rights assessment of the products you manufacture. When, Mr. Killoy, will this report be complete?
Congressman, actually, less than 50% of our shareholders actually voted for that proposal. However, it did pass at our most recent annual meeting. We plan to consider that in due course at the next upcoming Ruger board meeting. However, I would remind the committee that was an advisory
vote. Let me just say this. Do you currently track crimes committed by the products that you sell?
No, sir, we do not.
Would you commit to tracking that as part of this report? A human rights assessment that you're...
Mr. Owner of Ford at this point, would you commit to tracking the crimes committed with your vehicles? How many times someone speeds, how many times your cars are used in drive-bys, how many times your cars are used in bank robberies or anything along those lines? Sir, would you commit to that? No, because we're not fucking responsible for that. Most of the time, these guns are used in crimes. They're stolen from their original owners and then used in crimes. Yes, some are legally purchased and then used in crimes. The majority of those who have legally purchase these weapons and then use them in crimes are already known to law enforcement and should already have been taken care of before they use these weapons in crimes. In fact, if nothing else, the vast majority of these mass shootings show us that government has failed to protect us from these shootings and that we need to be our own first responders. And I dare anybody, here's an honest deal, show me a single mass shooter who just got tired of shooting and quit all by themselves without someone else outgunning them or putting them down to stop them. Name one of them that just got tired of shooting, threw their hands up, walked out and went, oh shit, I'm just tired of this. Their force is always stopped by a greater force.
We're now required to do?
Congressman, respectfully, that's not our job. We're not law enforcement. We don't have the resources, training, or
Well, respectfully,
capability to do anything other than monitor
the board wants you to do a human rights assessment of the products you manufacture. I would assume that the first thing you would want to know is how many people were injured or killed based on those products to do that assessment. And you're saying you wouldn't do that?
Sir, it's actually a shareholder vote, the board of which I am.
And I have to say this here. Do you think old Kana, whatever his name is seriously going to call vaccine companies, Moderna, Pfizer, and all them down to the carpet and say, how many people have been hurt by your vaccine? A vaccine, by the way, that we wanted to force on every single American. Do you think that person, I'm using that very lightly, do you think he is going to make that same argument? I've looked at the Versa data. I've spent time looking at the adverse effects from this vaccine, and it is not a vaccine, it's a therapeutic, one that they knew wasn't going to work, one that they knew was going to be dangerous. It's the reason they gave these companies immunity in the first place. Do you think he's going to call them on the carpet and ask the same questions? What's up, Kaisel?
I'm one of 9 members. We will consider that and consider how we go forward on doing that. But frankly, we don't violate human rights, and to say we do is just not correct.
Well, I'm just saying what your shareholders.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and Ranking Member Comer, and our witnesses for being here today. The Second Amendment protects Americans' constitutional right to keep and bear arms. And as a gun owner myself, I have immense respect for the responsibility that comes with owning and operating a firearm. Ms. Okafor, as an instructor, can you please explain to us or walk us through some of the best practices you teach regarding firearm storage and safety?
Of course, depending on what type of firearm, but in general, overall, when it comes to storage, it's usually based on what is best, of course, for that person and their home. Also, if they're going to be taking it on their person outside of the home or keeping it in their home. But usually it's, of course, to keep it in a safe place, a place that is readily accessible to them and those who are able to use it safely. And in storage to make sure that it's something that isn't in plain sight to anybody who's not able to use a firearm in a safe manner.
Basically, the responsibility that comes with the right of owning a firearm.
Absolutely. It comes down at the end of the day to the individual, the family members, to make sure that those who are in the home are able to properly use a firearm in a safe manner. I am a mother of 2 children, and when they're of age, as early as they can, I'm going to make sure that they know how to properly use and store a firearm. That's the responsibility of any firearm instructor and owner.
Thank you. There were almost 40 million background checks performed last year, yet some criminals seem to still go under the radar. What rules and regulations are in place for those who lawfully possess and use firearms?
The rules and regulations go from safety, of course, of making sure that they know the 4 safety rules of making sure they know their target and what's behind it. They know that any firearm should be seen as loaded. There's several different safety measures that any instructor is going to impart upon their person that they're working with. When it comes down to it, though, it comes down to their home and their environment and what's best for their environment to make sure, again, that they're able to defend themselves in their home in a quick manner.
Yeah. Do you think stricter laws on firearm manufacturers would actually curb violent crime?
No, I mean, right now we already have strict laws on gun manufacturers. The fact that, again, the ATF has already rules of an FFL, for example. The fact that, again, the typical person, it's very, very expensive to even acquire any type of fully automatic firearm to begin with, because the Hughes Amendment in the 1986 amendment that kept it very, very hard for most people of any type of lower to middle class socioeconomic status to be able to achieve to have a firearm in that sense. When it comes down to it, most people can't afford most AR-15s because of the prices that are behind it. So when it comes down to it, ATF and the FFL laws that go with the ATF have put many restrictions already on gun manufacturers as it is.
Yeah, it was already mentioned about the estimation of how many guns are used in self-defense. It's a CDC ordered a study, and it estimated 500,000 to 3 million times a year in self-defense. So how would additional rules and regulations impact Americans' ability to protect themselves, especially women and people in communities of high crime?
These additional gun restrictions have already shown to restrict those, particularly those of a lower socioeconomic status. I know we were referring to this buy now, pay later. The thing is that really what it's going down to is that you're making it harder. You're putting a financial barrier on those who only, quote unquote.
So wait a second, Mike. You're dumping this hearing on top of taco, salad, chips, and salsa. Do you want to die? This is going to lead to some explosive diarrhea. I pity the toilet you run into after you watch all of this after what you ate. Go with God, get a priest, Dominus Ominous, whatever's. I don't know. I was never Catholic. Jesus, dude, I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry, but I'm sorry, not sorry. Maybe, kind of, sort of. Yeah, brother, you are a glutton for punishment.
Crime is that they unfortunately don't have the means of paying for something which is their fundamental right to exercise is with the Second Amendment. So that's unfortunately what we're seeing when we see these gun restrictions. We're seeing it really keep people who should be able to protect themselves and their families from being able to do so because of financial.
So let's understand exactly what she's saying right here in very even terms. All right, the Hughes Amendment, 84 Hughes Amendment. All it did was priced all of us working stiffs out of the market to be able to own fully automatic firearms. It didn't ban them. It just closed the market, which drove the prices up. You can still own fully automatic firearms if you pay the government their extortion money to be able to own those fully automatic firearms. And we still see every single day on the streets of America where criminals use fully automatic firearms in the commission of crimes. It hasn't stopped a damn thing. However, it just took that out of the price range of most Americans, because there are hundreds of thousands of fully automatic firearms in the possession of Americans right now. You just have to pay 10 times what the firearm is actually worth, or you have to have an FFL with the proper licensing to be able to make your own fully automatic firearms. Because I can take and I can make a fully functional automatic AK-47 for under $2,000 all day long. It would not be hard. However, that same firearm that is legal to transfer is 10 times that amount of money. They haven't stopped a thing.
Don't touch the cage.
However, let's put it this way. Those in power don't like us poors owning the guns that they are protected by. So they just price us out of the market. That's what happens every time. That's the reason in any of their bills you see carve-outs for people like retired police officers or active duty police officers. Right here.
Barriers.
Yeah, thank you. It's time for Democrats to stop villainizing law-abiding citizens for exercising their constitutionally protected rights and instead focus on enforcing current law by supporting law enforcement and full prosecution of violent individuals and criminals. As President Reagan once said, we must reject the idea that every time a law is broken, society is guilty rather than the lawbreaker. It's time to restore the American precept that each individual is accountable for his actions. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from...
Oh shit, Mike McClune, I have not saw that one yet. Or not seen. Kiss my ass. It's not like I'm a grammar major. Sorry, my wife's back there. Seen? No, dude, I have not seen that one yet. Where they they want to enact term limits on Supreme Court justices, but not on themselves. Oh my God. I'll have to look that one up. As soon as I find the text of that bill, brother, I will do a video on it. And as usual, I will edit it into existing law so people can see how it actually reads. Because it's very hard to take a bill that's submitted and just read the bill that's submitted and understand how it actually works. That's the reason when I do my normal stuff, I take the submitted bill and I edit it into existing law so you can read how it actually works. Brother, I will look that one up. And oh shit, if I do not lose it on that one, I will probably never lose it. Oh, it keeps getting better. I share the pain, you share it back. I feel more pain. Oh God, I love you guys.
From California, Ms. Porter is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Other industries take seriously.
Ooh, I gotta say this here, because I do believe this is the same chick who called it was either Brooke or one of the other girls from Walk the Talk America or Hold My Guns, actually accused him of lying or perjury in front of Congress. The chick you're about to hear from. Do the words cunt punt mean anything to anybody in this stream? Because that's what this chick deserves. My advice would be wear rubber boots and burn them after you're done.
Their responsibility to manufacture products that protect consumers. With firearms, this responsibility is a matter of life and death. One study found that nearly 40% of accidental gun deaths could be prevented with technology that prevents non-authorized users from firing guns. And these ideas are not new. This study.
Okay, this is another argument you guys will hear in the next little bit about putting firearms underneath the Consumer Product Agency, where they can decide what is safe and what is not safe, which means everyone would have to deal with the same restrictions that California deals with. Things like microstamping, which we know doesn't work. Things like biometrics on a firearm. I weld. My hands get damaged, my fingers get damaged and cut up. I can't get into my phone half the time without typing in a code. This chick wants that on your guns.
Was published nearly 20 years ago. Yet technology like fingerprint scanners or bracelets with radio frequency identifiers are nowhere near the standard for firearms. Mr. Killoy, how many of your firearms come equipped with fingerprint scanning mechanisms?
Congresswoman, none of them currently come equipped with such a device.
None.
Let me answer this question for him as it should be answered. None, you dumb motherfucker, because none of our customers want that. And we supply a product that customers actually demand.
Mr. Daniel, how about Daniel Defense? How many of your weapons come equipped with fingerprint identity scanners?
Congresswoman, we do not sell any type of firearm this way. Our customers have not asked for such.
Okay, so that's a no. This is my cell phone. Mr. Killoy, it scans my fingerprint each time I go to unlock it. Is this a weapon?
No, ma'am.
This is my cell phone. I've never worked a day in my life where I've had to get my hands dirty or my fingerprints have been cut or anything else so that my phone would not actually register my fingerprint. Why? Because I live in this big ivory tower and shit on the rest of you because I can.
Can this fire bullets that shred people's vital organs? This phone?
No, Congresswoman, it can't.
Then why should this device require more steps to operate than your company's firearms, which have been used in accidental shootings, mass shootings, and homicides?
Would anybody in the chat like to answer her question? I can't say what I want to say.
Congresswoman, respectfully, your cell phone doesn't generate internal pressures of upwards of 60,000 pounds per square inch. The operating system of a firearm is extremely dynamic, extreme high pressures, lots of moving pieces, and first and as
Respectfully,
Mr. Daniels.
reclaiming my time, these fingerprint scanners are offered in some firearms. Some manufacturers sell this and they work. Your company and Mr. Daniels' company chooses not to. Let me demonstrate again how long this takes. It's instant. It's instant when I pick up my phone.
Okay. You completely inept individual. I will put it that way. Let me demonstrate to you me trying to get in my phone after a 12-hour day of being at work when my hands are so damaged I can't tell my thumb from my pinky, and my phone will not let me into it by a fingerprint scan. What would happen if someone breaks into my home and I have issues getting my gun to function because of a fingerprint scan? Well, everybody dies, and I guess I'm sitting there at Heaven's Gate asking them, well, what fat bitch came up with this goddamn idea? I guarantee you, Kay, that chick will have so much freaking Twinkie on her fingers on an average night, she can't unlock her own phone.
Certain safety features, other safety features like chamber-loaded indicators or magazine disconnects are required for any gun sold in my home state of California. A magazine disconnect prevents a gun from firing if the magazine is not attached. My kids' Nerf guns have this safety feature. This decades-old safety feature prevents guns from shooting bullets that remain in the chamber after a magazine has been removed. Mr. Killoy, do all Ruger rifles that have magazines come equipped with magazine disconnects?
Can anybody in this chat name a rifle that has a magazine disconnect? I can't think of a single one.
I can name a pistol.
Now, when it comes to handguns with a magazine disconnect, do I want to carry a handgun with a magazine disconnect? No, because they are inherently unfucking safe. My wife's asked me, do I have like less intense? She's been married to me for 9 years now.
I said you're getting intense.
Oh, well, I'm getting intense. Oh, yeah, I'm going to get a lot more intense. Magazine disconnects are absolutely retarded. Now, do I think loaded chamber indicators are okay? I will show you a firearm with a loaded chamber indicator. Do I mind them? No. It's just a tactile way to feel whether or not there is a round in the chamber to keep you from having to do a press check. I will guarantee you this chick does not know what a press check is. Understand, no matter what state you live in, these are the people who live in that state with you. These are the people who they vote to make laws for you. Magazine disconnects. I can think of quite a few different reasons why, if I had to pull a firearm on somebody in a very close quarters situation, like they were on me, I would not want a magazine disconnect. They could very easily hit the button on my gun or the mag release and cause the mag to disengage, and then I couldn't shoot the son of a bitch that was trying to kill me. Magazine disconnects are absolutely retarded. Fuck, let me let this play before I just completely lose it.
Congresswoman, magazine disconnects typically are a feature offered on a handgun, a pistol in particular.
Do all your
And in
handguns or
fact,
pistols have magazine disconnects, sir?
Some do and some do not.
Okay, so some do and some do not. Mr. Ruger, do your guns have magazine disconnects? Sorry, Mr. Daniel, do your handguns have magazine disconnects?
Ma'am,
Okay, I had to do this again. I love dude's answer here because no, ma'am, we don't make handguns. We make rifles and pistols, and none of ours have magazine disconnects. I could not be near as polite as this dude has been.
don't sell handguns.
And your large capacity guns do not have that feature either.
Our rifles do not have that feature, no ma'am.
Magazine disconnects are also not new. These features come standard in every gun that is sold in my home state, and those features prevent accidental deaths. In 2020, 149 children died in incidents when the person did not intend to fire the gun. Mr. Killoy, Mr. Daniel, kids are dying because you refuse to implement these safety technologies like fingerprint scanners and magazine disconnects. And these technologies were studied and developed decades ago. Mr. Killoy, will your company commit to adding fingerprint scanners to every firearm Ruger manufactures?
No, Congresswoman, we will not.
Mr. Daniel, same question. Will your company commit to adding fingerprint scanners to every Daniel Defense firearm?
Congresswoman, our guns fire when there's a bullet in the chamber, and it doesn't fire when there's not a bullet in the chamber. A gun should be kept, and if it does not want to be fired, if the owner does not want to fire it, they should not keep around in the chamber.
But the question is, will you commit to adding fingerprint scanners as a safety technology to every Daniel Defense firearm? Yes or no?
No, ma'am, our customers are not interested in that.
Mr. Killoy, will your company commit to adding magazine disconnects to every magazine-loaded Ruger firearm?
Congresswoman, we have in many of our pistols, our semi-automatic pistols, we offer that as a feature. And if our customers choose to buy one of our firearms that has a magazine safety disconnect, they can. Other times they choose not to have that particular feature.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This hearing is yet another transparent attempt to malign law-abiding Americans and American companies. My Democrat colleagues correctly note that there's been an increase in violent crime in this country over the past 3 years, but incorrectly claim that firearm manufacturers are contributing to or fueling violent crime. The laws of supply and demand apply to the firearms market.
No, Corn Pop, what he should ask her is every time she goes by McDonald's, does she have to give her fingerprint? Because obviously, and I'm borrowing from the words of Hancock here, McDonald's has fucked her up. The sheer level of intellectual dishonesty in these arguments is baffling if you actually look at the context of these arguments. Go pick up a bucket from Home Depot. You will see a depiction of a child falling into the bucket because there are seriously more innocent children drowned in buckets and tubs and vessels holding water than there are innocent children killed by firearms every single year.
In the same way that they apply to other markets. Firearm manufacturers are responding to demand from the American people who are experiencing dramatic increases in homicides and aggravated assaults in their communities. Americans who are seeking to protect themselves and their families, a right recognized in this country by our Second Amendment. Democrats in Congress continue to infringe on this right and to shame law-abiding companies who ensure that Americans have the means to protect themselves. I thank each of you for your testimony today. Ms. Okafor, thank you for the work that you do to promote safe and responsible firearm ownership. I appreciate your discussion of the relative merits of the AR platform. I discussed in the judiciary markup last week on this topic, which is interesting because these the chairs of this committee, of these two committees, are running against each other. So we have competing. We just do the same hearings back and forth. But I mentioned that my wife actually prefers the AR-15 because it is easier to handle. It's more stable for her, and in a case of defense and the need for stability and be able to respond under a stressful situation, she'd be more comfortable with an AR-15. The features of the AR-15 make it an incredibly viable weapon for defense. In your written testimony, Ms. Okafor, you discussed some of the recent trends in new firearm ownership. And before I ask you to discuss those with us, I'll tell you that I talked to multiple gun dealers, retailers in my district who tell me that the #1 new owner trend in my district are women who are Democrats, which I find interesting. Ms. Okafor, can you discuss the trends with us, please?
Absolutely. What I discussed earlier is that the fastest growing demographic of gun owners are African American women. And we've also seen, like, as you said, with the fact that a lot of African American women tend to be part of the Democratic Party. So it's honestly nothing to do with politics when it comes down to transcending politics, because this is a human right. There's nothing to do with you being a Republican or a Democrat or a Libertarian. It has to do with the fact that you understand your right to defend yourself, and you want to be able to do so. So many people in America are doing just that.
And you kind of discussed it, but what are you hearing is the rationale for these new demographics who are coming out and buying guns?
Particularly for women in general, what I've found many times, particularly other mothers, saying that they know that at the end of the day that it comes down to them to defend themselves, to defend their children, particularly during the pandemic when unfortunately there were in many instances where people weren't sure if they were going to have a police officer, police department get to them in time because of what was going on. So many people, including what was going on during that chaotic 2 years, found it necessary to then purchase a firearm, particularly for self-defense.
Mr. Daniel, Mr. Smith, what's your understanding about the motivations of Americans who are purchasing a firearm for the first time? Mr. Daniel, you first.
Mr. Congressman, I believe that people are buying, new gun owners who have never owned a gun before are buying firearms by the millions because they're afraid. They're afraid because of the violence they see in the riots. They're afraid because of criminals are not being prosecuted, and they're afraid because of the rise in crime that they see. And they are making a life decision to change from being a non-gun owner to a gun owner. And I suspect, sir, that they will also be making a decision, a life-changing decision in the way they vote.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Congressman, I agree with what we've heard from Ms. Okafor and Mr. Daniel. We are seeing a much greater increase of people purchasing firearms, particularly their first firearm, for the purchase of defending their homes and their person. Again, we saw that increase from the beginning of 2020 on as related to things going on in our communities and our society, the COVID pandemic, defund the police movement and civil unrest, as well as the fact that we were entering an election cycle where the Second Amendment was on the ballot, and a lot of people felt that that was also a critical factor in a decision to purchase a firearm.
Thank you. Madam Chair, before you take...
Ron, take it easy, brother. Yeah, man, spend time with the fam, and just be cool, man. Love your content. Love what you're doing. hang out, and yeah, we'll catch back up, brother.
My time, I do have an article I would like to submit into the record.
So ordered.
Thank you.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Mr. Bussey, why are Americans afraid?
I think that's a complex question. They're afraid for many reasons. We've had much societal turmoil in the last 5.5, 6 years for sure.
Yeah, well, let's get to this. You know, gun manufacturers have sought to boost their sales by promoting their ties to the military and law enforcement. Smith & Wesson referred to this as, quote, halo effect. In 2016 earnings call with their investors, the CEO at the time said, I quote, it certainly gives your product a lot of credibility if it's used, adopted, and well regarded by that professional community because the consumer does pay attention to that. You know, Ms. Sampson, could you explain what the so-called halo effect, how it is and how deceptive it is?
Yes, thank you for the question. The halo effect is basically when the company, Smith & Wesson in this case, puts itself under the proverbial halo of the military because they are so esteemed in society and basically says, if you want to have the firepower that they have, you should get our weapon. And in the case of Smith & Wesson, it was especially absurd for them to do that because they don't actually supply the military at all.
Yeah. You know, Mr. Daniel, the committee obtained advertisement by your company uses, to sell your weapons, which include images of individuals in fully geared military tactical gear, body armor, and your rifles. Are those as advertisements intended to increase sales to armed forces or law enforcement? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes is the answer.
Oh, yes. No, the answer is no. These weapons are intended to be sold to civilians. So the advertisement inherently wouldn't target anyone.
So yes, you can answer the question, and I'm going to substitute my own answer for what I think it should be. So no matter what you say, I'm going to tell you what you're saying. Oh, good Lord.
Other than civilians, just like the killer in Uvalde. Another one of the gun manufacturers this committee has also investigated was Sing Sauer, often employs these tactics as well. And I'd like to put one of their ads on the screen, if I may. Do you all see this? This is an ad for Sing Sauer's MCX assault rifle. It depicts troops in combat zone with modern.
Okay. Oftentimes I say things wrong, with the wrong pronunciation. It is what it is. However, this chick is reading a sign from SIG, S-I-G, SIG, the MCX, who is supplying the next generation of military firearms. And she keeps saying sing. Here comes my son. What's up, Willa? So I don't often pick on just the way people talk, because I'm dyslexic. I have a lot of other issues. But Jesus Christ, lady, you have a whole group of staffers that supply you with information, and you can't get this crap right. I'm sorry. Do you want something to drink? Are you thirsty? Yeah, my boy. So, yeah, let me mute the
Modified assault weapons, including one with a grenade launcher. The text of the ad emphasizes the rifle's, quote, modularity, or makes it, quote, ready for every possible mission, in a not so subtle reference to their military style in use. These are not pictures and themes that suggest that the assault rifle was used to be used for hunting or sport shooting. So, Mr. Bussey, how is this kind of imagery and rhetoric dangerous when the primary advertising target is civilians with little, if any, military firearms training?
Well, these are very serious weapons, and it's a very common practice now in the firearms industry. Did not used to be, but it is a very common firearms industry marketing practice now to market to or using special operators or trained military officers or military weaponry, but focus the marketing at consumers, because that's where the larger and profitable marketing segment is.
You know, Sing Sauer sold the AR-15 style rifle used by the mass shooter to kill 49 people in Pulse nightclub in Orlando, Florida. In 2016, 3 of those weapons were used by shooter in Las Vegas, Nevada. In 2017, to kill 60 people. The company recently, literally, are selling the version of its new rifle that they have contracted out, their M14 or whatever, for the U.S. Army. They're selling the same configuration that is near match to what American soldiers will be soon be using in battle. We shouldn't be surprised when young men purchase these weapons to be more like soldiers in the picture. And we shouldn't be surprised when they try to act like them either. These dangerous ads must stop. Yet they're breeding domestic extremists and putting communities of color, communities that are incredibly vulnerable, especially like children in our schools and minority groups, at grave risk. And so it's incredibly important that we call this out what it is. They are targeting folks to do what they to basically target the most vulnerable by selling it that way. This imagery is not towards soldiers, to the lay people, civilians. They're advertising it in a way, again, that depicts it to endanger people's lives. And so it's incredibly, again, important that we understand this is intentional. The halo effect is real and is profit-driven, and lives are lost because, again, they don't care who dies. They care how many guns they're selling to people. And the more people they can show that you can be like law enforcement and soldiers that have been trained in military battle, then they're going to be able to, again, expose us to more death and more violence. And with that, I yield, Madam Chair.
The gentlelady has yielded. I recognize the gentleman from South Carolina. Mr. Norman, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I think I've heard it all. I've heard my good friends, Democrat friends, asking why people feel unsafe. It's because of the dismantling of the police departments that they feel unsafe. I hear my good friends on the other aisle tell manufacturers how to build a gun when I don't think they've ever had any experience building a gun. I think I've heard my friends on the other aisle talking about concern for civilians. What in the world? Where is the concern on the 300 per day use that are dying from fentanyl because it's coming across the border unfettered because of this administration's lack of will to stop an invasion at the border? Where are the hearings about the supply shortage that people can't unload a plane? We can put a man on the moon, but we cannot unload a ship. You know, what about the 154 cities that have been torn up with no repercussions from those who did it? I mean, the list goes on and on. And, you know, I keep hearing gun violence. I was talking to my good friend, Mr. Clyde, and we both agree that we've all had a lot of guns. I have, he has far more than me. I've never had a gun get violent with me. Never in my life have I had a gun get violent with me, but I have seen where people use guns for the wrong reasons. Just like the Ford that went through the Christmas parade that ran over people. It's by deranged people. It's by mentally unstable people. And it's insane, some of the things that my Democrat colleagues want to do. Make the gun manufacturers liable. You know, it's unbelievable that you'd make the Ford makers of automobiles liable for every wreck. or those who get drunk on Jack Daniels, make them liable. Make the Jack Daniels company liable. It doesn't make sense, but that's just usual with what's going on today in this country, and particularly with this administration. Mr. Smith, President Biden has said that gun manufacturers are completely immune from liability of any kind. Is this a correct statement?
Congressman, I'm curious, you directed that to me, Chris Killoy from Ruger?
Yes, sir. You can take it. Take the question.
Yeah. All right. Yes, sir. We are not immune from prosecution. If we make a defective product, certainly we are subject to normal product liability like everyone else. The Protection of Lawful Commerce in Arms Act, which is typically what we're talking about here, really codifies existing common law. If and the average time to crime that the ATF has recently reported is over 7 years from when a firearm is first legally sold. On average, if that gun is recovered in a crime and used in a crime, 7 years time to crime. And again, to try to hold a firearms manufacturer liable for that crime or that criminal activity just does not make sense, does not comport with our jurisprudence in this country. And I respectfully would suggest that that's not the right way to approach this problem.
Okay, and I heard my Democrat friends asking about what kind of profit are you making? What kind of, what is your company making as far as dollars earned every year? Has any municipality ever returned the tax dollars that support our public education? Has any of the money that your company pays to support our first responders ever been returned? Has any of the municipalities returned the money that goes for law enforcement?
No, Congressman, it is not.
So they take your tax money, yet we got my Democrat colleagues who are basically.
Okay, so yeah, DLD, yeah, we're still going because I'm covering congressional hearings, and these sumbitches drag on forever. It's like being in a goddamn time warp. You can't get away. It's like being sucked in by a black hole. There's no getting away from the shit. And again, the name of the name of the stream, and you can thank Bacon for this, is Share the Pain, because I watch this shit or I listen to it because I'll have an earphone in during the day and I will listen to this shit, and automatically I have to share the shit with you guys. So yeah, here we go. But yeah, Dark, check your email. You should get my dong. I am sending you a dong. You guess which one. You should have it by Saturday, or it will be at John Crump's place by Saturday, because obviously you have everything sent to John Crump's house. So technically, John Crump's getting my dong. Oh, fuck. That just sounds so wrong. Well, it actually works out even more wrong than it sounds. But yeah, you should. What's up, Bob? But yeah, yeah, you should have it by Saturday, or it'll be at Crump's place by Saturday. You'll have my dong. And by our emails, this is a very fucked up conversation that, God, I hope the ATF is spying on. Because, yeah, I hope the ATF is spying on that conversation, because obviously the conversation we've had in emails. But yeah, going on this long, it takes this long to get to to get through these congressional hearings. Because holy fuck, can these dumbasses ask the dumbest questions on the planet. And I'm going to mute myself again, and I'm going to play this again, and God love every one of you who, like, I don't do Catholic, so I don't know how to cross myself. It's like fucking glass, spectacles, testicles, waltz, and watch. I don't know. I don't remember. So yeah, you guys feel the pain I feel every day.
trying to say that you're making obscene profits. You compete with other gun companies, don't you? You don't have a monopoly, do you?
No, sir. We're one of right now about 17,000 federally licensed firearms manufacturers licenses that have been granted.
So that you compete on the open market. It's called capitalism. And it's what so many of my Democrat colleagues, they're professional politicians, but they've never been in the free market. They have never experienced making money or losing money. And for politicians to tell you how to build a gun, I think I've heard it all. But it's the most ludicrous, insane question that I can even think of. But I want to thank you for appearing today. Thank you for answering the questions. And for each of you, we're not going to let we're going to try not to let them strip the Second Amendment. We're going to fight as much as we can to stop that. Thank you so much. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Brown, is now recognized for questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for hosting this very pressing and relevant hearing. For years, gun manufacturers...
You need a mic. You need a mic.
Thank you. For years, gun manufacturers have operated with little to no oversight and have been shielded from accountability by NRA-backed members of Congress and a conservative Supreme Court. Their irresponsible advertising and sales practices have flooded communities like mine with weapons of war, resulting in loss of life and generational trauma. This history mirrors the unchecked greed of pharmaceutical companies who are only now facing the consequences of the harm caused by their own irresponsible advertising and the role they've played in the opioid crisis. It is far past time for gun manufacturers to face some accountability. So, in an effort to maximize the use of my time, Mr. Daniels, I'll be asking you a series of yes or no questions. So, Mr. Daniel, are you familiar with the ongoing opioid crisis and the role that irresponsible advertising played in getting millions of Americans, including many Ohioans, addicted to drugs?
I'm somewhat familiar with an opioid issue, a problem, but
Okay. So here's the argument with her bullshit argument. One, if I use drugs like the drug companies actually recommend, I will either be harmed by them or I will become addicted to them and harmed later. I can buy 100 million guns tomorrow and no one will die. Not a single person will be harmed by me buying those guns. Again, conflating arguments to prove bullshit points.
I'm not real familiar with the advertising. What is
Well, I would encourage you to then look into the well-documented reports about these advertising practices and familiarize yourself with the guilty plea of Purdue Pharma, which has been filed and resulted in billions of dollars of fines that they have been directed to pay as a result of their dangerous advertising. You will see an ad, Mr. Dan.
Okay, for those of you who are not familiar with this, I've been on long-term pain management for many years of my life. At a very early age, like my mid-teens, I was diagnosed with scoliosis, arthritis, and disc disease. I've dealt with pain for a very long time. If you use Oxycontin as directed, you are going to become an addict. Trust me, as someone who was on that shit for a very long time, if you want to crawl the walls, beat your brains out, masturbate every 5 seconds, and have the worst experience of your life, come off of Oxycontin after being on it for a couple of years. That's using it as prescribed. Again, I say, if I use a firearm as directed or prescribed, no innocent person will ever be harmed. I will suffer no ill effects from using that firearm as directed. This person, this woman, again, is conflating two very different situations. And I am trying my best not to absolutely snap out. And I mean, I am fucking trying. See, bite the lip and everything. Yeah, I'm trying very hard. But that's the reason I do these streams, so you guys can see what these people are saying in their own words, and you realize what is coming in legislation. It's also why I recommend, and in case some of you guys joined later and didn't hear it, I recommend unloading everything near you, excuse me, and keeping it out of arm's reach. Therefore, you don't put any holes in your TV, your computer, your phone, or anything else. Seat backs in the upright position, keep your tray tables up, unload everything, keep it out of arm's reach. I need to start that at the beginning of each one of these streams. Yeah, Dark, you know the deal. And a lot of us do. Dude, like I said, I've been on long-term pain management for a very long time in my life. I'm 45. I was diagnosed with these conditions when I was like 17. I've eaten more painkillers than your average individual. If you use painkillers as prescribed to you, you are going to become an addict. There's no way around it. It's a very addictive substance. So yeah, dude, I know exactly what you're talking about. At one point in my life, not too many years ago, I was dealing with hundreds of milligrams of Oxycontin in a day. And if you ever want to ruin your life, come off of that dosage of Oxycontin cold turkey. It is a very interesting experience, but you are using those as prescribed. If I use a firearm as prescribed or directed, no one innocent will be harmed by me using that firearm. This bitch can kiss my ass. Right in the chocolate starfish. I shouldn't have said that because now my son's trying to repeat me. Don't say that. He's only 2. I have some time to redeem this. But yeah, let's get back
Daniel,
to
I
this.
have a photo of some promotional items Purdue Pharma once distributed to promote the purchase and consumption of Oxycontin displayed. As an American, do you have any concerns with the marketing of Oxycontin in a way that could have been viewed as trivializing the addiction and deaths that occur from it? Yes or no, please?
I'm not familiar with this advertising, and I'm not sure what they're trying to do here.
Well, let me help you. These irresponsible advertisements are not exclusive to the pharmaceutical industry. Your companies have also continued to make irresponsible advertisements for these dangerous weapons. Mr. Daniel, do you understand that firearms your company produces, markets, and sells are deadly and dangerous weapons? Yes or no?
Congresswoman, we make the best firearms for self-defense.
Yes or
in the
no?
world. They have to be dangerous to be good for
Yes or no? Let me help you. To be clear, the U.S. law does consider a firearm to be a deadly weapon. So let me ask you another question. Do you believe it is appropriate to market guns in such a manner, and you should see an ad that your company produced, when gun deaths are now the leading cause of child deaths in the country?
Okay, and we're gonna pause this here again, because teaching a child that firearms are not toys would save way more lives than all of the proposals. I'll learn to talk one day, combined. The same way I teach my children that firearms are not toys. Firearms kill things. They destroy things. So you don't play with them. It's the reason that my children don't walk into my office and automatically start picking up guns and trying to use them like they're lightsabers. Because I teach them about them. If I hand a child like that, like my 4-year-old or my 5-year-old, a 22, and I teach them that this is not a toy, well, then I can prevent them from ever doing anything wrong with that firearm in the future. And these idiots point this out like they have some sort of moral high ground when they believe that they can literally deliver a 9-month-old baby and kill it. Again, I'm preaching to the choir because you guys know all this stuff. You guys have seen all this stuff. But maybe somewhere when this video's done, there will be someone who doesn't know this, and then they see it. And maybe they get the point. Again, you guys are freaking awesome. Man, let's try to get through this before I.
And a teenager used one of your weapons to kill 19 children just a month ago.
Ma'am, you've said a lot. What was the question there?
Do you believe it is appropriate to market guns in such a manner, as your advertising has done, when gun deaths are now the leading cause of child deaths in the country, and a teenager used one of your weapons to kill 19 children just a month ago?
All right, now that I remember his unmute button. No, when my daughter was 3 years old, hell, not even 3, she was helping me build AK rifles. Her favorite toy was the return spring on an AK. But my daughter understood that those were not toys. My son, I have video of him, which he's back there goofing off on the couch right now. I have video of him on the range with us wearing earmuffs when he was just months old. They know these things aren't toys. They have respect for them. They're not scared of them. They have respect for them. And I know you're breaking my balls, dude. Don't get me wrong. I know you're breaking my balls. They have respect for them. It's the way we used to be, you know. And early on in this country, you could have a Thompson submachine gun with the magazines and the ammunition mailed to your house, no background check, and there were no school shootings. None. because people respected life. People had respect for personal property. They had respect for living things at that time. And that's getting kind of deep. Oh, Corn Pop, hold on, Corn Pop. There he is. I saw you finally. What's up, brother? Hold on, let me get rid of Dark's turn. Or Dark's. There he is. What's up, man?
What's up, brother? It's been
ain't nothing but another day of watching Democrats talk shit.
It's been quite difficult to make it through. There's several points I just want to beat my head against the table and give up, but kind of want to hear these morons and hear what they say.
Oh man, I listened to this today. Most of the time, I will get up in the morning and there are a couple things I check. One is my email. Two is I check to see what our illustrious rulers are going to do for the day. And today was that day where they decided to have this hearing about the makers of assault weapons. And that's where this whole string comes from, which is, oh my God, it's fucking painful. And that's the reason I inflict this shit on the rest of you guys, because I do it, so I have to share it. Bacon named the stream. So the goddamn Bacon, blame him, he named the stream. It's the Share the Pain stream.
Oh, yeah.
And now I have to figure out what in the hell my son has all over him. So y'all excuse me while I wipe my son down. You killing me, kid. But yeah, this whole thing, there's no way in the world that I could have been as polite as these guys from Ruger and stuff today have been to these idiots. And we're gonna listen to more of it, but there's no way I could have been as polite as them. You say hi to everybody. Here, hold on. Here, let's do this. Say hi to everybody. Say what up. Say hey, Corn Pop. You gotta say hey, Corn Pop.
What's up, Mini Coop?
Yep, this is definitely the Mini Coop.
There.
My vampire self and all. ABCs. We're not doing ABCs right now. We're doing Congress and law. You'll learn about that later. And what in the world? But yeah, we're fixing to listen to some more of this, and just my God. It's I listened to this stuff today. It started at 10 o'clock today, then it went on a break, and then they came back on, and then they went through the rest of this. And much like many of the streams that I do, it's all a bunch of people who know jack shit about firearms, jack shit about terminal ballistics, making laws about firearms. And oh my God, it just becomes insane. So let's crank this back up.
It's a yes or no question.
This advertisement you're showing is a safety advertisement.
Is it appropriate? It's a yes or no question.
This is an appropriate ad for safety teaching
to advertise.
Children.
It's a yes or no. Is that a yes?
It's an This advertisement is
Reclaiming
about
my
safe.
time. Mr. Bousse, you're familiar with the marketing practices of gun manufacturers. Can you speak to why this kind of advertising is dangerous and which groups this advertising is often directed at?
I can testify to the fact that advertising practices in the firearms industry have changed radically in the last 10 or 15 years. And I am very concerned about the degree to which there is now irresponsible advertising encouraging or marketing to irresponsible activities.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I represent a community that is facing a gun violence epidemic. Just like during the opioid crisis, irresponsible companies are pumping vast amounts of dangerous product into our communities without a care for the lives that have been lost or the inherent lethality of their products. History is repeating itself, and gun manufacturers are playing fast and loose with their advertising. If they do not take responsibility for the weapons of war they are selling to the public, Congress will gladly step in and do so for them. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentlelady yields back, and the gentlelady from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank everyone who was here today, particularly for the families who have experienced enormous grief in their lives. Thank you for having the courage to show up on the Hill today for what is, I'm sure, a very difficult day for each and every one of you. I hail from South Carolina's 1st Congressional District. And unfortunately, we are no stranger to gun violence or mass shootings. 7 years ago this summer, we had Mother Emanuel, where a white supremacist bought a gun you should not have legally been able to buy, went down to Charleston, South Carolina in the 1st Congressional District and murdered 9 Black church members at Mother Emanuel. Just a few months ago on April 26th, there was another shooting in a parking lot next door to a Little League baseball game where over 30 shots were fired. And the video showing the terrified children crawling off the baseball field and their parents in fear in Pepper Hill in North Charleston. And we've seen these spikes in crime, spikes in shootings, but it's not just crime with firearms, it's crime, it's women who've been raped, rapes are up, assaults are up, aggravated assaults are up, mental health issues are up in this country over the last 2 years, political crime is up. We saw someone who showed up on the steps of the Supreme Court justice, basically armed and dangerous and ready to kill. And I've seen political crime in my own neighborhood. I had someone come up to my house and spray paint it. I've had my car keyed. I've had my life threatened. Someone threatened to hang me 2 weeks ago.
You're still muted, brother.
Sorry, I'm talking to a 2-year-old, and I'm a little confused. And there are mice in there. So yeah, no. What's up?
What's up, brother?
Same old same, man. We're going through the pain. I know you, John, and Rich all threw up just a quick thing about this hearing today, and you know, I tweeted it out. I didn't throw it on YouTube. I tweeted it out earlier today, like I don't know, 8 something this morning. This was going on. So now we had to show it off. So we got to share the stuff with all you guys.
Yeah, it's a tough one, man. I watched several hours of it. Even when I was working, I was, listening to it, and the lies.
You got a bit of an echo, Dark.
Yeah, I hear it. I don't know what's going on.
I don't so much hear the echo.
Can you, Corn Pop, try to mute real quick. Let me see. It's still echoing. That's crazy. Hold on.
No, sir. No, sir. Quit.
Okay, can you guys?
We got you a little choppy right now on my end of it.
Yeah, maybe take a second to readjust. What about now?
Now you're okay.
Seems a little better.
Yeah, I'm still getting some echo. I'm gonna try
Bubba,
again.
Bubba, come here. My son. So yeah, no, keep rolling with it, brother, because I'm laughing at my son right now. So if you see me like freaking dying or something, yeah, I'm laughing at my son. Dark, you there? Oh, he's got a spam can. Oh, hold on. Here we go. Now you're back.
What's wrong, right? Just beat it.
Now you sound better.
Oh well, thank you.
Well, you are a pretty sexy bitch. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I do what I can. Yeah, no, I was saying that I'd been through several hours of this. Even listening to it as I work, and it's a combination of either the lies that they're telling or the lies that they believe. It is nothing short of remarkable. Truly, I mean, I am baffled. It's the type of shit that they actually believe. It's total mind flockery. Trippy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. I can't.
Well, here's the thing, and I think I was saying on part of the video earlier today. It's the fact that they know what they're saying, but they're willing to push the lie to get their point across. To push the narrative, basically.
Well, here's what I think, and this, it took me a while to get here. Okay, but hear me out. I'm willing to give them, sadly, the benefit of the doubt and say, I finally have come to the understanding, or maybe I'm coming to like my own certain like kind of peace, so I don't eat a grenade. That they actually truly believe the shit that they're saying. And
I don't think they do, man. I mean, maybe that dumb bitch from California, but
I think the majority of them do. I think the majority of them.
I'm not quite there where you dart, because and the reason I say this is because any of us can go on to the uniform crime statistics. We can actually look this stuff up and look it up according to weapon used and the crime it's used in and all these different things. Okay, what this comes down to is control. That's all it comes down to.
But those are your statistics. Those are your statistics. I want to use my statistics.
Well,
right?
yeah. Well,
there's no way.
Your statistics, my statistics. Okay, if I look up a even on the trace, which if you guys don't know what the trace is, and you look up their statistics on things, they're a completely anti-gun organization. I think ultimately funded by Bloomberg. You can use their information and you can match that against DOJ statistics, and you will find the same correlation.
Yeah.
So I don't. I'm getting to the point where, and this is, I think, a mistake I made for a long time. I thought these Democrats are that stupid. They're really not that stupid. They know what's going on.
Some of them are just being evil, manipulating to pull up power play.
Yeah, if you take Hank Johnson, who thought the island of Guam would tip over, and Eleanor Holmes Norton, who can't park her own car, yeah, they are that stupid. But the vast majority of them know exactly what they're doing. They know what end they're pushing to. And their handlers certainly keep them on track.
Yeah.
Got that blue. Got them. Is that a clip? Is that a clipazine?
This is actually a blue. You can't really tell. It's blue that fades to black. It's a 21 rounder. Hey, I'm gonna say for a brief intermission, before we get back to insanity, I'm gonna give you guys a little bit of a challenge. Okay.
Yeah, man. Good.
If you put a little bit, like put like half a toe into faith, and me, you, and Corn Pop grab a handgun or a firearm of some sort and hold it up and just like manipulate the action and shit like that on a live stream, I am willing to bet 99%, 99.9%, this will not be affected at all. There's been dozens and dozens of there's things that have changed with YouTube, and believe that we're being held to the same standards. And I'm willing to say that we're no longer held to the no firearms on a live stream kind of thing. I don't know if you saw yesterday, but I actually showed my carry gun, which is the Glock 43X with the 21 rounds in it, and my my AR live on stream. I had a friend who completely detail stripped and cleaned and reassembled his on stream. IV88 did something on stream. Donut Operator did something on stream. Like the
Donut showed one on stream the other day.
Yeah, he was like, "Oh, hey, check out this Zep OZ9."
Well, Donut was showing like the difference between shooting someone with something's out of battery and not out of battery.
Yeah.
So I will show you guys this one. Again, this is the 19 that I had issues with, that I got the issue solved with, and this is my new carry. And yes, YouTube, this is completely, if you can see through the magazine, I can touch the chamber. It's completely unloaded.
Mine's not. Mine's
this this is my new everyday carry.
One in the head.
So yeah, we'll just show everything off, because I don't give a shit whether I get banned or not.
You won't.
Well, I don't have enough followers for them to pay attention to.
Well, so it wasn't. It used to be about that in the beginning, but it went directly to an algorithm that the moment that a firearm, even a firearm that looked like a firearm that wasn't a real firearm, an airsoft or something, would get you canned. The algorithm would pull you down. Now I believe it happens, and I'm waiting on confirmation for this. Now the algorithm flags it, and then a person manually reviews it. So now if someone jumps in, they're going to see, oh, this is three guys having a, good conversation. We're not suiting up out front of a Walgreens. Where
no.
Their issue is that if someone's showing a firearm on stream, they believe that they're going to do something bad with it, and that's what they want to stop. So, I think we're in the clear. I was told by somebody who has almost 4 million subs that 2023 will be the year of the gun for YouTube, and
we're gonna get back to this shit. But yeah, dude, I hope so. You realize how much good firearms content that could teach you to be safe with a firearm got killed in the last year or two.
Yeah,
that's insane to me. Like me posting the stuff about this 18 or 19. I wish I had 18, because 18s are full automatic, but this 19 about having problems with the cruciform not coming up and catching the sear.
Mm-hmm.
That should be an easy video, because all I'm doing is showing people how to make their firearm more safe. Hey, if it's not doing these things, this is what you need to check.
See, they will never allow building and gunsmithing stuff back on here.
But
oh no, and it's not going to be too long. This oh shit, I got everything torn apart. But this blue glowy, yeah, as soon as I get the parts that I want, this blue glowy will get built, and I'm going to do it either on YouTube or I will do it on Instagram.
By the way, I found a blue barrel. By the
way, yeah, kiss my ass. Yeah, well, hey, your dong is on the way. By the way, you should have it by Saturday, or John Crump should have it by Saturday. You're gonna have to go pick it up.
I'm gonna wrap both my hands around your dong as soon as I see it. But before we
have a dong, unfortunately, I kind of want one, hoping that I can buy one and get it installed, but I currently don't have a dong.
Dude, Corn Pop, I've got one. I've got another one because it was 2 kits I ordered back to back. I've got another one that has a bunch of trench art carved into the side of it.
What?
It's got like dudes. I'm pretty sure, I haven't looked it up, but I'm pretty sure it's dude's name and like the last 4 of his serial number carved into the side of it.
Oh,
Dark, that's not the one I sent you. You can kiss my ass. I'm not giving that one up. However,
I don't blame you.
If someone wanted to build a Romanian underfolder true to the whole design, like Corn Pop, dude, I'll send that one to you.
Damn.
I kind of want to build like a full stock one with the dong, but I could still use that dong forend and just use the full fixed stock.
This one's got I believe it's the dude's name and like the last 4 of his shit carved into it.
Oh shit.
And if you look at the rest of the parts that I have from the gun, I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
If anybody,
go ahead, Dark.
But you know, Coop, I do believe strongly in the 1 second here, the right to bear arms. Yeah.
Dude, I also don't want.
I believe that they shouldn't tread on us. We should tread on them.
Tread on them? Yeah.
Yes.
Dude, I love those fucking cuts.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, some really cool guy made those for me.
Yeah, it might not have been me, but it could have been someone named Oop or maybe Coop.
Could be.
I'm waiting on the receiver for this fucking thing for build me a PKM M84.
Oh, fuck you, dude. I want to build a damn PKM so bad it ain't even funny.
Nice. That's sick. So real quick, I was actually talking with Matt LaRossiere from Club Busters about building a I forgot the exact model, the number of the model number, but it's currently what the Romanian military is issued, and it is essentially a Draco with a fixed stock trunnion with a side folding stock and a dong. And it's a machine gun too, but that's their current issue.
Like the AMD 65 side folding stock, where it's like a little thin wire and it has like the flat up and down butt stock piece.
It's a little more than that, which is good, and it's a tad more than the Polish Tantal stock, but it's still essentially a side folding wire stock that affixes to a fixed stock trunnion, rear trunnion, and a dong, and it's a machine gun. So if if the NFA does become dissolved, then what I'll do is just build one of those, and I'm going to build probably like a full auto 7.5 inch 5.56. Just make it like a concussion grenade with a magazine, basically. But I do, just really quickly before I forget, because I'll trail off very easily.
You think?
So the reason I was saying about the whole, we can show guns on stream and stuff like that. I know that's one thing that's like, oh, that's cool. That could be celebrated. But there are a lot of wins happening in our world, right? In the world of freedom. There are a lot of backdoor things happening that we were probably not even going to see coming when
hit us, and they're going to hit us in the food, the water, the power, it's going to probably be bad, but let's find the wins where we can, right? That is going to be such a big culture shift when all of a sudden these, channels that we're only getting, like I got 3,000 subs, right? Like, what if we're able to, get exposure to millions of people? What if these other channels that only have 100,000 subs get 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 million subs, and they're able to give the information out that's been stifled for the past decade over this, massive culture war? I think it would be a huge shift in culture and a huge just turn of the tides. And I think it's going to be a huge win because YouTube is the biggest platform.
There's no doubt YouTube is the OG of video platforms. No doubt.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing that I will say to a lot of people. We're dealing with the Democrat Party who has lost a couple of really big Supreme Court cases in the last little while.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think anybody can argue that. Whether it's firearms, whether it's abortion, whether it is the right for agencies to regulate or make their own regulations. But here's what's going to happen. And this is what I fully expect. And if I'm wrong, fuck me. I will be the happiest person on this planet. And I'm serious. I will be happy as shit if I'm wrong. I fully expect the Democrat Party to do away with the filibuster. I fully expect them to pack the Supreme Court with 4 more seats. And then I fully expect them to pass all of the gun control that they've been holding back on in the last little bit. The Supreme Court has to come first. It has
Probably.
to. Because the Supreme Court now, there's no way they're going to uphold that shit. Because apparently the Supreme Court right now can actually read, which means that the right of the people to keep and bear arms is the right of the people.
Yeah.
There's no way around that.
That's what worries me, how everything ebbs and flows.
I do think that that you're probably right, and that oh no, I already looked at that. That guy just uses that picture on everything. I already was looking at that Mac for sale with the laser upper.
No, that's not what I was looking at. I'm trying to find. I don't know why I'm clicking on that and it's bringing up the wrong thing.
Oh, I mean,
there was a fucking minigun on here.
I wasn't looking at that.
Dylan?
Sorry.
The thing is, I believe that if we're ever given a win, there's a reason for it, right? Like if we're ever given a win, it's because they said, you know what, let's let go. Let's let them believe they're making progress, and we're going to go around the back door, right?
Yeah.
They're already coming in on the back door from several other positions. They're already coming in from, attacking FFLs. They're already attacking the, large manufacturers, already attacking ammunition. They're attacking holster companies. They're looking at lights and lasers. They're looking at every possible thing that can even, be like put in the same bucket as firearms.
Yeah.
And trying to find a way to go around it. So, but at the same time, we're totally eating the black pill if we don't sit back and celebrate and say, all right, guys, there's some good stuff going on too. But remember, you guys, you need to take this seriously, and you must pack away as much shit as you can to build untraceable firearms, provided that it's legal in your state and federal, blah, 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 yada, 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 right?
Build your fucking war chest and.
What's that?
Yeah, dark is 100% right. Because no matter how many, and this is something I can't get people to understand. no matter how many victories we win on that Supreme Court level, that Supreme Court will always change. It took us 50 years to get rid of Roe versus Wade. It will not take them 50 years to get rid of Heller or to get rid of Bruin.
Yeah.
Especially if they pack the court like they want to, it's not going to take them that long.
That's what scares me. We've been having, like you guys were just talking about, we've been having so many wins, like left to right.
I think Crump is backstage.
Close, and it's we've had so.
Crump back up. How's everybody sneaking up on me?
It's Steve Diddleback.
Steve Diddleback? Oh,
oh shit.
Here he is. He should be there. If he can wake up, he's there.
My name's Steve Diddleback, and I believe that no one should have a semi-automatic rifle.
I agree. It's scary.
Yeah. Steve Diddlebug, yeah, I believe you're right. Nobody should have to have a semi-automatic rifle. We should all have full autos, and we should call it a day.
I don't think we should be able to personally own vehicles or swimming pools. Did you know that the number one cause of death of children in the United States is drowning in swimming pools? And I'm here on behalf of Moms Against Water.
Well, I'm a member of Moms Against Blankets, because blankets kill on average between 800 and 900 people a year. And that's an actual statistic. And and rifles kill like 400, but that's why I think we should ban both.
Give me that. You do not need that.
I can't help but agree with you, sir. I mean, we just care about the kids, right? I mean, we all
it's all about the kids. It's all about
the kids. My boss really likes kids for some reason.
Well, he likes touching them and sniffing them, but that's
He's always asking if my son can spend the night with him.
No, sir. Give it here. Give it here.
So that's how they get Uncle Joe out of bed every morning. They take some like kid shampoo and like wave it in front of his like nose, like children.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Sorry, guys.
It's like, hey, what will happen if Joe Biden loses his fucking sense of smell?
Clear.
Well, he won't be able to sniff little kitties anymore.
Oh, the fuck Subaru or Serbu. Called it Subaru.
That's why we need to solve this COVID thing, because I need to get my sense of smell back.
Yeah. Hello? I feel like they're going to be pushing disease or whatever.
Because when those kids are rubbing on his legs, Joe Biden really likes that, and he likes to sniff them. It's a sign of infection. That's why he showers with his grown-ass daughter.
Yeah, he's got blonde hair, and his hair would stand up, and the kids would rub it down, and that happens to everybody. Didn't you know that?
Yeah, it's true.
I think I'm a strong proponent of banning chains too, as well, because I mean,
Did I get you with a chain corn pop?
Our former
are you the corn pop that Joe Biden confronted?
He beat me down in a parking lot with some heavy chain, and I personally, ever since that day, traumatized. I've been a strong chain advocate.
Well, my boss says that you're a bad dude.
He is.
Right. I don't know about that. I just survived a beating. I don't know.
With a chain.
I'm actually a pretty nice. I'm not a bad dude.
Look at
him. Corn pop. Why were you such a bully? That's all I gotta say. You knew it was coming. Why were you such a bully?
Vice President was. He assaulted me that day. He was trying to push the hair down on my legs and told him to go away. And then picked up this big link of chain and just started hitting me with it.
No, dude, you had to have been wearing the Jerry curls and the shower cap.
I did.
You weren't wearing the shower cap.
I ran out of
jumped in the pool.
My girlfriend's kid's shampoo to wash my hair, and that probably had something to do with it. He smelled children, and
what it was.
That will set him off. Yeah, if he smells children, that's no doubt that'll set him off.
Oh, by the way, how did you know it was me, Dark?
It was you,
dude. Like I don't know you near as well as Dark, and I could tell it was you, buddy.
Dude, I've gotten to the point where I know you so well. I didn't know it was you, but I know your tactics, right? So like, shit, I got to take this. Hey, look, guys, I love you guys. Listen to Coop. Coop follows everything.
Don't listen to Coop. Don't listen to Coop. Coop's an asshole. Don't listen to Coop.
You can listen to Coop, just don't take advice from Coop.
This is true.
Look, Coop follows everything, man. Coop knows what's going on with all the bills. He knows what's going on with everything. Just follow the man and give him some support. Let's get him, let's get his channel on the map. I gotta run. I love you guys, and I will see you
Dark
next.
Dark.
Yeah.
My advice is, dude, don't run, walk, and walk slowly, and carry a big stick.
That's
Sorry, Teddy Roosevelt.
My advice is
stop and carry a big stick.
Is be kind to everyone, and be compassionate, and have a plan to kill them, or something like that. I have a plan to kill everyone you meet.
All right, General Mattis. Mattis.
Yeah,
you did
Mathis.
Dark.
Mathis.
Like, I was triggering you to fucking give me some,
Oh yeah.
So
love y'all.
So
y'all be good.
So Dark's out. We love Dark. You guys know Dark. If you're not following Dark, my God, you need to be following my guy.
You don't know. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I can only stay on for a second. I just wanted to come and say that I don't think the filibuster is going away because I don't think there's enough time to do any of that because they're going to lose control of the Senate.
Here's a bet with in between you and me, Crump. I think they're going to have to do something with the filibuster before the midterm elections, which are coming up in November.
Well, they don't have enough. They don't have enough to do it.
Well, here's the bet. I will send you another plasma cut, and it might be of a giant dildo. I can't say it won't be.
No, don't do that, please.
But if
you do that,
I win the bet and they do something about the filibuster, you have to send me like a Wolverine's patch or something.
I'll send you one with me. I will send you one without you winning the bet. But okay.
I just think that the Democrats are in a place right now where they are so pressed in the corner, especially with the decisions they've lost in the Supreme Court, that they are going to do something shortly, which is going to change things dramatically. And fuck, dude, I can't see them not going after the filibuster because they've been talking about it for like the last 2 years. And they usually use Dick Durbin and a couple other guys, and then they use some people in the House, and they talk about the filibuster. I can't see them not going after it in the next few months. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Fuck me. I hope I'm wrong.
Well, won't they be weaker? Like after when you say the next few months, you mean before the midterms, or?
Yeah, but the Democrats have killed the filibuster before. Have you ever known the Democrats to think about this shit? Okay, they think about a lot of things in long-term goals. Gun control is always a long-term goal. As long as they're winning in gun control, they keep going.
Yeah,
however,
I think that the clock is going to run out on them.
I will be happy if it does. If the clock runs out on these assholes, John, I will dance in a fucking kilt if the clock runs out. I will buy a kilt just to dance in the motherfucker, and I'm old, fat, and short. I will dance in a kilt. I promise you this, everybody on YouTube, I will dance in a kilt if they give up on the shit. However, I don't think they will.
Dude, if CRS gets the NFA abolished, I will buy him a fucking machine gun. Like,
oh, dude, if CRS gets freaking, if he gets if his case goes through, honestly, if his case goes through and they kill the NFA like they should have years ago, well, yeah, I'll buy a machine gun because it won't be but like fucking $200.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I can make him a full auto AK for if all the prices drop down, I can make him a full auto AK for $800. I will send him a full auto AK.
All right, guys, I gotta run.
Later, Steve Diddleback. I love what you do for the community. You're great.
Diddlebach, just be nice to us. Don't rape us too bad, and we're gonna get back to listening to a congressional hearing. Just please be nice to us. Use some lube, and don't hurt us too bad.
I know you're prone to migraine.
All right, guys. I love you all.
Give you a fucking migraine watching this shit.
Dude, Crump, we love you, brother. We really, really do. You are fucking awesome.
You are a gun, sir.
Yeah, you dude.
Thank you. I got a good video dropping tomorrow, breaking news, and then I got some breaking news for next week.
Oh yeah, dude, you've always got breaking news.
It really shows like what kind of person Crump is, because like he hasn't into guns like as long as I have or anything, but he knows so much and he's so into it. It just speaks to his character, man. Like he's just
again, getting back to the first time I was ever on a stream with Crump, it was Christmas Eve. I was drunk as shit.
Oh, it was an open stream I did on Christmas Eve.
Yeah, it was an open stream you did. I was drunk as shit. Damn, Dark had COVID. I don't know what in the hell damn Crump had planned, but I bounced into the stream, and it just went downhill from there.
My family was sleeping and I was bored.
No, dude, Crump, man, I promise you, man, I love you, and I mean that, man. You do so much. You do so much for us that it's not even funny.
Oh, you're gonna make me blush.
That's a truthful comment. I'm not even being a smart ass at that point. Which, for those of you who follow me, know I'm a smart ass most of the time. But nah, dude, that first stream I got on with you and Dark, and I can't remember who else was there that night, but that inspired me to start my channel. And I honestly, dude, seriously, in all seriousness, man, I appreciate that shit. I really do.
Yeah, you and Dark both inspired me to do it. I haven't opened it or made it non-private yet, but I got something coming. I got several. I don't think I'm going to do live streams, but I just got several videos already
Corn Pop, you're used to showing your privates to a lot of people. You need to show them to the rest of us.
Okay, well, on that note, I am out of here.
All right, John. Take it easy, brother, and we will catch you after a while, and then we're going to go back to this fucking clown show.
Oh, by the way, one other thing, Coop, I forgot to tell you.
Yeah, bro.
Wolverines.
Hey, Wolverine bitches.
I thought it was either that or the typical Crumpy, like where he's going to say something and then he just cuts out, which,
No, it's going to be Wolverines. Because
yeah,
it's got to be Wolverines.
of course,
It has to be.
the greatest movie of all time.
Oh, yeah. Fucking damn. Red Dawn? Yeah. Oh,
The good
goddamn.
one.
It has to be Wolverines. Oh, shit. How do I get back to the same stream? This is going to mess with me because I'm like I'm a retard. So
That's why I'm just trying to distract me slightly to take away from the frustration.
yeah, dude. There's no taking away from this frustration.
That California woman was awful, man. Like I was at one point just had my
God.
And then she came on and I just
Oh yeah, we're back to your girl, by the way. She ain't even finished yet.
Oh Jesus.
And so we're seeing an increase in violence all across the country, regardless of political spectrum. But right now, this hearing today, there's shouting into the microphones, there's vilifying of gun manufacturers, there's debate on, a particular bill we might vote on this week that we're not going to be able to vote on right now because it's not progressive enough. But what we're talking about today isn't getting at the heart or the root of the problem. And we're going to have this hearing. It's going to be theater. It's going to be a performance today for the cameras that are here, and we're not going to solve the problem of violent crime or violent crimes with firearms. And we've got folks on this committee that want to defund the police. Well, the reason Democrats can't have a vote on banning certain types of firearms this week because there's other legislation out there that doesn't go far enough that funds police, doesn't defund them. And we can't have a real conversation about what's getting at the root of the problem. We had Highland Park devastatingly a few weeks ago where 7 people were killed. Well, just last weekend, just a few days ago in the city of Chicago, 65 people were shot. 5 people were killed. And this is every single weekend in the city of Chicago where they have gun control measures and they're not working. And this is a very emotional subject. It's personal to me. It means a lot in my district. And we've got to get to the root of the problem. And many things that we could be talking about today. The active shooter alert that we passed out of the House a few weeks ago, one step in the right direction. But what I learned in my research trying to figure out gun crimes in this country is most of the legislation that we are tackling at the federal and state level will not address the issue whatsoever. Ms. Sampson, I have a few questions, and Ms. Okafor, I have a few questions with the little bit of time that I have left. Ms. Sampson, my first question for you today is, does a gun commit a crime?
Individuals with guns
Yes.
commit crimes.
Thank you. Is there any other industry in the country where we punish the manufacturer of a product that's made legally, purchased legally, that might then be later used to break the law? Do we do that? Do we punish manufacturers of alcohol or cars or knives for crimes that may be committed with those products later?
Like this lady.
So the distinction there, thank you for that question, because there's been a conflation. We're not trying to hold manufacturers accountable for other people's activities. We're trying to hold manufacturers accountable for their activities and fueling the market. And when it comes to that, we do that. So the example.
Okay, I'm going to reclaim my time just real quick because I have a couple more questions, but thank you. And I would argue that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are making it more about that than the other. So recently we passed legislation up here that would ban certain firearms under the age of 21. Did you know that Dylan Roof, who killed the mother of Emanuel 9, he was 21 at the age when he bought his gun. He was also 21 when he committed that crime. Ms. Sampson, do you know the percentage of folks across the country who are picked up with firearms illegally? Do you know what percentage are maybe charged with a crime and or convicted?
I do not.
Okay. It's hard to get that data. In fact, in the state of South Carolina, when we had this vote on this bill a couple of weeks ago, I learned that the vast majority of crimes committed with guns in the state of South Carolina, and I'm sure states are different, but the vast majority are going to be the same. Over 3,000 last year alone, but the vast majority of crimes with guns are committed by people over the age of 21. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to talk about how gun manufacturers market weapons of war to young people today. In 2012, the editor of Junior Shooters magazine wrote, and I quote, "Each person who is introduced to the shooting sports and has a positive experience is another vote in favor of keeping our American heritage and freedom alive," unquote. He continued, quote, They may not be they may not be old enough to vote now, but they will be in the future. My first question is Mr. Daniel. Mr. Daniel, do you agree that getting young people interested in firearm ownership is positive for the industry's long-term profits and viability? Yes or no?
Congresswoman, we actually started a foundation to help train young children to learn how to use firearm safety.
Reclaiming my time. My question is, do you agree that getting young people interested in firearm ownership is positive for the industry's long-term profits and viability? Yes or no?
Congresswoman, gun safety is important to our company.
I wasn't asking, reclaiming my time. I'm not asking about gun safety. I'm asking about whether or not you agree that getting young people interested in firearm ownership is positive for the industry's long-term profits or viability. Can you please answer my exact question? Yes or no?
Yes, parents buy guns for their children all the time.
Yep. I ask because gun manufacturers employ various strategies to zero in on young people. And this marketing and mainstreaming of weapons of war in children's hands shows up in shocking and disturbing places. In the world's tourist mecca of Orlando, Florida, and even in my own community of Miami, firing weapons of war is marketed as a fun tourist attraction, even to visitors as young as 10 to 13 years old, as we can see from this promotional package from the Lock and Load Miami machine gun experience, as you can see right here. Mr. Daniel, you have included children in your advertisements and social media market, correct?
Congresswoman, if you're referring to the ad that was just
I'm asking you if you included children in your advertisements and social media marketing, yes or no?
Yes, but we're not marketing to the children.
It's a simple question. You have included children in your social media market. I'm reclaiming my time. In fact, you post images of pop stars like Post Malone posing with a machine gun, and hashtags like hashtag gun porn and hashtag pew pew. Yes or no?
Ma'am, the gun that Post Malone was
okay, did you or did you not, reclaiming my time, excuse me, sir, I'm reclaiming my time. Did you post, Mr. Daniel, I'm trying to ask you a question. Did you post a social media post with Post Malone posing with a machine gun and the hashtags gun porn and pew pew? Yes or no? Did you do that?
No, ma'am.
Have you?
We did not.
I can produce the social media post if you'd like.
That's fine if you'd like to, but the gun was not a machine gun. It was a semi-automatic firearm.
We're splitting hairs. Clearly, the gentleman is acknowledging that they posted something, and we're splitting hairs over whether you called the weapon a machine gun. This strategy basically turns killing machines into social media thirst traps for young people who will see these weapons as sexy, hip, and alluring.
Clearly, you should go back to
acknowledge that they have children in their social media. They had a social media star that is appealing to children, post with a machine gun and hashtags gun porn and pew pew. I mean, it really boggles the mind. Mr. Daniel, are you even remotely worried that these youth-focused marketing tactics appeal to impulsive teens who we recognize can't even be trusted to buy cigarettes or a beer when they are under 21? Are you worried about that at all?
Congresswoman, we are focused on teaching young people to use guns responsibly and safely.
Okay, reclaiming my time. The social media and marketing that you do to children is not remotely focused on safety, nor is it trying to do anything other than having guns be more appealing to children. And just as I lose my time, Ms. Sampson, have there been any studies that correlate how the marketing tactics used by Mr. Daniel and other companies are related to incidents of gun violence among kids and adolescents?
Yes, and they're in my written testimony.
I'm sorry?
Yes, and they're in my written testimony. But basically it has to do with the fact that young people are susceptible, especially susceptible to messages from advertisers. And so when you tell children that these guns will give them more adrenaline, or you use first-person shooter games to promote firearms, things of that nature. It draws in young people who are more vulnerable and maybe not able to sort.
Okay, again, why is this chick wearing her fucking mask when no one else is around her and she's testifying?
I'm just glad Schultz is gone. Like, I hate her so much. She's a dual citizen. Well, she should really go back to her other country and get the fuck out of America.
Yeah, Schultz is amazingly insane. But yeah, and it's, you guys forgive me. I had to run around and do a couple other things real fast.
It's all good.
But
I've just been I didn't realize this is a 250 round belt, man. This is taking me. I need a fucking belt loader.
Oh yeah, you do. Everybody needs a belt loader. What are you talking about?
I got one for the MG42 belts, but I don't have one for PKM belts, so I need to get one.
Oh, you fucking slut, you.
They're a lot cheaper. They're not that expensive. It's just that some are like, some people want like $600 for them, but I think them as cheap as like $170, $180. Waiting to find it.
All I gotta say is you're a slut and you own that, and I don't like you anymore.
Well,
but I love you.
I have a couple PKM kits. I'll sell you one. Maybe I'll give you one depending on how things start going here. You might be a good idea if you have one.
Corn Pop, yeah, dude, you have no idea how much I love you. But yeah, it's just one of those things. I gotta fuck with you. If I didn't fuck with you, you wouldn't think I loved you. But I gotta fuck with you.
I wouldn't feel loved if you didn't, Coop.
No. It's anybody who knows me personally knows that if I don't fuck with you, I don't like you. If I fuck with you, I'm in love with you. And pretty much, Corn Pop, I would hold you into my mouth until the swelling went down. For a PKM anyway.
Now, who are we on to? What is this one's name? Something Samson.
Oh God, no, I can't even remember. I'm gonna stop this one just a little bit because there's only so much pain I can take, and I can take a lot of fucking pain.
Well, you've been doing 11. Well, I don't know what time is where you are, but it's 10 past 11 right now. Like we've been at it for a while.
Oh man, I started listening to this shit at 10 o'clock today. 10 o'clock this morning, Eastern time. I started listening to this. So yeah, it's even getting past my pain tolerance.
Madam Chair,
reality
time's expired
from fiction.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity. I yield back.
Okay, I just want to remind members that the chair has been even-handed while allowing members on both sides of the aisle latitude with respect to their 5 minutes today, and would ask that recognized members not be interrupted except by the chair. So now, Mr. Fallon, you are now recognized from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, witnesses and colleagues. I appreciate the opportunity to examine a critical industry that helps protect the freedom of American citizens every day. Ms. Okafor, I just want to say it's great to see you again. Denton County strong. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
It seems strange to me that this committee has decided to bring in some of the largest firearm manufacturers in the country, but not the Attorney General, who is actually in charge of enforcing our gun laws and who conducts oversight on the ATF, the FBI, and other pertinent agencies, or why this committee hasn't brought in city and state attorneys who are refusing to uphold the law in a lot of these democratic areas. And why on earth aren't we discussing the scourge of violent crime in those same democratically controlled areas? Fact of the matter is that more gun laws and restrictive gun laws do not lessen crime. I have to restate the last thing I said in our previous Second Amendment infringement hearing, that if you look at countries, for instance, like El Salvador, Jamaica, Venezuela, Honduras, that have some of the most restrictive gun laws in the world, they're also the most dangerous countries in the world with the highest homicide and violent crime rates. But let's not it shouldn't escape our notice that democratically controlled cities in our country with the most restrictive gun laws in our nation have actually higher murder rates than those aforementioned countries. St. Louis has a higher murder rate than El Salvador, and so does Baltimore. And it's actually safer to visit and live in Venezuela than it is to live and visit Detroit, Michigan. 50 years ago, there were 180 million guns in this country, and the murder rate was 9.6 per 100,000. And just before COVID, there were almost 400 million guns in this country, and the murder rate was 6 per 100,000. Again, more gun laws doesn't equal less crime. Mr. Busey, I got a quick question for you. You're a gun owner, and you were a firearms executive for decades, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you own, let's say, 5 guns, personally?
Yes, I own 5.
Do you own more than 10?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so fair to say that you know a lot about different types of guns.
I know some about some types of guns.
All right, civilian AR-15, is that a fully automatic weapon?
No, sir.
Okay. And then there are several states that have so-called assault weapons bans, is that correct?
There are some, yes, sir.
And are they uniform? Are they exactly the same, or are they different? Each state.
I'm not an expert on each state law, don't know.
So you don't know if they're exactly the same cookie cutter?
I don't.
Okay. They're not, and I think it's because maybe, just maybe, we can't even seem to define what an assault weapon is, and that is a vague term and left up for interpretation. And Mr. Busey, you also are on record, if I'm not mistaken, please correct me, that you're calling guns weapons of war. I just heard one of my colleagues say it as well.
I'm not sure your question there, sir.
All right. Have you called firearms weapons of war?
I have not called all firearms weapons of war, no.
You have called some weapons of war?
Yes, some firearms are weapons of war, yes, sir.
So when you were a firearms executive, did you market the Browning 1911?
I marketed and sold 1911 style pistols, yes, sir.
So 1911s were the firearm of the United States military from World War I to Vietnam, about over 50 years?
They were the defensive handgun of choice for most military operations.
They were a weapon of war. See, what I find offensive by that term is, and my colleague just said it as well, is I own an AR-15, and it's not a weapon of war, and I don't want to hurt anybody. It is a defensive weapon. It is a tool to allow me to protect my property, but far more importantly, my family, my children, and my wife. And I'm glad I'm not giving it up no matter what. And some of these laws that we're talking about, whether they're grandfathered or not, are going to make good law-abiding citizens criminals. And by definition, criminals don't follow the laws anyway. That's why I own one. So we have a bill, and from our colleague from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline, it's HR 1808. It's an assault weapons ban, which it makes it a crime to import, sell, manufacture, or possess semi-automatic weapons. To put plainly, this is an outright ban on all semi-automatic weapons. And this bill is political theater, and it's a complete farce. The American people don't support it. I'm sure there's many Democrats across the country and rank and file that don't support it. And it's an actual joke, and it's a disservice to our Constitution. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Vermont, Mr. Welsh, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Vermont is a rural state, and we've had a tradition of responsible gun use. But things have changed. Things have changed deeply in Vermont. The day after the Parkland shootings, we came within an eyelash of having a mass shooting at a school in Fairhaven, Vermont, where a young man who had purchased weapons bragged that he was going to have a higher body count than anyone else before him. And it was only because of the extraordinary work of our local and state police and our school officials that was stopped. In the night after that incident, where the near death of those kids almost came about, there was a school meeting. And as good a job as our police had done and our school folks had done, parents were expressing some anger and concern. And what it was, it is the apprehension that every parent has in this country now that the security that they had when they put their child on the bus or left their child off at the schoolhouse that they would come home safe. That's been shattered. And it's not just a one-off incident in Parkland, but we're seeing it time after time. And it's the AR-15 that is the weapon of choice. And by the way, that weapon of choice, it's not accidental. 18-year-olds can buy that and they can't buy a beer. It's a weapon of choice because of the marketing. Be a man. Get this. On the road.
Okay, let's say this. One, AR-15s are long guns. 18-year-olds can buy them. However, the major weapon that is used in mass shootings are pistols, and 18-year-olds can't buy them.
Well, no, you know what made me really like and think that was cool? It wasn't any gun manufacturers like marketing. It was all this Hollywood, like, Predator and all like the Terminator, all these people that, are all these like liberals in real life, these actors and stuff that are pushing all this. It wasn't any marketing Colt was doing when I had my first AR, but because back then there's only like really like Colt Bushmaster,
Yeah,
Olympic Arms, maybe Rock River, I think was around. But yeah, like it was nothing that they did. It was going down to my dad's buddy's ranch and shooting his old Colt AR-15A2 and being like, this is cool. And then like, recognizing it from all the cool movies and stuff. Like, so I find it so funny that they're blaming like some kid flipping through a magazine and seeing that and it's like, oh yeah, like I want one of those now. No.
Oh, yeah.
Or that's causing violence. It's just fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. Dude, you know it. I know it. Everybody else in this chat knows it. But the issue is, the big problem is that there's a large part of American society who actually believes what these people say. They know nothing about guns, operating systems. They know nothing from something that is piston driven or gas expansion or direct blowback. They don't know anything about any of that, but they believe what people like this say. And it is maddening to me. It just son of a bitch, it drives me. It drives me a wall.
It does.
So let's listen to some more what this dickhead has to say.
He just looks like a dickhead.
Oh yeah, well he's a Richard.
He's
got the big bald head. He says he's all about the Second Amendment, but yeah, he's a Richard. And Richard Hoffman, I love you, brother. You are not involved in this. Because God knows you would bust all their balls on an average day. But this is where's my buddy? Here he is. This is a Richard. This is for the Second Amendment, but kind of guy. And holy fuck. Let's just
so much ignorance, so much like lack of education, like reality. All this programming from the media and TV, like it's I don't know, man. It makes me really wonder what will fix this nation. You look at what like Putin did in Russia. Like he went and like just seized any media station that was putting out like anti-pro Russia propaganda, because propaganda is from both sides. Like what we're doing right now is propaganda.
Oh, yeah.
There's good propaganda,
absolutely.
But like he essentially, like people always associate propaganda with a bad thing. Propaganda can be a good thing too. But like I feel like I don't know. It's almost like something like that would have to happen. Like you'd need like a total takeover to like quench this problem, or else it's just going to be this constant ebb and flow, and we slowly lose. We win, we take a couple steps forward, and then 10 steps back. It's I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah, dude, I've said it many times in the past. When we gave away the education system to the left in this country, that's when we lost.
Oh yeah,
But
even if without controlling having some sort of, and this sounds anti-free speech, but some sort of regulation or oversight on media, the point where they can't, they just flat out lie, and even on right, they'll give it's just like Republican flavored propaganda, but it's not, with the exception of maybe guys like God, what's that guy's name? Does a lot of good stuff. Has black hair, younger guy. He's on Fox late.
There's a couple, but
exception to him.
I know where you're going.
Yeah, he's good though. I can't think of his name.
Let's crank this up.
Yeah,
we ain't gonna make it too much longer for.
Yeah, let's chew through it. I'll shut up.
Fucking sleep.
To manhunt. This is the way you can show how big a person you are. It is marketing this to vulnerable people who have wild expectations of what it means to be a man. So, Mr. Bossy, how much marketing do you do? Is this worth it?
Maybe could you restate the question, sir? Are you asking how much marketing?
How much marketing are you doing?
I'm no longer in the firearms industry, sir, so I'm not doing any marketing.
Mr. Daniel.
Yes, sir. Repeat the question, please.
How much marketing are you doing?
We're marketing very much like we have been for the past 15
years. Well, I'm interrupting. I apologize. But the marketing that is being done is much like Joe Camel, where the cigarette companies were marketing cancer and disguising it as how to be a man, how to be a big shot. I mean, is it worth it? Do you have any thoughts about what your weapons are being used to do, that is kill children? Do you have any expectation that people should look to you to address this?
Thank you for your question, sir. I believe we should address this. I think the way to address it is just as you said, local law enforcement working with the schools and working at a local level to figure out how to stop murder.
So you're saying there's no gun manufacturers. I mean, I listen to Mr. Gun manufacturers don't have anything to do with it, just like cigarette manufacturers had nothing to do with people dying of cancer because it was a voluntary choice. But let me ask you about Mr. Fallon's line of question. He needs AR-15s to protect his family, and obviously he means that. But don't we need a society where we can expect our law enforcement folks to be reliable enforcers, or is it every man, woman, and child for himself and herself, and each one of us needs an AR-15 to settle our disputes and defend ourselves against insults?
Here's a serious question. What did the law enforcement officers do in Uvalde?
Coward like little bitches. We'll listen to
kids. They backed off and they called an active shooter a barricaded suspect.
And restrained unarmed people that were trying to run in there. Or I think guys had a gun in this car was going to stop them. But
so can we rely on the state to actually protect us?
No,
that would be a no. Go ahead, brother.
I said they have no legal requirement to protect us either.
No. No. It's been decided in the Supreme Court already that that law enforcement officers have no legal right or legal I can't remember. It's too late at night.
It is.
They have no legal right to defend you. So what does that mean? That means you need to be your own first responder.
And what bothers me is they act like, oh, we're going to arm all the teachers. We're going to arm. No, all I'm asking is that you allow me to be armed, or you allow people like you, Coop, to be armed. because that is making society as a whole safer. Like these like fucking leftists have this idea like, oh, so we're gonna give everyone a gun. No, I think there's people in society that sure as fuck shouldn't have a gun, and it's not because they have felonies or anything, just because they're stupid, irresponsible.
Yeah.
They weren't raised right. They don't have a good concept of like respecting in general. Like they just combination of factors that fucked up.
My thing behind this is one, when you talk about giving teachers guns, okay, we don't have to play Rambo. That's not what we're there for. However, if I pull all of my students back into an area that I can control, if you stick your head in there and you are a threat, I can blow your head off. It's not about me going and finding everybody. Just fuck off. It's not about that. It's about me being able to protect my people. So if I pull them back into an area that I can control, and if you put your head in there and you are a mass shooter, I'm going to shoot you in the face. However,
pulling all the teeth out of all the dogs is going to stop all the killing, but like we're the sheepdog society. You're taking away our teeth. We were protecting the flock. Like it's like, and then the all the domesticated animals have all their teeth taken out. But the wolves are still in the forest. They're still going to come and fucking kill people. Like but this idea is no. Let's pull all the teeth out of all the animals on the farm. It's like, well, I don't know. That's the analogy I like to use.
Yeah. Well, here's Bull. Bull's in here, so let's watch the rest of this.
Congressman, as I understand it, many of your constituents are over an hour away from the police. Yes, the police are very important, and they are our first responders. But until they get there, sir, the American citizen is the first responder.
Oh shit! Hold on.
Right. So what you have is a culture that you support to arm everybody so they can defend themselves while they're waiting for the police. So our civil society depends on everybody being armed and having a more powerful, longer range weapon than their neighbor.
I believe that the American citizens have the right and the responsibility to take their firearms that they've bought for self-defense and defend themselves and their family until the police arrive. Yes, sir.
And you're glad to manufacture those and sell them. I yield back.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Kentucky, the distinguished ranking member, Mr. Comer, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Okafor, you are a certified firearms instructor who specializes in training women. You've stated that already. What would you say to people who want to restrict the purchase and use of guns like AR-15s?
I would say for all this talk about manhood, et cetera, again, that the stats show that of the 8 million new gun owners that we had just in the last couple years, almost half of them are women. So we're talking about women here. We're talking about women who are also AR-15 gun owners as well. And because I've seen in my experience as an instructor and as a woman as well, that it is far easier to hold and use a AR-15 without having to worry about the recoil that comes with having a smaller handheld firearm. So it's been able to absorb a lot of that impact, and it's been therefore something that a lot of my female students are happy to have.
In your opinion, would gun control policies to prevent the sale or possession of AR-15 rifles impact everyone equally, or are there some groups who would be more impacted than others?
As we found in history over and over again, whether it's legitimately because they're trying to put forth laws that are explicitly against, for example, African Americans. We can look at history from slave codes to black codes that restricted African Americans from even having a firearm to, in just the last couple of decades even, or rather the last century rather, from the civil rights era, Jim Crow laws, that we found that whether it's explicitly African Americans or explicitly minority groups or explicitly those who are unable to afford a firearm and the restrictions that come with it, that it primarily impacts those communities that are the most vulnerable and defenseless for a number of reasons and need some type of firearm but are unable to because of the financial restrictions and training barriers that come with gun restrictions.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I yield the balance of my time to Representative Clyde.
Thank you, Ranking Member. We are here today because Democrats on this committee are bound and determined to politicize the horrible, tragic events that occurred in Uvalde, Texas. Immediately following the shooting, Democrats demanded information on the, quote, manufacture, marketing, and sale of deadly weapons used in mass shootings, end quote. Since this request on May 26 by Democrats, all of the companies which these letters were sent have been very responsive to the chair's requests, and as I understand, producing over 3,500 pages of documents. So we're here today because Democrats want to somehow blame gun manufacturers for violent crime. While Democrats did not see fit to drag auto manufacturers before this committee to blame the Waukesha Christmas Parade massacre, citing car violence or SU vehicle violence for the murder of 6 people and the injury of 62 others in a violent criminal act, Democrats have coined the term gun violence and determined that guns, which are inanimate objects and unable to commit any crime or act of violence, should be banned. I take issue with that term as I have never known a gun to be violent. I've known people to be violent, but never an inanimate object like a firearm. I have owned thousands of firearms in my lifetime and have never met, owned, or handled a violent gun. People are the origin of violence, and they use all sorts of tools to perpetuate their violence. We should be holding the criminals accountable. Firearms are simply tools and can be used for good or evil by the person behind the tool. Democrats want to blame the existence of the Second Amendment, which the Founding Fathers enshrined in the Constitution because they understood the first step toward tyranny is disarming the citizenry. They want to blame the Second Amendment for all the violence that occur in this country. Let me be clear, gun manufacturers do not cause violence, and the Second Amendment is not to blame for violence in this country. Criminals are the ones who engage in violence and who commit crime. I've been a federal firearms licensee for 30 years. And I realized early on that every firearms business, whether a manufacturer, an importer, or a dealer, is a true constitutional business. Because without them, most citizens would not be able to exercise their Second Amendment rights, which have been so vital in achieving and maintaining our freedoms for now 246 years. I believe a good motto for our nation's firearms industry would be, we enable individual participation in the preservation of liberty. And that, as we know, is what the Second Amendment does. It helps preserve our liberty because it allows individuals to defend themselves against unlawful aggression, whether it is defending against someone committing a crime or against the government bent on tyranny and eliminating our liberty. Since federal firearms licensees are constitutional businesses, it makes it even more imperative that the government use every tool at our disposal to protect these types of businesses so they can continue to serve law-abiding and free citizens. Governments are instituted among men, as our Declaration of Independence says, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Thank you, and I yield back.
Okay, the gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I also want to thank all of our witnesses and especially the families who have come who've been impacted negatively by gun violence. Gun manufacturers would have us to believe that they are helpless to stop mass shootings. They want us to forget the assault rifles that are designed to kill people quickly and efficiently. And with the right parts, including high-capacity magazines, these weapons can shoot hundreds of rounds in a matter of seconds. One of the gun makers here with us today famously came up with the very idea of banning high-capacity magazines more than 20 years ago. In the lead up to the 1994 assault weapons ban, William Ruger, a founder of Sturm, Ruger reportedly told Tom Brokaw in an interview that, and I quote, "No honest man needs more than 10 rounds in any gun." Mr. Ruger then lobbied every member of Congress to put in place, and I quote again, "a simple, complete, and unequivocal ban on large capacity magazines." But after he retired, the company took a turn. Mr. Ruger began to lobby against restrictions on large capacity magazines and now sells them for profit. Mr. Killoy, does your company currently make guns that accept magazines with more than 10 rounds?
Yes, Congressman, we do.
Mr. Daniels, same question to you.
Sir.
I'm sorry. Mr. Daniel?
Yes.
Thank you. Mass shooters have used legally purchased high-capacity magazines in some of the worst killings this country or any country has seen. The shooter in the Las Vegas massacre was able to fire 100 rounds in 10 seconds because he used a high-capacity magazine. The Uvalde shooter carried more ammunition into Robb Elementary School than a United States soldier carries into combat. 10 states and the District of Columbia have banned high-capacity magazines, but they're not illegal everywhere. And these dangerous accessories have spread to all areas of the country. Ms. Sampson, why is banning high-capacity magazines at the federal level necessary?
Thank you for the question. It's important to ban high-capacity magazines at the federal level because we are a country that's connected. States don't exist in an island. And we often hear people, for example, raise the city of Chicago as an example as to why laws don't work. But Chicago exists within Illinois, which exists in the United States. And it's an example of where guns have come from the state of Indiana, for example. And so even if we have a high-capacity magazine in one state, that doesn't mean that individuals in that state who want to do harm can't go to another state and get around it. So we need federal solutions because we are a nation of states that are united.
And so there's no way to really get at the issue and deal with the problem effectively unless we have a national ban, unless there is unity across the country that these weapons of mass destruction really ought not to be available to regular, everyday, ordinary people to do what with?
Pineapple.
Nothing but kill. I mean, it's amazing that an individual can walk around with a weapon that you can fire off 30 rounds in 30 seconds, 100 rounds before you even know what's happening. So let me thank all of our witnesses for their answers. The solution is really simple. We must ban these weapons of war and get them off our streets. I thank you, Madam Chairman, and yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back, and the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grossman, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I'd like you to thank you for having the hearing, but the topic always irritates me. First of all, I'm old enough to remember when I was a child, all they did was talk about pistols. It was all about handguns. We don't worry about long guns. You know, whatever, 98% of the murders in the country or whatever are committed by handguns, and we don't care about long guns. Now, if long guns are in the news, it's we don't care about handguns, we only care about law guns, which shows what I think we're really trying to get at. People do not want American citizens to have guns. They want it to be law-abiding. They want to restrict it to the type of citizens who don't obey the law and the government, which I find a little bit offensive. I also find it offensive is that one more time we're talking about a pathology in this country and we do not address the structure of the family. And I think like so many other things, there are areas in society where you have almost no murders and areas where you have a lot of murders. And I think they largely correspond with areas in which we have weak families and strong families. And one more time I'm attending hearing here. I get the same thing in the Education Committee. We just ignore this big elephant in the room, the structure of the family. But I'd like to yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Clyde.
Thank you, my colleague from Wisconsin. Mr. Daniel, I want to ask you a couple questions here and reiterate something that's been mentioned already. President Biden made the claim that gun manufacturers are, quote, the only industry in America that is exempt from being sued by the public, the only one. Madam Chair, I would like to ask for unanimous consent to submit this article published by AP News on February 9th, 2022, that says, despite Biden's claim, gun makers can indeed be sued.
Without objection.
Thank you. Isn't it true that your company still remains liable under the law for any potential design or manufacturing defect that lead to injury or property damage or breach of contract or warranty of a product or facilitating a known transfer to a prohibited person? Is this not all laid out in the Protection of Lawful Commerce in Arms Act enacted in 2005? Can you still be sued by the public for any of these kind of breaches?
Yes, sir, we can.
So, thank you. I just want everyone to know that the firearms industry is not exempt from being sued by the public for a myriad of things. Now, Mr. Daniel, does Daniel Defense sell AR-15 rifles to police departments, to sheriff's offices, and to other law enforcement agencies?
Yes, sir, average about 30 agencies a month.
30 agencies a month. That's pretty impressive. Do you have any idea of how many of your company's firearms are in the hands of law enforcement, protecting and defending the peace so that our citizens can live in freedom?
No, sir, I don't have that off the top of my head.
I would imagine that at 30 agencies a month, that's probably a lot, though, would you not think?
Yes, sir.
So why do law enforcement agencies choose to use Daniel Defense firearms?
Sir, we build we are very dedicated to building the very best firearms in the world, and the products that we build are dependable, and we take good care of our customers and treat them the way we want to be treated. And we think these are the reasons why people choose our products.
Thank you. As someone who has obviously had tremendous experience in the firearms industry and seen the highs and lows of sales, would you agree that the firearms industry is very sensitive to government overregulation or the fear of increased government restriction on a constitutional right?
Yes, sir.
So tell me what happens to sales when additional restrictions are a potential on the horizon. Do they go up or down, or do they stay about the same?
Our sales fluctuate wildly based off of the politics and the conversations about firearms bans.
Okay. Does that also happen when crime and uncertainty is on the rise? Do sales increase?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So when the Democrats who have carried the mantle and promoted the idea of defunding the police, and Democrat cities around the country started to cut their budgets, cut the budgets of their police departments to fall in line with the defunding of the police narrative, people have feared for their safety, and so firearms dealers saw an increase in sales. Would you agree?
Yes, sir. Unprecedented in the last 2 years of new firearms owners buying firearms that have never owned them before.
Thank you. I would submit that people are voicing their opinions with their pocketbooks, and I think that's a very, very strong opinion across the nation. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Maloney, for convening today's hearing. Now, while the gun industry rakes in hundreds of millions of dollars, choosing profit over people, selling weapons of war to anyone who wants them, impacting communities across the country.
I got the fucking hiccups like a son of a bitch right now. But do you guys see how many seats are open in this hearing right now?
Mm-hmm. How many people didn't show up?
No, there's a lot of people that didn't show up. And I'm gonna let Presley go through, and then I'm gonna bounce because I'm
that's fair, man. Been going on a long time.
Yeah, it's been going on for a long time. But do you guys see how many seats are open in this hearing?
Yeah, it's a
and
lot.
If you guys don't watch this shit and you don't see how many seats are open right now, what the fuck are you paying attention to?
What am I paying attention to?
Well, I know you guys are paying attention to it.
Yeah, I got a computer screen above me, so it might look like I'm looking away, but I'm actually watching this on a bigger screen because I'm using my phone right now.
No, I know you're paying attention.
Is it a closed hearing now? Sometimes they do closed hearings and stuff. People don't, they don't show up. But they are televised. They are recording.
That's like when they confirmed Steve Dettelbach to the whole. Oh shit! I got the hiccups like a motherfucker right now. But yeah, when they confirmed Steve Dettelbach, do you think they actually publicize this shit?
What, like this meeting?
No, the one where they did Steve Dettelbach's confirmation.
Did they not televise? Because usually confirmation hearings are televised.
You would think you would think they would, but they hid that shit like a motherfucker.
You're pretty on top of things. You're like Crump. I feel like you'd know about it if they didn't.
Well, I've never heard of a confirmation hearing not being televised, or at least recorded.
When they did Dettelbach, no, they didn't televise that shit. They hid that like a motherfucker.
That's weird.
So yeah, we're gonna watch this, and then I'm gonna be out after old.
Well, shady.
Fuck her name is gets done because Jesus Christ.
That's very odd.
Stay in Diddleback's confirmation like more than they claim.
Oh yeah, dude. They hid that. They buried that like cats.
You know what's weird, Coop?
God damn, I got the fucking hiccups.
2 3/4 inch shell, and it's saying it's 2 27/64. Like that's not even 2 1/2, and it's a 2 3/4 shell. But I just because I had my caliper by me, and I was like, let's measure this. It should be like something close to like 2.75 or 2 3/4. Nope, 2 27/64, and it's all zeroed out. Like if I go all the way down to the end, I don't know.
You got a rough chamber?
No, it's an unfired shell. It's a Black Aces. Like this is like the cheapest, like at least at my gun shop, like 25 round box of double-aught buck I can buy. It's like it's not bad. It's like $10.99 for a 25 round box of buckshot.
No, that's not bad at all. So anyway, we're gonna watch this for about another 5 minutes, and I'm gonna go freaking to bed.
You do that, sir.
Country who are forced to deal with the consequences of their greed. Bloodshed, pain, the trauma of a loved one being seriously injured or killed due to gun violence. Certainly communities disproportionately impacted: Black, Brown, AAPI, the LGBTQ community, from Buffalo to Orlando, to El Paso, and Atlanta. This, of course, is both a devastating and expected result when companies employ marketing tactics that spread white supremacy and embolden far-right extremist groups. For example, shortly after the 2017 white supremacist march and attack in Charlottesville, Virginia, the National Shooting Sports Foundation promoted an advertisement encouraging people to buy assault weapons to use against unnamed
I'm gonna trim my beard and donate some hair to her.
Protesters. Mr. Boosie, you referenced this advertisement in your remarks. Can you please explain why advertisements like these are dangerous?
Thank you for the question. And to clarify, that is not a National Shooting Sports Foundation ad. That is an advertisement from an AR-15 company that was displayed at the National Shooting Sports Foundation SHOT Show in 2018. That is an ad, in my opinion, that is encouraging and celebrating the idea that civil unrest and attacking protesters is a potential business model of profit for firearms companies. And I believe that to be a very distressing and irresponsible path of advertising.
Thank you. And although the slide has moved, we could bring it back for a moment. It's hard to see, but they also named Boston, a city that I represent, right in the upper left-hand corner there. Recently, my community has experienced firsthand the far-right white supremacist organization Patriot Front in action. They have held multiple demonstrations of intimidation and fear in Boston to spread their racist bigotry and attack folks on the street. Let me be clear, as Congresswoman for the Massachusetts 7th, I am going to do everything in my power to keep my constituents safe and stand up against white supremacy whenever and wherever it shows up. This should also be a baseline commitment of the NSSF, but instead the organization promoted this malicious advertisement. Mr. Daniel, as a board member of NSSF, will you use your position to stop them from allowing ads like this one, naming Boston and promoting assault weapons? Yes or no? Mr. Daniel?
Ma'am, this was not an NSSF ad.
Will you use your position as a board member in any way to stop these sort of advertisements promoting assault weapons? Yes or no, then?
No, that's not his fucking job.
I don't understand the question.
Okay, that's okay. Mr. Kalloy, same question to you since you are also on the board. Will you commit to ending the practice of allowing harmful ads like this at events? Yes or no?
Congresswoman, respectfully, the NSSF does not advertise firearms for any of its member companies. They host a trade show annually in January, and that's where I believe that ad was seen by a company who may have been displaying there.
I'll reclaim my time because I think the point still remains. As long as gun manufacturers have immunity to sell their weapons of war using harmful marketing tactics, Black and brown communities will continue to be targeted, and that has got to change. In the face of white supremacy, my neighbors and I are undeterred in the pursuit of healing and the true justice, and we will not let gun makers incite violence against us.
No, Bob, you won't get 3 wishes. You'll get 3 different types of guns.
And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Flood, a new member of our committee from Nebraska, welcome. You are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam.
You're muted, Coop. Coop, you're muted. If you're on it, you're muted.
Okay.
We can't hear you.
Bull. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, that's fine.
I'm going to end this right here because there's only so much I can take, and you guys, I know, can only take so much. So I'm done.
What gets me, like, these people, what gets me is that these people, like, they can't even accurately communicate their fucking problem, their issues. Like, they keep getting shit wrong. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like, they misrepresent stuff constantly. And the questions are just fucking disingenuous like shit. You know?
Oh yeah,
they're so disingenuous. You're right. They're so disingenuous, man. Like they're calling this like
they're so wrong on their shit too. It's weird.
And there's like another.
Well,
I think that hearing goes on for about another 30 minutes. So yeah, you guys already know. Holy fuck. I can't take it. I'm gonna take my fat ass to sleep.
Get some sleep,
you guys know.
Yeah, these people are not serious people, man. Like,
no, they're not.
They're not serious
but
people.
The fact is these people know that they can take the ignorance of the major part of the American people, and they can build on that shit. And it drives me up a fucking wall, which is the reason I do these streams.
Oh man.
Well, the thing is, it's like I don't blame them for doing that. The fact that they are doing it is because it works, and that's what pisses me off. Not the fact that they're using that strategy, but that they're able to do it and it works. That's what pisses me off. Is like they can do stupid shit like that because it works, and that's because the vast majority
it definitely works. And that's the only reason that's the only reason they can survive is because it works. Their arguments, they work. Because the ignorance of the American people. So no, you're 100% right. I mean, you're 1,000% right.
I mean, it's like, are you gonna get mad at the wolf for eating the chickens, or are you gonna get mad at the fucking farmer for fucking keep letting the chickens out run around the fucking yard? You know, it's like,
no.
You can't blame a wolf for following its fucking nature. You know, it's just like a politician. Politician's nature is to fucking lie, cheat, steal, and fucking do whatever he can to retain power. For most of it, you know,
at least
there are some outliers, but yeah, for the most part, you know, that's how it goes.
No, you're fucking perfectly right.
Yep. All right. Well, good night, Coop, man.
But anyway, I'm out. I'm gonna go take a shower and get some sleep, and then I'm gonna wake up in the morning and do this whole fucking thing over again, more than likely.
All right. Well, I'll
fuck that.
Fuck yeah. Yeah, Bull. Love you too. Love you bunches.
You're doing the Lord's work.
Oh shit, no. I'm just sharing the pain. That's bacon. Blame bacon.
What are you and Bacon up to? You guys gonna go in voice chat or anything?
No, dude, I'm out. After this, no, dude. I'm gonna get some sleep. I'm gonna fucking finish out my week at work, and I'm done. No, Bacon shares the whole. He named this whole stream, the Share the Pain stream. That is Bacon's fault.
Bacon's a good.
Bacon is he shares every bit of blame for this shit.
Well, he's the goddamn Bacon. He's
the goddamn Bacon.
All right. Well, Bull Rush. Good night. Coop. Good night. Nice chilling.
Yeah. You guys take it easy. Like I said, I'm gonna get a shower and I'm fucking out because it's been a long damn day listening to this shit. So anyway, you guys take it easy. Perps, I am out. Keep that thing on you at all times. And I'm done. I'm fucking through. Bacon, love your brother. Ron Wayne. Yeah, dude, you guys are outstanding. I'm out.